Oh, fuck, that was the wrong audio. How's it going? We're back. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Here we are. Add the Florentine to the pre-stream playlist. I might do that. I might do that. I might do that. We might do, before the last song, we might just add something else in to see if we can add to the rotation. Just to keep it a little bit lively, you know? Keep it a little bit lively. Don't have the exact same songs playing on repeat. There were some songs that I just, I didn't think quite hit the vibe, you know? So I do prune. I do go through and prune every now and again. Yeah. Dickers, how did your Lego smuggling experiments go? Did you enjoy it? Listen, okay? How much is an anal rupture really worth? Okay? I would say $7,000 and a Spider-Man shaped hole in my rectum. I think that's about equal. I think it's about equal. Honest day's work, you know? I did say yesterday when I was ending stream that I had some stuff to do. I had some stuff to do in the morning, and so I had to end stream at a sensible time. You know. It's a business opportunity, man. It's a business opportunity.
It is getting kinda old.
Thank you, Rena V, for the 10. What do you mean this bit is getting kinda old? Donating never gets old. Welcome, Rena. How's it going? Nice, nice, nice. Okay. We've got crazy drama to get into. There is a lot more about the Lego minifig stuff. I'm telling you, alright? I'm telling you. Bookmark it, okay? Clip it. Keep it in your fucking memory banks. Remember, okay? The 6th of the 6th. Dicker's birthday, when I told you that eventually the tides will turn on the Reckless Ben drama. And people will come to realize that as bad as the heckin' Lego Corpo, bro, the heckin' Lego Corpo, as bad as they are, okay, Reckless Ben totally fucked up this story and is a totally immoral freak. Okay, people will realize it. Hold on.
Address the blackface allegations.
I don't know what you're talking about, Goon. Thank you for the 2. In the exact same way that pedophiles are bad, okay? We hate pedophiles on this channel. We can't stand pedos. But at the same time, Mama Max was a retard, okay? Lied, flubbed, fucked up stories that he worked on. Went after, I don't know, dubious, impossibly innocent people as a result. But there we are, okay? I'm telling you, okay? Fuck me. Address the blackface allegations. That was supposed to be a balaclava. That's supposed to be a balaclava. Like, my entire fucking aesthetic around this shit is like British pop punk shit, you know? And people see an image of me edited so there's black all over my face, except for my white eyes and white skin that's poking through, and you think I'm doing blackface? Balaclava. Happy 32nd, Diva. Thank you very much, Babka. I hugely appreciate it, you know? Getting on, maturing. I'm starting to see some of the grey hairs already coming through. Oh, fuck me. I think the Reckless Ben stuff has about 2-ish weeks where he gets eaten alive.
Too big for your boots.
We'll have to see. I'm excited for the League Legal video.
Victory relay marathon.
Dude, we can. We so can. We so can. Yeah, there's been one question about the coverage that I think somebody had in the Discord. About whether the police lied about the date of service. Now, presumably, if they're, you know, arguing the stuff, it's because they're later going to rely on it in court, right? Presumably, these are all arguments that Ben is going to make when he goes to court. So if they're saying this stuff now in a public forum, probably going to trust that a police department is going to have some kind of evidence to back it up. That's just prima facie, all right? That's just kind of, I don't know, a priori, I guess, before you even assess it. That's like my prior. But there does seem to be a legitimate distinction between when, I guess, Ben attended to get his process server to be able to hand over the paperwork versus when the court at least has their date to say that it was served. Now, I've heard that some people have said that that's actually the date that it's reflected on the court records on the official case, on the case profile or whatever the fuck. I'm not totally sure, so I'm not going to weigh in super heavily on that. I will say that the way that it looks now, it seems as though the police are incorrect. Are they out and out lying? I would doubt it, but we'll see. At the end of the day, the police officer, or the chief of police, the police department, can only go on what the police officers are writing in their reports, right? So that's usually where discrepancies come from and that kind of stuff. It's the exact same stuff if you look into Waco, if you look into Ruby Ridge, right? The people who come out and give the statements publicly have only got the officers' reports to rely on, right? And so if they're saying, well, we called up the court and they said that it had already been served, is that Chinese whispers? Have they said that it was already being served? That was true, but, you know, whatever. So we'll see about that. But I think in the grand scheme of things, those kind of, like, niggling little quibbles that people have about the different, like, fucking small fry, dude. It's total fucking small fry. But, yeah. You can look at the body cam. We can look at the body cam. We can look at the body cam. We'll have to see for some of that stuff, honestly. Because I don't know if it all got released. I think people are getting a little bit too excited about the unredacted body cams that have been released, right? Because I'm not sure about the legality of that, okay? There was some questions last time, because you remember the last time this happened in a drama, right? It was when Tectone's court case came to an end. And the court accidentally released unredacted versions of the court records and quickly kind of like sealed that shit back up. Now, there was some discussion then that might actually be illegal and people might get into legal trouble for sharing that shit around, particularly the defendants in the case, right? So we'll have to see, okay? We'll have to see. But there's much more to get into than the Lego drama. Ugh. Seeing Klein crying is funny. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Has anybody got his Instagram story? I've heard that he is, like, not talking about it at all. It's just, like, shut the fuck up Friday for Ethan Klein right now. He's not even acknowledging what's going on. Wait, what? Huh? How far has it gone for Boblax? He's now coming in with the bull. Okay, interesting. Okay, let's have a gander at his Instagram page, because I'm pretty sure that he has posted stuff, right? Ethan Klein. I am following him, and I'm seeing no stories. So maybe they were deleted. Maybe they are old. They're over 24 hours and they've been redacted. Hold on. I think there was an archive made of it on Leftovers H3, right? Oh, let's have a gander. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I think he's praying that the judge reverses next week. I'm not sure. I'm legitimately not sure. I'm actually not sure. Again, literally, from what I'm hearing, and from looking at the court case, complete layman opinion, okay? A little bit of a pinch of salt there. But I just don't see how this gets overturned. I don't know what arguments they can make. Because again, the judgment that was made, the tentative ruling that was given out there, is assuming all of the facts that were included in the H3 in Ethan's submission. Right? So how the fuck do you turn that around? How the fuck do you turn that around? You have to argue with the judge on, like, a matter of law. And you get one hearing to try and do that. I don't know. DENIMS hasn't even refuted any of Ethan's, informational claims, any of the fact claims at all. Anything about the Instagram story? Hold on. There's got to be something about an Instagram story here. Right. The annoying thing about the Leftovers H3 is the kind of fan base that it fucking has. It's like, you'll go through, there might be something funny going on there, and then there's like a fucking Batman meme, and then there's a random fucking a random news story about Assam Piker. Then there's random fucking information about Israel-Palestine. Okay, great. Nice. Come on, where is he? Where is he? Where are you? I saw a dog video, and I saw him crying about something completely unrelated, but I'm hearing absolutely nothing so far about the court case. He's just not addressing it. Which I guess, you know, you've taken a tremendous fucking L. You've taken an enormous fucking L. But, you know, you think you'd want to address it at some point. Egg on a lot of people's faces. Oh, here we are. Yeah? Jesus Christ, really? Lost another 100k followers on Instagram in under a year? Oh, Oh. Oh. That's pretty bad. That is pretty bad. Okay, I can't find it now. Never mind. But yeah, I think things are getting pretty fucking bad. Free scrolling leftovers H3, looking at uncensored snark is risky. Yeah, listen, you might need to put on your fucking Weldon mask today, okay? We are scrolling through unbridled snark right now. Is Diorio addressing it? I don't know. Actually, yeah. I mean, Royal is pretty correct. Dude, it's like scrolling through Taylor Lorenz's Twitter raw. It's like, you don't do that. Not because of the snark, the unbridled snark, but because you've got like, a 50-50 chance. You're gonna see some Palestinian kids getting blown to bits. Okay, nice. I do not trust the automatic Reddit filters on that stuff as well. Ethan is absolutely feeling the fucking heat from the loss, the tentative loss in court, though. You can fucking tell. It's so fucking bad. Ethan goes in on AB after AB makes a joke that doesn't land.
Very nervous shirts.
Yo, bro,
Very
you're such
nervous
a
shirt.
dumb loser, idiot, moron, fucking God.
Fuck your grandparents.
Seriously, fuck your grandparents, bro.
Dude,
You should have never reproduced.
nervous shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, we pointed that out a couple
Getting
times.
sued for leaking sex tapes. That's just Steven's just being a silly
Yo!
Hello, is this the Dickens stream? Or do I have the wrong channel? Looking for the balding guy with fruity shirts.
Yep, hello. You're in the right place. Thank you for the 50 sec. I appreciate it.
Anything else you want to say about the shirt?
Oh, no.
Yeah, AB sucks low-key. I get it. AB is incredibly unfunny. AB is incredibly unfunny. I don't even know if it would have been that bad as a fucking quib, but it's the fact that he's got no energy to like follow it up as well. And then as soon as it doesn't land, he's just got kind of nothing. He's got nothing to make it follow through. AB is kind of there because he's like Ethan's most loyal guy, you know? He's kind of like Dan. He will be there to the end. He's never going to like detract at any point.
I'm waiting for AB to say something.
No, I was just making the joke what he said. Just yeah.
What was the joke? His shirt says nervous.
And that's what he said.
what
He
he
said
said.
nervous shirt.
That's not a joke. His literally shirt says nervous. He's saying
Exactly. I'm
having-
saying it's stupid.
How's that a joke though? It's not a joke. He's literally just pointing out.
I thought it was funny, AB.
How what?
sued for leaking sex tapes.
What's-
That's
I just didn't hear him say that.
Steven's
That-
just being a silly guy.
Oh, dude, it's just so
Like
awkward.
the stream fuzz.
That's very true. Like the stream. And thank you again for the 50 sec. I hugely appreciate it. I just don't know why you've got to make it so fucking awkward, man. It's supposed to be a comedy podcast. Somebody makes a joke that doesn't land. Why have you got to fucking smack it down that hard? Jesus Christ. Like, if you say, listen, dude, okay, we try and, like, keep the mojo high. If, you know, just think. Just think before you make a joke. Yeah? Just think before you make a joke next time.
Saikuno said
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, he did.
Got it. Okay.
Very nervous.
Don't worry. Then I
nervous
understand
shirts.
you, AB. No.
Nervous shirt?
I didn't think you guys were gonna fall out of the chair. I was more making a joke about what he said.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
it
I
was
got
just-
you. I got you.
But it's not a joke. He's just saying my shirt says nervous.
He was
Which
just
is
laughing at what he
stupid.
said.
Yeah.
Short. I hope you guys understand why
Let's recreate the moment, AB.
I very nervous shirts.
And then you said something. I said, bro, nervous shirt.
Okay.
The joke is what he said was stupid.
Yeah, no, I get it now.
I just don't know what that added because you just repeated what he said. I just want to understand.
Got
You're
it.
not.
We'll keep it pushing.
I just don't get it. This is clearly a bit. I don't know. I legit don't know. Maybe Ethan's going in there and like trying to go in for a bit. Maybe it's like a little bit of ribbon going on. Dude, looking from the outside in, it just looks really fucking awkward. It just looks like really fucking awkward. Maybe Ethan's trying a bit, but he hasn't got the fucking energy for it. I don't know. Doesn't seem like AB's got the energy for it. Doesn't seem like Dan is really understanding the energy. I'm not really sure. I think they tried to turn it into a bit when they're like, okay, let's recreate the moment. Let's recreate the moment. It's like, oh, fuck me, man. Just a little bit fucking torturous. Is he gonna stop because he lost? That's my read. That's my read. My read is that Ethan is in a huge mood. He's got like bad energy. He's trying to keep it lively. He's trying to go in there and make jokes. AB says something that pisses him off, and then he thinks that he's gonna like take the piss out of it a little bit, you know? It's a bit, and Ethan and Dan are overcommitting to it as a bit. Did we watch it again? Really?
We pointed that out a couple times.
Anything else you want to say about the shirt?
Oh, no.
I'm waiting for AB to say something.
No, I was just making the joke what he said. Just yeah.
What was the joke? His shirt says nervous.
And that's what he said.
what
He
he
said
said.
nervous shirt.
That's not a joke. His literally shirt says nervous. He's saying
Exactly. I'm
having-
saying it's stupid.
How's that a joke though? It's not a joke. He's literally just pointing out
I thought it was funny, AB.
how what.
I liked it.
What's
I just didn't hear him say that. The Saikuno said
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, he
got
did.
it. Got it. Okay.
Very
Okay.
nervous.
I don't know, man. You can't convince me that this hasn't got insane fucking awkward energy. Maybe it's a crazy bit that I just don't understand, okay? Maybe I'm not experiencing, like, expecting high-level, you know, dry, office-tier humor from the H3 podcast. But maybe it's all a character bit. Maybe it's all a character bit. Possibly. I don't know. I think that the lawsuit is probably getting under his fucking skin. Maybe it's a failed bit, though. Maybe it's a failed bit. Okay, we won't snark too hard on that. But you've got to imagine that, it's probably coming back to bite Ethan. You know, you got the Kino Casino crew. That was not a joke, sorry. I mean, that's what I mean. I think they did try and turn it into a bit, but it's just not fucking hitting. But in any case, the Kino Casino lads, they are starting to turn on Ethan Klein. When Katie Tron came back, groveling, they thought that was really funny. When Frogan was broke, they celebrated that as well. As time's going on, little bit less support. Day by day, the tide's slowly turning. It's getting pretty rough out there, okay? We can't lie. It's getting pretty rough out there right now for Ethan Klein. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how things go. I wonder if they're going to talk about it on the podcast. Do you want to get your predictions in now for how they're going to address it? I doubt that they're going to go over the entire ruling. I think that it's just going to be a comment. Maybe they're going to do like half an hour and just try and keep it light. Just try and keep it a little... Don't talk too much about the facts or the actual circumstances that happen, but yeah. I'm wondering whether Ethan takes this to appeals. Because it's going to be such a fucking insane ego hit. All of this was done over spite, right?
That's just, Steven's just being a silly guy.
You're looking good today. I would be a shoegaze artist, but my hair is straight. No Jesus and Mary chain fame for me. Miss your good shirts thou.
They're in the wash. They'll come out eventually. Don't worry about it. Thank you very much again for the 50 sec. Hugely appreciate it. Yeah. We'll have to see. Let's get into the coverage then. Let's get in, have a gander. Let's see what's going on, okay? DENIMS has done a huge tentative victory lap on what and what has been a stellar victory. Longer waited. We'll have to see how it all pans out. Let's have a gander at what DENIMS had to say. Man. Oh, it's just so fucking good. Okay. Did we go in for the Asan coverage? And I've lost the timestamp. Okay. Nice. It has been pretty good. I watched it a little bit earlier. I dropped in and had a look at some of the coverage. She's calling out legal mindset. I think Lost gets a little bit of a shout out there as well. Just a lot of the coverage of this has been so fucking dog shit in retrospect. I think the only thing that Lost was able to say in the end was, well, DENIMS still technically lost. Because she had to pay lawyers' fees. Okay? Is that what anybody means when they're talking about DENIMS winning or losing? But literally by that metric, everybody loses every lawsuit as soon as they file, right? Both sides always lose, which I guess could be technically true. It's not really what you mean though, is it? Anyway, DENIMS lawsuit.
This is insane.
Victory lap.
But before I get to that, one second. Let me see if I can find it really quickly.
He's going to appeal though. I mean, we'll have to see. I think that a lot of people say a lot of shit about Ethan Klein, I think that he probably is going to be guided by what happens with his lawyer at the end of the day, right? If his legal team says, dude, this seems pretty fucking ironclad, there's not really much we can try and disagree with here. I mean, I don't think that Ethan's probably going to go for another bite of the apple, because it's going to be even fucking worse. Can you imagine? Just think about how bad things are right now. And then imagine if Ethan tries to go in, another bite of the apple, tries to appeal it to be able to win again, and he loses a second time. I don't know if this guy's psyche could possibly take it. I don't know if he'd be able to pull through.
I want to say something. I want to say a couple things. Let's go over something. Let's go over something really quickly. All right. Accurate. One, credit where credit is. There's one person.
Here we go.
That I've seen covering my lawsuit. All right. That is Pisco. And I'm going to say a couple things. One, credit where credit is due. One of the, I think probably maybe the only person on the internet that I saw that actually was trying to explain to the dipshits online that malice is not a factor of fair use. Intent is not a factor of fair use. It never was. Ethan lied, and you people fell for it. Not you guys, chat, but like the people who fell for it fell for it. It never was.
You still do see people running around with this talking point as well, even after DENIMS has won the lawsuit. But what about the intentional stated malice? She said that she wanted to make a market replacement. Totally irrelevant. It was always irrelevant. And she is right. Pisco has probably been one of the few people that I've seen like doing honest, fair commentary on a lot of this stuff. It's just Pisco W's all around. Glad to see him finally getting a fucking shout out after being shat on by Destiny and Ethan Klein for the entire time that the case has been going through.
There's not going to be a trial on malice, you stupid slut. There never was. Okay? And he's been the only person that's had like any semblance of a brain on this point. It's crazy to me that anyone's falling for it. And they're like, but she said. Not to mention, by the way, that's not what I said. There was a chatter saying, I need you to stream it. And I was saying, yeah, I'm going to stream it. Okay? That's not an admission of malice. Second, a comment at the end making fun of him and calling his video terrible. That's also not malice or intent. Not to mention, it doesn't matter for fair use. Well, the only thing that matters when it comes to fair use is whether or not you transform the content. That's the thing that matters. So I want to say that. But before I get any further, all right? I just want to show you guys this. DENIMS gets to win in the Ethan Klein copyright case with a new claim.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that, I mean, I think a lot of people have to say it again and again. And obviously, listen, okay, a lot of people talking about the case just simply aren't lawyers. So you can't really fault them too much for getting the legality wrong. Except when people have said that they think that it's fine for this lawsuit to go ahead because they think that it's legally valid. Now, I'm just wondering what people are going to say. Are we going to turn tail? Are we going to say that it's bad? It was always bad. I now finally admit it. Or just interested to see what some of the takes are going to be on this.
Claim the court has held tentatively that her reaction was fair use. As I previewed a few weeks ago, if the court relied on Stebbins, DENIMS would be in a good spot. Completely absent from analysis, intentional stated malice, because it's not relevant. It's just literally, it's not relevant. Now, there's some arguments about like malice being relevant in terms of damages, but it's not relevant in terms of fair use rulings. It either is fair use or it's not fair use. Your comments are not relevant to whether or not it is or isn't fair use. You either transformed it or you didn't transform it. And then the other thing I was going to say, there's one other thing.
Yeah, realizing the comment was at the end of the stream seemed like it would undercut malice anyway. I mean, even if you, like, this is what I've said. This is what I've said for a little bit. Even if you accept that that's true, it's irrelevant, but it's questionable at the very fucking least. Now, I'm not going to pretend to know about the fucking legalities around this, but it was at the end of stream, and it was in relation to something that somebody in chat said, and then she goes into a fucking shill. Thank you for watching this, Denim, so I didn't have to watch it through Ethan Klein. Those people would have never watched it through Ethan Klein anyway. Let's be real. They would have found somebody else who was reacting to it. But, like, transformative, whether something's a market replacement, isn't designed for those types of people, right? They're going to watch people shitting on Ethan Klein and critiquing Ethan Klein. People have got into this mindset that if any single person chooses to watch it through DENIMS rather than watching it through Ethan Klein, that means that it's a market replacement. So far as I'm aware, it's a holistic analysis across all the different brackets of audience members, across the average reasonable person whether they would watch Denim's reaction and think that that would be a very similar experience to the original content. That's the metric. That's the metric. But yeah. Stream number 5 of asking when are you going to play BRNO Transit. Is that the game where you get like anally raped? It's like it's like a game where you drive around in a car and then occasionally you get anally raped, right? Maybe that would be a little bit of kit content. We'll have to see, okay? Maybe we'll set a donut goal or something for that.
Oh, there's one other thing that Pisco did. I remember. Pisco, I think, is one of the few, not the only. I think he was the only on Malice, but one of the few people that has consistently proven that this entire lawsuit by Ethan is not an attempt to protect copyright. It's a petty. It's just a petty goal. He just wants to go after the people who he doesn't like, and it would be honest for him to just say that. He doesn't care about protecting copyright and protecting people's works and he just really cares a lot about fair use. Like, no, you're being petty. Just admit you're being petty. Okay? And he's been right about that since day one. So, I want to say that. However, as I've
Oh, man. Dude, I do wish that Dennis had maybe read the entire tweet before giving commentary on it. Because she just said how fair Pisco is, and Pisco thinks that Ethan Klein has got a stronger case on the countdown stream. I'm not even sure. I have not watched the countdown stream. So I'm not even sure what the legality is going to be on that. But I guess only time will tell. We'll have to see, right?
I've always maintained, I still think Ethan has a strong claim on the countdown reaction, and therefore is likely to win on at least one cause of action, but the nuke reaction by Denims was always the harder case, especially when compared to other reactions. This is tentative, yes, but given the language here, it's hard for me to see Ethan recovering on the claim, except perhaps on appeal, if he so chooses. And that's opinion. And then, people being like, that's not what I meant to pull up. This one. People being like, Pisco was correct from the start. Cope and seethe. And let me say something, okay? No. All right? All right? No. All right? Actually, from the beginning, the first stance was this. All right?
Why am I assuming it's infringement? Like, are you serious? Because she copied the video, she performed the video, and I know Denims.
Oh.
Are you arguing it's going to be fair use, protected?
What? Wait, what? There's no fucking way. So initially, Denims is glazing the fuck out of Pisco, saying that he's been the only fair person talking about it. And now, well, actually, you think I'm gonna lose on the fucking countdown stream? Fuck you! Let me pull up what you originally said, retard.
No way. Not a shot. So I'll ask
you know me,
if you like it.
Little bro, how do you know me? How do you know me, little bro? I'm down. I'm down to be homies. I'm down. And I respect that you stood on business with regard to the intent of the lawsuits and that you stood on business with regard to malice. And you defended those points well. But, you know me. So, let me just say, a lot of people assuming that I didn't react before even looking into the case. And a lot of people assuming that I had no chance or whatever. Ho, I see you. I see you.
I'm sweeping for Pisco. You know what? Fuck it. I'm sweeping for Pisco 100%. Pisco, okay, is harkening back to a reputation that Denim's garnered for herself a long time ago. That has been a long-standing reputation, that Denims is defensive of incredibly lazy reacts. Even the people who will just sit there with their chat while they fucking eat and watch, like, Kitchen Nightmares or whatever. Is that actually transformative? That is probably the worst instance of transformative content that you can find in all of live streaming. Right? I mean, you just... if you're gonna go in and defend that, and defend the fucking lazy reacts, then, yeah, okay. You're probably gonna get a reputation as, like, a fucking chair streamer, okay? So I can understand it. I can understand it. At least Pisco's being open about the fact that he's judging her based purely on her reputation, right?
I can remember when a chatter changes the color of their name.
Wait, hold on. No, what? No fucking way, okay. Wait, was this Abby Blackbird sent this shit to me? Yeah, Abby Blackbird over in Kick Chat. Wait, Tom Foolery got in on this to be able to say, actually, I was the one who convinced Pisco.
I was never saying, I kind of took as a granted, maybe even too quickly, because you're here telling me that the analysis that, at least on the content nuke, that it was fair use, that you actually think for the content nuke it's fair use. You said that, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, if you
So-
go watch it, like it's 4 hours
Oh.
long, dude. It is a lot.
You know what? I'm gonna watch all of Denim's reaction, and I'm going to update and see if I think that the content. Now, maybe the other part isn't where it's the whatever interview or whatever. Maybe that part is very clearly infringement, and that's the part I think that was being highlighted in the video where she was like stepping away and stuff. And so maybe I'll have to take a look at the actual content new reaction and maybe update my opinion about whether that constitutes fair use. If what you're telling me is,
Because yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get.
Yeah, Tom watched the entire thing. Yeah. Tom watched the entire thing. Tomfoolery often finds himself watching all of Denim's live reactions. Usually, you know, the audio is off, so he's not listening to what she's saying. But I don't know, Tomfoolery's watching the entire thing. Enormous Tomfoolery W. Huge Tomfoolery W. Can we get a Tom is fair? Can we get a Tom is fair in chat?
Get Denims very well, because these are two separate things. Like the he's using a statement that went towards the content nuke, where she like says that she has intent to replace it in the market, but then it's like it's the fucking video where she doesn't qualify for fair use. So even this is the problem, is that even if you and this is what I have to keep like explaining over and over, is that if I have like a 10-minute video and I take like 3 fucking hours to review this 10-minute video, it doesn't matter if I get to the end of it and I'm like, I'm definitely replacing these people in the market. Everybody's going to come watch my video instead of theirs. It doesn't matter that I said I'm intending to do a thing that I didn't actually do.
No, 100%. Yeah, no. So what? Because of course,
Actually, Tom, have you considered the fact that that is not totally determinative of fair use?
It's so fucking annoying arguing these fucking retards. As soon as you make an argument for why it is fair use,
That's not the entire case. There are 3 other pillars, you realize.
it's like, it's not even worth speaking to these people sometimes. I've said, I'm considering making a brand new rule for all of my spaces. And the rule is being against being embarrassingly, horrifically wrong. It is mainly, I can't lie, it is designed for the people who support the H3 lawsuits, right? I'm making no bones about that fact at all. But something has to be done to separate the wheat from the chaff sometimes, you know? From the honest to the dishonest. The pally-brained from the zog-brained.
Intent is not an element here. It's not. It's really not. And so I'm going to admit something that I was wrong. And I really mean this. This is not ironic. I was wrong to make an assessment of fair use for the content nuke without watching that video. Lycan called me on it, and he was right about that. I'm going to have to rewatch that entire video of Denims to come to a reassessment about whether I think that that video is fair use. I think that it's important for me to watch that, and I will give you guys a reassessment after having watched that content. I took Ethan at his word, but of course, just like Hassan always lies, if you admit that Ethan is lying now about what he planned to do, we should question and, you know, trust but verify that this actually isn't fair use. And we should compare that actually to what XQC did and really take a look at this. So I'm going to watch all of that video to reassess whether it's fair use. I think that the interview one as well, I'm going to watch. It's likely, I think that there's probably some infringement somewhere, but I just think that it was wrong of me to make that assessment without watching the video first. I think that was wrong, and I completely apologize for doing that. And thank you for bringing that to my attention. You said that it's fair use, and so I'm going to take another look at it. I'm going to do another. Also, you brought
Huge Pisco W. Dude, Pisco is so fair. Dickers, can you admit I've mogged you multiple times? Oh, Jacob B. Resident DGG head in the Dickers chat. How's it going, Jacob? Have you? I think to mog, you have to, like, spell correctly most of the time, okay? That's why I use dick rather than mog. I actually can't remember. Listen, if I've got my fucking licks, I'll admit that I've got my licks on certain issues, okay? It is what it is. How's it going, Jacob?
I'm seeing your ass, bro. All right, credit where credit is due. Okay, that's all I'm saying. All right, but again, respect, because so many people were hounding his ass for being like, dude, you know, the lawsuits are personal for Ethan. He doesn't care about fair.
He thinks Hassan always lies. Hassan is very PR-minded, okay? We'll say that. Hassan is very, very, very PR-minded with the way that he'll frame things. Like he does just objectively lie, right? I don't know what to tell you. Pisco is a little bit on the Hassan bad train, but I think Pisco's generally reasonable, right? If you're fighting with Destiny because you're cozying up to the tankies and you're not going hard enough against Hassan, I mean, you're probably being fair.
For use. If he cared about fair use, he would sue XQC. Malice is not relevant.
See, I'm standing with my boy Jacob. Yeah, Hassan does always lie, though. Lol. You and me, Jacob. We know, okay? We know.
So, yeah. All right. And then I can't believe how many people have been tricked by the Malice thing. It's just crazy to me. It's crazy to me. Someone like this. I was busy at the time of stream. I was getting ready for the hearing and stuff, so I wasn't home. I just so I didn't get a chance to.
Explaining that intent doesn't matter won't convince anyone. You gotta explain why it was not a market replacement. I'm not sure about that, actually. I'm not sure about that. I think if you can... It's about the arguments that people are making and rebuffing the arguments that people are making, right? And so if a huge linchpin that people are constantly bringing up is about intent, the intent to be a market replacement or whatever the fuck, right? And you undercut that and you show people that actually no, that was never a part of it. You even see right now, the cope that you'll see on Twitter is people confused.
But she admitted that it was
A market replacement. She admitted that she intended to do copyright infringement, right? I think that is going to be the sticking point for a lot of people. It's like, what do they call when otters make a dam and they try and dam up a fucking river? There's like a master log, you know? Take that away and people start changing their minds, I think, in my opinion.
See,
someone like XQC or
fucking Hutch. Of course, Hutch is wrong about Malice.
Could end up with an opinion that's like way more broad.
Oh, wait, and this couldn't?
I suppose, but I think there's less risk in this situation, though, right? Wouldn't you say?
Why?
Because of the particular egregious nature of their malice.
Okay, I want you to understand something here. Now, Hutch is very stupid, and this is why you are not allowed to you're not allowed to practice law without passing the bar, right? Hutch is very stupid. Malice is not a factor in the fair use calculation. We just read the 4 factors. There was no malice because guess what? Malice is your right. You have the right to have malice. You have the right to say, fuck this video. Don't watch this movie. Don't listen to this song. Don't watch this creator. You're allowed. That's your God-given right. And I'm gonna...
Dude, every clip of Mike from PA is just like further evidence that Hassan is trying to radicalize people on Twitch with like Islamic extremism. What are you doing, dude? What are you doing? You're like screaming into the fucking mic. You're always giving it the fucking 10. Dude, my heart is fucking... my blood pressure jumps up whenever I start watching a fucking Mike from PA clip. At least he's on the Zempic. At least he's on the Zempic now. He's shaping up. He's looking a little bit better. Cleaning up a little bit.
I'm gonna say it right now. Don't watch.
Dude, I've got the literal resident Egyptian to say it for me. I don't even need to say this shit. He looks like a jihadi. Lamau. Alhamdulillah, brother. Thank you for being on my side.
Hutch, use my stream.
Bro is Malice.
As a replacement of Hutch because he's stupid. And he's never right. He's fucking stupid. And nobody, absolutely nobody, should watch this dipshit because he can't get anything right. You see? That's my right. It's criticism. It's critique. Now, there is a...
Yeah, and a lot of people think that, like, freedom of speech doesn't exist. If you made, like, a soda, if you were like, I want Coca-Cola to go out of business, I hate Coca-Cola, BDS, and you, like, wanted to... Sorry, I don't know why did I just get really quiet? Test? What the heck? Test? Mike somehow broke my audio.
I've got shit on my fucking desktop audio going out, so it shouldn't be quite as quiet for you. I can't hear what she's fucking saying though.
Okay, this might blast you guys years later, but let me fix it.
Denims, this is supposed to be the victory lap, my love, but we can't even fucking hear you.
Okay. Let me know if it gets bad. I did my best to fix it, but if it gets bad, sorry about that. All right. My mic has just been acting really weird. It like broke last night for some reason. I was like trying to work on a video, and I've been recording like more internet content, more YouTube and sorry, not YouTube, Instagram and TikTok content, and my mic just fried, and I spent all morning fixing it. But anyways, what was I? No, what was I gonna say? God damn it! Oh, right, I remember. So if you were like, fuck Coca-Cola, I hate Coca-Cola, girl, the boycott, I'm going to make a soda so that nobody buys Coca-Cola. And you make like a soda, and you make like Fanta, or you make like, I don't know, Sprite or whatever. The Dr. Pibb or whatever. You make that. And you explicitly say, I'm making this soda so people stop buying Coca-Cola. Well, did you sneak into the back of the Coca-Cola factory and steal their secret formula? Is it a different formula?
Yeah, listen. I'll go for the big analogy that these guys are terrified of using. Okay? The big analogy that you need to use to explain the difference here between malicious infringement and, innocent infringement or being totally non-liable is, as all things in life come back to, racism. Okay? It all comes back to racism in the end. In the United States, it's totally legal for you to be racist. You've got a First Amendment right to hate whatever ethnic group you particularly fucking hate. I don't know, let's say in particular you hate Irish people, right? You can hate Irish people all you fucking want. That's totally fine. But if you are found guilty of killing an Irishman, yeah, that motive is probably going to end up giving you more fucking years, right? When it comes time, rubber meets the fucking road, and you're looking at time in jail, probably going to get a few more years for being racist on top of it, right?
Oh, okay. Well, you're allowed to do that. Mr. Pibb. Sorry, not Dr. Pibb. Not Dr. Jihad. No. Sorry, Mr. Pibb. You can do that. Like, that's protected free speech. Free speech protection in the United States is actually really, really strong. You don't have to necessarily want people to...
Daily rant about travelers. I wasn't even going in for the travelers. I wasn't even going in for the travelers, all right? They are a big problem in the UK. The US mind can never comprehend that some forms of racism... I'm not getting baited. I'm not gonna get baited into it.
Support someone. That's not required. Now, if you do infringe the...
It's not an ethnic thing, okay? It's a cultural thing. And yet, that's true. Not all Irish are gypsies. Not all Irish are gypsies. Do not apply that to any other racial group, okay? Do not apply that to any other racial group. That might get you into a little bit of trouble.
The content, and you do not transform the content, and then later during the damages stage, they prove intent, which it doesn't matter because my intent was never to steal it anyways. And my statements don't say that, even though people keep coping and they keep being like, no, that's what those words mean. I swear that's what those words mean. It's like, it's just not what those words mean, dog. Sorry. What were they trying to say? Right. Now in the damages stage, maybe they can up the damages if there is malice. But again, also the proof and burden for malice is way higher, or like intent, which I'm sure Mike is about to explain right now. But yeah, I'm genuinely shocked by the number of people that were like, I saw the funniest comment the other day. Oh my God.
Doesn't free speech not cover if it's a hate crime related? I'm pretty sure. Okay, I guess if you're going to dispute it, then pinch of salt. If you go out and kill somebody in the United States because you have a racist motive and you've hated that person purely because of the color of their skin, I'm pretty sure you're going to get punished harder than if you've got, I don't know, you've got a gripe with them because they cheated, your girlfriend cheated on you with them, right? If you've got, I don't know, a more cognizable or understandable motive for going out and killing somebody versus just a random racist attack, I think that will be more years on your sentence, yeah.
This might be a little bit like mean to show chat. Anybody else bummed that Denims is winning? I still don't get how she's the one coming out on top out of the three. She did feel like the literal definition of not fair use. I don't understand.
Dude, it is so fucking funny. How many people will go online and just say, I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe this is happening. But Ethan Klein said, Ethan Klein promised me that she admitted that she was infringing. I don't understand. Dude, leave that off Twitter, okay? If you're feeling that distraught over it, that's a conversation that you need to have with your fucking therapist, okay? Don't put that shit online.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, I genuinely feel bad for all of the people on the internet that like believed Ethan Klein, and they're like, well, Ethan, you really think someone would do that? They would get on the internet and lie, and say intent was important. You really think that? So that they can justify a lawsuit that otherwise would have no justification?
Malice factor after infringement has been established.
Which again, after infringement has been established.
You openly and willfully infringe the copyright. Like say that I stole a CD and I burned it 1,000 times and I sold it out on the street. I sold copies of your fucking album out on the street. And somebody came to me and said, bro, and I came to you and I said, hey, you're stealing my album. You can't do this. And I said, fuck you. I'm going to keep stealing your shit. Then that would be malice, right? But the malice is not in the commentary, you dumbass. God damn. How are they so fucking stupid? How are they so fucking stupid? The First Amendment gives me the right to criticize you and insult you and call you dumb. And in my critique of your work, whether it's an article, whether it's a video, whether it's a stream, I get to say nobody should watch that dumb shit. That's my God-given right. You're stupid.
Yeah. Freedom of speech in our country is actually really strong. It's actually a little bit crazy how strong. For anyone here who's taken any, like, when I was getting my accounting degree, I had to take a couple business law classes, and I love them. They were actually a lot of fun. And it's crazy how strong our freedom of speech laws are in the United States. Like, you really can.
Don't fucking remind me, okay? Do not remind me. As much as I think that, okay, I am celebrating this stuff, right? I'm on the snark train. I'm also celebrating snark summer, okay? This case is important, and the precedent that it set is very, very good. However, it only applies to fucking Yankoids, doesn't it? If I get sued in the UK by some fucking retard who wants to, I don't know, clamp down on speech, or like, chill people criticizing them, I've got fucking nothing, man. I've got fucking nothing. But Your Honor, the DENIMS. Okay, yeah. Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? What court did that happen in? Southern District of California. The king doesn't own that. Fuck you.
And say a lot. You can say a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we work under a fair use standard, do we? What is it? It's like fair dealing, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that it's fair dealing is what informs our legal system. Honestly, this is incredibly fucking embarrassing to admit, especially since I rant so fucking much about all the fucking Angloids that get raped by Yankoid propaganda about our own country and know more about US politics than they do about our own. However, I have to admit, I know a lot more about US copyright law, I feel like, than I do about UK copyright law. And I am deeply ashamed about it, okay? I am deeply, deeply ashamed about it. I actually don't know what my fucking legal rights are on that fact. At least the Yankoids get to enjoy this, though. I'm happy for them.
Which is cool. Which is cool. All right. Now, I did a far better explanation than this clip. I talk about the theory of your case would mean that you couldn't refute an op-ed in the newspaper. You couldn't take a video of a politician speaking and then refute it. Imagine if you got sued for copyright because you did discourse on an issue. Yep. Mm-hmm. I mean, again, the fact that the work is very political and the fact that the work is very focused on Israel-Palestine, it makes it a lot easier to be a work that is criticized, right? So, thank you, Genovos. All right. Now, from that point, we can get back to the Hassan coverage. I just wanted to show all of you that and say, like, it's very bizarre how many people were, like, tricked by Ethan. And instead of recognizing Ethan Klein, the guy who's, like, lied a billion times about how many things that guy would lie again to justify lawsuits that otherwise would have no justification.
Oh, it looks like, actually, I'm looking into it now. It seems like it's a very, very similar system with very similar considerations, to be fair, okay? I don't know what the fuck the CLA is, but it seems very official. It seems incredibly official. Okay, is it fair dealing? The fair dealing exception can be useful when it comes to reusing published content in a non-commercial setting. Fuck! Okay, what does non-commercial use mean? You need a license. There's no way this is true. There is no way this is true. What? What? Fair dealing is a legal term used to establish whether a use of copyrighted work is lawful or whether it infringes copyright. It helps to determine the scope of activities within the exception listed below, which would permit, for example, the reproduction of extracts of material protected by copyright without needing to seek permission from the copyright holder. No! Dude, there's no way I look into fair dealing, copyright exemptions in my country, and you literally need to ask for a fucking license from the original copyright holder. Okay, I'm raped. I'm moving to the United States.
Don't think about anything. It's just pure reactionary nonsense. Anyway, there's more. The court walked through all 4 fair use factors. 3 favored Denim strongly. The only one favoring Klein, that the nuke is a creative work deserving protection, the judge dismissed as not terribly significant in the overall balance. Accordingly, the court finds that the nature of the subject work weighs against the finding of fair use. As set forth above, however, this factor
Hassan Happy Jr., thank you for the 10 gift views. Thank you.
alone is not terribly significant in overall fair use balancing. Because at the end of the day, the work was transformative. That's number one. And number two,
criticism review section ignored. Lol. Well, it does say criticism and review, right? But that seems to be in the context of non-commercial settings. So maybe I'm gonna have to listen. Okay, I'm gonna have to have another gander at this to be able to understand it. But I'm not gonna do it live on stream right now.
Ethan was simply trying to sue people into submission because he didn't like what they had to say. How's that for fucking free speech? But it turns out a lot of people don't give a fuck about free speech at all, especially those who think free speech means, you know, saying slurs and being able to say slurs and have no opposition whatsoever.
I mean, on the free speech thing, this kilotonic segment is like, it's still so good.
What matters is whether you think...
Dude, I was literally just thinking about the fucking kilotonics thing with Hassan talking about freedom of speech.
Someone with money should be able to abuse the court to...
The Kilo video, I know we do a lot of fucking drama slop, right? We do a lot of fucking drama slop here. And a lot of the content that we produce is not evergreen. People will probably only care about it for 1 week, 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Possibly if somebody does a retrospective, like Toastify does, then it gets immortalized in some kind of video essay. The Kilotonics video will probably be referenced, at least by people who are intelligent enough, when they talk about the Ethan Klein drama for a long time to come. In my opinion, I think that a lot of the critiques made there are so cogent and so undeniable and well evidenced that, yeah, the Kilo video is going to stand the test of time, in my opinion.
Silence their enemy's speech and expression, because that is the standard Ethan is setting. Not a standard about transformation, not one about protecting intellectual property. It's just the standard of don't piss off Ethan Klein. And if you're not disgusted by that notion, you should be. Ethan would be.
In this country, we value free speech. And what a reaction video ultimately is free speech.
I think if you're a reactor on Twitch, if you make a good faith effort to comment, and if you make a good faith effort to promote the author, to link to them, to try to drive traffic to the original video, I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's fine.
Fair use doesn't give a shit if you watch the video first or not. I didn't watch this video first.
I knew they would watch the entire video, react to it instantly.
Which, by the way, it was very weird that he made that argument and said, like,
oh, except for the last part. The last part he was sweeping a bit for Hassan. Yeah, I mean, the last part is more... is it more opinion-driven by Kilo? It's a little bit more opinionated, and... I don't know. You've got to remember, okay? I think that Kilo did go a little bit too far, speaking for Hassan. I did say that when I watched it, right? But with the amount of deranged stuff that people say day in, day out, like the fucking brothel claim, I think that does still serve a purpose, even if it goes a little bit too far, you know? There's debatable points at the very least in there.
I didn't watch your video. I have to watch your video first. Because then in his filing against my motion, he was like, she didn't even watch the video first. And she should have watched it first. And prepared. It's like, but by your own metric, you said you don't need to do that. What?
Instantly giving...
Here's the thing as well. Ethan says that he wants to protect freedom of speech and protects copyright restrictions on YouTube. It's just not true. Like, his actions belie that he doesn't give a fuck about that. Because that's what I said on day one. Right? When this stuff was coming out, Ethan can say as much as he wants that he's only going after the malicious infringers. His lawsuit and the arguments that he's making do not target malicious infringers. They target all use. Because Ethan is going as far in, you know, he's going for the best legal strategy possible, right? Which is to argue as broadly as possible. Which is to argue that a lot of the React content that exists on YouTube and Twitch is all completely fucking, I don't know. It's all against copyright, right? It would apply much broader. But of course, you know, Ethan can be a fucking, like, squishy teddy bear on stream when he's talking about it. And then in court, he's, like, ruthless as fuck and wants to gut the entire React community. And nobody will ever point out the distinction. Nobody will ever point out the distinction. I mean, I guess somebody could say, is it fair to expect Ethan to tie one hand behind his back and, like, cuck himself in court by sticking to his principles? And I guess the answer to that would be yes, if you think that he actually cares about his principles. Other than, like, you know, just directly lying to his audience about his intentions, his motivations, the way that he's going about it, who it will and won't affect, right?
Giving them no time to form an opinion.
I have to show.
It's so suspicious how he pre-planned it all. In my opinion, in the long run, when people start, like, in a year's time, 2 years' time, people start talking about this stuff in retrospect, him planning it from the beginning was probably a huge kneecapping to the way that people are going to look back on it. Because all of the CPS, all of the skulls, all of that fucking spurgery, okay? Just a reminder, I condemn that. That was bad, obviously, right? But, nevertheless, it doesn't justify any of the lawsuits. Because they were clearly premeditated before any of that stuff happened. When they were announced to YouTube, it's immaterial. He lodged it with the Library of Congress beforehand, trying to claim now that, well, it's justified because, CPS skulls. It doesn't go to any of that. He planned to do it all along.
That I've watched it before and thought, well, I have something good to add. I didn't watch your video beforehand, bro.
A long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist. They couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published.
It was this part. Since Denims did not pre-screen the nuke, she frequently makes comments that are later contradicted by the nuke, which, again, also was not necessarily great to put in the original filing. Because it's just like, it's proving that I made a bunch of comments, whether they were contradicted, which I disagree that they were. Because there's like the Hassan Nasrallah one, and then there's like, which he literally is making a completely separate point. And then it does feel like a lot of the H3 fans, it feels like arguing with a pigeon. Or sorry, what is it? Playing chess with a pigeon. Or like you're not playing with someone who even understands the rules. So in their head, they always win. Which is very funny.
It's speech, bro. I don't need anyone's permission to say anything.
You can't just say whatever you want. You can't just say, I'm in favor of genocide. You got to watch what you say. I'm not standing by this shit anymore.
And I'm going to call out people like Brendan, too, because this is just bad for everyone. And it's especially egregious considering the hypocrisy of the whole free speech thing that these guys apparently love so well.
Free speech. You go to free speech. Shut up, dumbass.
You're shutting down criticism and you're pretending like it's a copyright issue. It's not.
Dude, this is it's just brutal, man. It's just brutal.
It puts Ethan, well, it puts Noah in a really fucking tough spot, and unfortunately, he is the sacrificial lamb for the purpose of changing the tides of online commentary. But I am very fucking interested to see how Noah's case progresses. I think that's going to be even fucking harder for Ethan to be able to argue in the public, right? Because think about it. Everybody was cheering on the fucking, the original copyright lawsuits. Everybody was celebrating that stuff. Asmongold was celebrating it. Diorio was celebrating it. Kino Casino was celebrating it. Right, all of these people that built up this idea about crazy lefties and hating crazy lefties and all that kind of stuff. And anything is justified because spite, something. A lot of people celebrated the original copyright lawsuits. But now as time has gone on, with more and more lawsuits piling up, Diorio was on the fence about the Noah thing. And then I believe went back and, I guess, in the VOD that he uploaded, made it clear that he doesn't necessarily support it. It hasn't justified itself to me, I think is the line that he used. And then with the IDUB stuff, again, he said that that wasn't a good thing to do. It wasn't cool. It was, in fact, a cringe thing to do, is I believe the line that he took. But, nevertheless to say, right, there are still the worst lawsuits to come and unfold publicly. So, I guess we'll see how that shit goes. You know?
And then he says, like, the part... Actually, I missed the most
fair
part.
use. It's protected speech.
This isn't a free speech issue. This is people are fucking getting way too comfortable slandering and saying whatever they want about people online under the guise of free speech.
There's lots of videos shitting on me on the internet. You know, I wish I could just delete them off the internet. You know, wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be just convenient? But you know what? You can't do it. That's free speech. You know, and free speech is tested when it's targeted at you.
You can't just...
Free speech is tested when it's targeted at you. Crap on the board, knock over the pieces, walk around like they won anyways, yeah. It's like, oh, look, here is this case of Hassan calling Nasrallah base. It's like, he just says he's well-read. I say, no, he didn't say that. And then he says, yeah, he's well-read. And I'm like, okay, yeah, because he's well-read. What he's explaining in that point is, a lot of people think terrorist means that you're sub 80 IQ or whatever. And I know IQ is not a real metric. I'm just saying that the people who tend to parrot those statements tend to believe IQ is the end all be all, which is why I'm quoting.
Oh, I forgot we were watching Denims for a second. Okay, we're going to skip ahead. We're going to skip ahead a little bit to when she's talking about loss. Okay, let's go.
Anyways, thanks, Scruffy. All right. Let's. Oh my God, sorry. This is a crazy post.
I think in all of psychometrics, IQ is probably the most reliable, like, personality metric that we've come up with. No? Anyway.
The Nick Shirley of lawyers. Les is here to set the record straight on Denim's lawsuit. I think this chatter meant Denim. I wanted to show you guys this.
Well, everyone is against Hassan about wanting a lawsuit against Pegasus for harassment, etc. I honestly, I do doubt that Hassan is actually going to sue over that. If Destiny can go publicly on stream and say, Hassan raped a 14-year-old, sue me if it's not true, and Hassan doesn't sue him, I doubt that Hassan is actually going to do anything against Pegasus, is he? Let's be real, okay? Let's be real. We'll go over that stuff later. I think it seems largely to be a joke, but I guess we'll go over it and give a take on it.
This took me out. This took me the fuck out.
Because at least upon my first blush, the vibe that it gives me is about when, like, I was joking and pulling up the defamation. The defamation statutes in Germany. Where he's like, these guys can't sue me. These guys can't sue me. If what I'm saying about you isn't true, then fucking sue me, bro. Germany does not have very good defamation laws, okay? They've got laws and civil infractions against fucking insults, dude. You think you're gonna stand tall on that shit? But obviously, no. I'm never gonna sue Tommy C. And no, I do not want to scare Tommy C. It's a fucking joke, you retard. It gives me the same vibes as when that happened, you know? Because after, what did Tommy... I forget exactly what Tommy C said on stream, but it was something to the effect of, these guys want me to shut up. They're scared of what I'm saying. They want me to stop talking. Bro, I'm sitting here. I can't even afford a fucking haircut, bro. I've got a sheet behind me. I'm not suing you. I'm not suing you. I'm not about to launch a fucking international lawsuit. You think I got the fucking money for that? No.
I think in chat like this, and the legal analysis, okay, this is someone criticizing this guy. The legal analysis you do provide is insane stuff.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
You got a license for that reaction, bruv.
That's a good point, Goon, and thank you for the 2. I should probably ping Denims in the Snark server right now and ask her for permission to be able to react to this. Realistically, I'm banking off right now the fact that Denims has just gone through, and she is now the fair use queen. Undisputed queen of fair use online right now. So she's not going to sue me for copyright infringement. Ain't no fucking way.
Like, Denims is an idiot because she hired very good lawyers who always win. I'm not even exaggerating for a fact. That's literally what you said.
You know what I said about Frogan? Like, out of all the people in this circus, Frogan was the smartest one. He hired the cheapest lawyer. She hired the cheapest lawyer. And so she's not losing, like, a bunch of money here. Frogan's eating McDonald's. She's doing good. She's doing good. You don't need to worry about good friend Frogan. She's doing excellent. Denims is an idiot. Denims hired a very expensive law firm. They're very good. I've always said that I'm going to blow your mind. Any of the free lawyers and Denims law firm, now having researched them, I went over their LinkedIns. I added them on LinkedIn. I think some of them added me back. Like, I looked at their, like, LinkedIn profiles, and these guys are, like all they do is win litigation cases. They win. She's spending money she cannot afford to spend this early on. And I don't know where the money's coming from.
A great legal analysis from Lost there. Enormous fucking take. Amazing take. Yeah, if you think about it, by defaulting and not even entering a submission to the court, Frogan is actually winning, guys. Yeah, Frogan is actually winning. If you think about it. If you really think about it.
But even if she wins, she will lose, right?
Yeah, you see, Denim's mistake was hiring a legal team that was competent to be able to carry her through to victory. Yes. The best legal takes on YouTube. Absolutely. I'm so glad that we propped this guy up over the fucking Carl Jobs stuff. I'm so glad that we ignored those numerous rambling fucking videos where he's doing open letters to Carl Jobs' fucking Chinese wife. You can speak to me. Listen, Carl Jobs' wife, hear me now. if you're feeling uncomfortable, I understand how that can be. You know, a Chinese citizen living in the West, it can be daunting sometimes. You can speak to me if you'd like. I'm really glad that we looked past all of those fucking foibles, all of the obvious signs that this guy was retarded. Yo, thank you, Mango888, for the sub on Kick. Well, Frogan won. She lost 15 pounds. Very true. Very true. Ooh, yes. A little bit of GoFundMe money. Thank you very much. I'll be taking that. I'll be taking that. That's going to keep me in Ozempic for years.
I literally, I can't. It's just amazing. It's just amazing, dude. Oh my God. Oh, it's just incredible.
Yo, thank you, Truckin' Nate, over on Kick for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very, very much. That's generous. Thank you.
Incredible. Even if she wins, she loses. My source? She's an idiot because she hired very good lawyers who always win.
Is it worth going over the lost stream last night?
The clips of this guy. That was the correct decision. What is he saying? Sorry to make you watch that, Josh Girl. How would this dude know your financial situation? I don't know. At this point, like, I just want to see more speculations. This guy, like, every time he talks about my lawyers, he makes the number higher. He'll be like, she's paying $50,000. She's paying $100,000. She's paying $200,000. She's paid she's already paid $500,000. Like, next he's gonna say, like, I've already paid $3 million. Like, she's already paid $17 billion. What are you, my accountant? I already used Hassan's house as.
Yeah, I mean, Lust's coverage over a lot of this stuff has been totally fucking retarded. Dude, the more that I watch Lust videos, the more that I think that this guy is just a total fucking sped. Like, his coverage of the Ben stuff has been totally fucking horrific. Actually, I haven't even gone over it on stream, so maybe this is a good fucking segue to prove to you how retarded this guy is. I'm not going to play it again, okay? I'm not going to play it again, because unfortunately, this guy just, like, straight up posts people's wives' names. No reason at all. Dude, the perspective or the mindset that is permeated throughout LordTube it's completely amoral freak behavior that I can't believe that commentary is even co-signing or being, like, copacetic with. It's like, well, it's a public document. It's a public document, you understand, so definitionally it's not doxing. That's just not how this shit works, is it? That's not how this shit works at all, but, yeah. So he goes through, he points to an old business that the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs was not an owner of, okay, but a president. He was a president of the company. President of what? I'm not sure. He never says. But he points to a lawsuit that the company had, and one of the named people there is not Eamon McNeff. It's like Daniel McNeff or something else. And his only commentary on it is, well, damn. I guess that Eamon changed his name at some point. Or I guess that Eamon goes by a different name legally than when he's doing business transactions. What are you fucking talking about? What are you talking about? It's obvious that, or it's very likely that this guy's dad is maybe involved with the business. Maybe he's got family members there. Maybe this was a nepotism hire. What do we think? What do we think? And then later on, he has to admit.
Hey guys, today
actually,
I am going to talk about now individual, and one person is the CEO. He has courses that the filing date is really important. And just to confirm that, yes, it is Daniel McNeff. Here you go. This is what Daniel McNeff looks like.
Literally, I had that suspicion watching it from the fucking get-go. Literally just having a look at his fucking video. What do you think, retard? What do you fucking think? You've got somebody with the same last name and a different first name, and the blanket assumption is that it is the correct guy, but he changed his name or goes under a fake name. What is he, a fucking stripper? What are you talking about? Literally a single Google search. You could have got Legally Mine, Dan McNaff. Take a look at the fucking website. Take a look at the website. Another point, again, like I said earlier, a business is getting sued, and the person named on the lawsuit is a president of the company, not the owner. Are you fucking mentally ill? Yeah, obviously, but yeah. This guy is apparently respected for his high standard of research that he does in his videos. He's pumping out legal gems every single day, dude. You don't understand. This is the guy looking into the aspects of the story that nobody else is looking into. And he gets them hilariously fucking wrong. Because he's clearly sitting there with his dick in his fucking hand, just Googling randomly, and then just giving you his fucking Google search results. Okay. Nice. Fantastic. Oh, fuck me. According to H3 fans, basically, here's the metric, okay? For a lot of people who are engaged in drama, the way that they look at legal YouTubers, okay? If this guy agrees with my perspective, currently, on a drama, sides with the people I side with, hates the people I hate, then hell yeah, that guy obviously knows his stuff, right? It's just like time-old, obvious confirmation bias. It's why Legal Mindset has got so fucking popular. This guy can go out there and give the most retarded fucking takes, day in, day out. I don't even know if he believes half the shit that he fucking says. Saying that Reddit is in for millions of dollars of damages. Because, of course, naturally, they consorted with the Snark mods, right? We've got evidence of that. We've got evidence of that. It's not just a wild supposition made up by some fucking retard who's crashing out about the fact that his Snark subreddit isn't being taken down by Reddit. Of course, naturally, right? Naturally. But no, he takes the fucking... He's basically the moist critical. He's the moist critical of LawTube. A lot of these guys are. They follow the moist critical thing, right? Just do, like, both sides, or you assume the facts that are just the most popularly recognized without looking into any of the stuff. Pisco, I do want to say, Pisco's different. Pisco is different, okay? Pisco is the kind of lawyer that I can trust. Me personally, okay? Me personally. And, yeah, Legal Eagle's okay as well. Yeah, I haven't seen Legal Eagle do anything that is just, like, totally factually incorrect. He's just a little bit soy and a little bit lib-cucked sometimes. But thankfully, I'm lib-cucked too. I'm lib-cucked too, so we let that slide. Yeah. All these, yeah, I always said DENIMS had a strong case, guys. Lamau, they never said that. They might have dropped it in 1 or 2 videos where, like, oof, I'm not sure. Because the thing that the guys will say is that, yeah, the stronger thing is the countdown stream. We'll have to see. And then they spend the rest of the coverage saying that all of these people are going to fucking lose, you know? But let's go and have a gander at Luss, all right? He did a live stream last night. I heard people were reporting back to me, okay? Some of my top guys were reporting back to me at the time that he was crashing out. He was mass banning a lot of people who were trying to ask him about the DENIMS, about the DENIMS lawsuit, or criticizing his previous takes. So let's have a look, okay? We're not going to go through all of it, just the choicest portions.
Hey guys, I think we are live right now. There is...
Wait, what's the clip? Snark Summer starts now? NOS live? Okay. What is this?
Which first legal...
Yeah, I played this clip yesterday, Kathy.
Which is, you know, precedent, is now informing my second one. It's almost like poetic how it all ties together.
But not good. It's not good. Not looking good.
Firstly,
we live in large during Snark Summer, okay? We're reveling in it. Snark is legal. As the judge in the Southern District of California said, it is ordered. It is now ordered. Snark is legal.
Quite a bit to go over. I have, like, in my brain, a roadmap of where I want to take us. Hopefully we're live. And, yeah. So, are we live? Okay, so Whatnot is running its ad, so I assume that we are live. Okay, there is a...
No way Luss goes live with the first people in his chat are Alex the Fiction. There's no way that Alex the Fiction is a mod. No! Oh, no way. I asked Alex the Fiction a little while ago if he wanted to have a conversation on stream to talk through some of the H3 stuff. And he said no! He did, in fairness to him, he did offer to connect me with some of the other guys in the H3 Galaxy, which is their, I guess what they call their H3 orbit verse. But he didn't want to have a conversation with me. He didn't want to have a conversation with me. He will have hour-long conversations, fawning conversations with the fucking Rayfamel girl. You know? The XH3 mod, who was primarily known for just filling her Instagram story with the story of her kidnapped niece and thirst traps. Sometimes in the exact same posts. We know why. We do know why. We do know why. Yeah, it's a little troubling. It's very, very troubling. Alex the Fiction does give me big tomfoolery vibes. I can't lie. I don't know if it's like the skinny face. They've both got kind of a rat-like appearance in my mind. So maybe I'm, making too many assumptions there, but yeah, I think we maybe know why.
A lot to cover. So first of all, why are people saying that DENIMS has won? Well, it's because of this. This is something called a tentative decision. So a tentative decision, often you don't see this, is when there is a decision to be made, and the court will still give both attorneys, including Ethan Klein's attorney, time to consider the arguments he's going to use. So a tentative decision is not the final decision. Now, they're battling over it's called a partial judgment on the pleadings. So there are two, if you remember. It's very complicated because we haven't done this in a while. So I'm going to try to make this simple.
Oh, the full sip. Throat getting a little dry, lass. Throat getting a little dry. A little nervous going into this one.
There are actually multiple parties here. That's H3 Snark. H3 Snark will cover a little later. They've had some major updates as well. In terms of the claims and the introduction.
Oh, wait, hold on. That's a good fucking point, actually. That's a good point. Because I don't think that... Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know that Ethan Klein has actually sued the Snark mods individually, right? He sued them as accessories to each of the 3 instances of copyright infringement. Now, Frogan has defaulted. She's not entered a submission, so I don't know how that works for the Snark mods. Obviously, they're going to get nothing in discovery, but I'm not sure how that affects them, if she's the primary, I guess, defendant in that case. Casey Tron, defaulting, or not defaulting, sorry, but offering the settlement. She's kind of out of the game now. That's not a way they can get to the Snark mods. I think unless they lose during the DENIMS case, it's kind of over, no? I mean, if they lose in the DENIMS case, they're kind of over.
Again,
they're defendants in the lawsuit, but he hasn't served them, so... right, okay, interesting.
This is definitely...
I'm legitimately not sure how that works.
A victory, a tentative victory for DENIMS. Thanks for the 99 cents. It doesn't mean...
Because let's say, for instance, okay, and all the best hypotheticals come back, unfortunately, to rape. Let's say that I know that Royal Kittenhouse bludgeoned me anally, horrifically, and so I've had to spend $100,000 on ass cream to be able to heal. Now, I want to sue him for that $100,000 and for some emotional distress as well. And I also know that there were also 4 other men there that night. And so I want to sue them as a collective, right? I want to sue Royal Kittenhouse, and I also want to sue the 4 other guys that were there. Now, I can put them as John Does, because I don't know their name, and I hope to learn their name throughout the course of the lawsuit. If Ryle defaults on the judgment, does that also mean that the 4 other guys defaulted? Or given the fact that they've never been served and I don't know who they are, I legitimately don't know how that works.
I mean, the judge cannot change his opinion after hearing about it. So I'm going to go to the claims. It's been a while since we covered DENIMS, to be honest.
Yeah, my memory of the night is pretty hazy. I don't remember a lot of what happened, okay? I just remember there was somebody flopping about. There was somebody with flippers there who was smacking my ass, and there was somebody with a Welsh accent, but I can't narrow it down any more than that.
So where's the claim? Oh yeah, the first claim for relief. So it's the countdown episode. So the first claim for relief, you can see, is the countdown episode in the nuke. There's two days, not one, right? So they were actually fighting over the nuke. And that's what this tentative doesn't mean the judge cannot change his mind. It is unlikely, but nonetheless, So this lawsuit is actually 2 different lawsuits in one. So number 1, just because you won one of these, which is the nuke. So she won the nuke. Tentatively won the nuke. But she didn't win the countdown episode. And each of these are independent to each other. So here you have the countdown episode, and here you have the nuke. It is quite possible that a judge finds that you did not copyright infringe the nuke.
Dude, there's no fucking way that this is the main subject of your fucking commentary. You're going in there to talk about the DENIMS lawsuit and the tentative ruling that's just come out, and you are going on and on and on. Actually, there's another cause of action, and actually, it's a tentative. It's only a tentative ruling. You got raped. Take the rapening. Look at your anus getting tentatively gaped right now. Okay. The jurisprudence, the arguments you were putting out there have been dismissed and refuted by the judge, and you need to explain why the judge is wrong or take the L.
But you did copyright infringe the countdown episode.
Bro, this is my law tuber, bro. This is my law tuber.
Very nice of you. Here's a little something to help you and the Lust team cope. Appreciate you. I know that I owe this to you guys, and in any other circumstance, what credibility did I lose? I don't understand. I predicted this outcome. I predicted this outcome. I don't understand. Like, do you want to have you watched my videos before? Yeah, but thank you for the $20. I'm sure we'll make some Legos out of it. Have you watched my videos before, random dude? Probably not. Yeah, the snarkers, right? First and foremost, I said that, yes, DENIMS had better lawyers. I said that DENIMS' arguments that her lawyers made were probably the best arguments they could possibly make. Yeah, from day one, I said that DENIMS could win. I'm not legal mindset. I have. Guys, if you watch my stream, you know.
No, dude, we're doing divide and conquer against the anti-snarker coalition right now. Dude, Luss is throwing legal mindset under the fucking bus. Listen, guys, if you're looking for sweepers, okay? If you're looking for sweepers, look over there. Leave me alone, please. I'll give you the other guy. I'll find the clips for you. Just please leave me alone.
No, time and time again, even
if you said that DENIMS has got better lawyers and that she could possibly win, like, the overall weight of your coverage has clearly been against DENIMS and saying that she is going to lose, right? Just because you added a couple caveats that she could win, you've still obviously been wrong about the fucking merits, right?
Guys, I will say this. Even H3 leftovers, they know I said that. And in fact, tonight, they're expecting me to say, oh, well, DENIMS won because he had better lawyers and even Klein. Even my greatest haters know that that's what I said. Oh, thank you, Puccina. Really appreciate the 20.
It's just, why would you ever take this guy's fucking analysis seriously on anything? You go into a law tuber for presumably like an analysis on the legal facts, right? On the case itself. And then all this guy can say is, well, DENIMS had better lawyers. DENIMS had better lawyers. Ethan Klein's lawyers were not so good. Okay, how about you talk about the fucking facts at hand? The actual case, maybe.
I really do. It really does help us. So I have always said that DENIMS lawyers are killers. All 3 of them. I've always said that DENIMS lawyers, one by one, could take on Ron and probably win. But when you combine all 3 of them, Ron doesn't really have a shot. You can go back and rewatch any of my DENIMS live streams when I'm going over their lawyers, I'm looking at their lawyers, I'm doing all this stuff, right? This was a potential outcome that I did predict. In fact, it's not even. So they're cheering and they're slamming. This is tentative. Let me show you what tentative means. It doesn't mean they won. Okay. Okay. Where is this?
If this is my thing, okay. If his coverage is not called into question at all, right, over the course of the things that he said, if DENIMS now tentatively winning isn't called into question at all, why are you so hammering on the fact that DENIMS had better lawyers and that this is a tentative ruling and there is still another course of action? If your coverage the entire time has been totally fair, why are you constantly hammering on those facts and saying that DENIMS has technically still lost because she had to pay legal fees? Those aren't the kind of arguments that I would expect from somebody if they've been right the entire time. That sounds like, I don't know, it kind of smells like cope to me. It kind of smells like cope about somebody whose coverage has been undermined by this ruling. Now, it's one thing, okay, when a commentator gets this stuff wrong, right? They're a fucking retard, they're a layman, they don't know any of this fucking stuff, right? There's a little bit of grace to be given there. This guy is supposed to be a law tuber. He's supposed to be a lawyer. He's supposed to be one of the people who fucking know this stuff.
Countdown nuke. Oh, this is episode, so I got sidetracked a little bit. Tentative doesn't mean they won. In fact, this is what tentative means. They didn't win. They didn't win shit today, guys. Look at so this document is being circulated around, but it's not a official legal document yet, because it's not in the docket.
What?
If you go in the docket, you cannot find the document anywhere.
Dude, it's not an official legal document. What do you fucking mean? It's signed by the judge. The judge literally says, it is so ordered that this motion or this hearing has been granted. What do you mean it's not an official legal document? What could that possibly mean?
The only document you can find, so this is May 11th. This is not the correct document. June 3rd. I'm on Court Listener right now. You can look at Court Listener right now. You can look at Court Listener right now. You can. And you're not going to find this. Her win. Because it was tentative. So this is one of the things I don't really like about DENIMS and the Snarkers. They're celebrating way, way too early. Right? They're celebrating a win on half the claims. And it's not even official yet that they won.
Dude, let me have my small victories, retard. Let me have my small victories. It's just so fucking insane. It's like the narrative has been against DENIMS the entire time. Specifically, because people haven't noted the fact, not very often at the very least, that she was also sued about the countdown stream, right? The main focus has been about her reaction to the nuke. That's what Ethan has hopped on. That's what everybody else has hopped on. And now it's looking like the judge is going to rule in her favor. Why is everybody celebrating? Shut the fuck up. You know why everyone's celebrating.
Like, you do realize he could have lost, right? You do realize the judge can change his mind later on. That's why they have the hearing.
Which you have accepted isn't likely. Go on.
So, this is nothing. This is meaningless. Until it becomes in the court docket. The only thing in the court docket, which was just, I guess like an hour or two ago, is the fact that they don't know who's going to win. And yet everyone is like trolling me, yelling, oh, we won, we won, we won, we won. I don't see that you won. I just saw the matter was called, the counsel stated their appearance, the court's tentative ruling was issued on June 4th and reviewed by counsel. The court heard oral arguments, okay? So this is new. We don't know what this is, but could it change? If Ron did a really good job, they absolutely could have changed their mind. That's within the realm of possibilities here. And the court took the matter under submission. Do you know what that means, my dear Snarkers? Nothing. Nothing, right? What do you mean carry on the case? The case is not even half. Look, this is a new lawyer. Who is this?
No fucking way. If you're gonna have a fucking a YouTube chat window up, maybe don't be like signed into it as the owner of the YouTube channel, because we can see right now that Alex the Fiction, H3 Cock Gobbler, noted H3 Cock Gobbler, is banning people from your fucking chat.
This is a new.
What was that? What got deleted? What got deleted? You are a moron. Stay mad that DENIMS won.
This is a new lawyer.
Thanos snapped.
Who's this? So this is Aitan Sokov, and the attorney for the plaintiffs is not Rom. It's somebody called.
Dude, I'm not owned. I'm not owned. Homeboy about to turn into a corn cob for real.
Alina. Okay, so interesting enough, right? Rom was not present for Ethan. He's probably too busy with other Ethan cases. And the attorneys, I think this is either the new guy. He's not one of the individuals that we're familiar with.
This is the weirdest fucking thing that Lost does about this. I don't know if it's like autism and a lack of human connection, and so he tries to get it through looking at people's LinkedIn. But he's always searching for the fucking lawyer's like LinkedIn page or some information about them online, as if it has like much bearing. Maybe he can tell you like a little bit about how the case is going. If this is the new guy and you've never heard of him before, what do you think that says about the case? What do you think that says about the case? The fact that they're sending the lowest level guy into court to be able to defend it. in my opinion, okay, I would think that maybe they don't think they've got a great chance of winning it, so they're sending in somebody for like a perfunctory purpose to be able to give the arguments on the other side, right? But I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm waiting to hear Loss's perspective.
Who is this guy? No, there might be a
US
mistake
Department
here.
of Justice.
I don't recognize either of these two attorneys, and they're saying this guy's an attorney general or he works for the government. But anyway, regardless of what this is, right? Yeah, more promotion for Lena. Yeah. I don't know what this is. This might be an error because it's unknown. Like you would think Rom would be the attorney, and then this guy is actually like he doesn't work at the law firm DENIMS hired. He's like a government attorney. So very strange. I don't know what's going on with this, but this is the official document that they have sent. So yeah, this happened. This is tentative ruling. This happened on June 4th. And then on June 5th, they have a oral debate, just like how they normally do. This is the same type of debate that they would have. Oh, okay, I'm right, you're wrong.
Whoa. Oh, fuck.
And then the judge has to decide. So if the judge agreed 100%, yeah, it looks like a clerical error, right? Like those are two lawyers that are not involved in the case. When you Google them, they're actually just not in the law firms or anything. So the judge is right. The judge is Wesley Hughes. It could be. It really could be that Rom made a good argument. I'm assuming Rom is the lawyer here because all fingers point to Rom. This is just one count. Yeah, there's two counts.
Okay, right. So 15 minutes of coping. Did we ever get to the analysis? Let's go 21 minutes. Writ of mandamus. That doesn't sound like it. Okay. And then we go to the conclusion. There's no way that this guy skipped all of the fucking jurisprudence. Surely. Right? There is no fucking way that we're getting 40 minutes in and he's still not got to it. Okay. What the fuck are these notes that he's taken as well? Judgment to the pleadings. 1. Countdown to nuke. Stuck in snark.
We're bigger than Denon sometimes. We're definitely bigger than Sean the Black. Okay. But anyway, so if that's coping, we're doing the very best that we can do.
Dude, still 40 minutes into the stream. And still coping. Still dealing with allegations that he's coping. Okay.
Remember, it don't mean tentative, right?
I click 46 minutes into the stream.
After this, we'll look at Denons. We'll look at the tentative. Remember, it don't mean tentative, right?
Okay. Loss. Never change. Never change. Okay. Who is not stuck in snark? I know that I am, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, the loss stuff. I don't know what I'm expecting out of that. I thought that some of the coping would be fucking interesting. But when he's saying the exact same thing over and over and over, I'm not coping. I'm not coping. I'm not coping. Yeah, alright, mate. I'm looking forward to seeing Legal Mindset's take on it. And other people as well. To be fair, we will probably have to wait to see for the official ruling. And then they'll probably make a video on it after the fact, right? What I'm currently taking bets on is if Denims does win the lawsuit, are we going to get more analysis about liberal judges in California? What do we think? What do we think? What do we think? I'm just imagining like an alternative reality, like parallel universe legal mindset, where he's like super pro Pally, he's on Denim's side, Denims loses, and then he's talking about like Zog. He's talking about how the corrupt legal system is infiltrated by Israeli influence. I'm looking forward to that big time. I am looking forward to that big time. All right. There's one more little bit that we're going to squeeze out of this. I want to have a gander at the man behind it all on the snark side. That's right. I want to hear what Hassan has got to say about all of this. There we are. Let's have a gander. Let's see.
Now. Yes, I saw the dubs, big dubs, fat dubs on the timeline. I saw in a hilarious twist of the delicious irony. The court tentatively determined that Denims' reaction to the content nuke passes 3 of the 4 pillars of fair use and is therefore transformative. In all 3 of the 4 pillars that have passed the court cites Ethan Klein's own former case against Matt Haas as a precedent that informs their decision. It's fucking awesome. This is a shit lib apocalypse. Okay, every single shit lib, every single ultra Zionist, every single person who was just like who is now embarrassed to openly state their support for the nation state of Israel, or many of them who still do, were in support of Ethan Klein's litigation, and we'll see what happens. I mean, they can still appeal, but it doesn't look too good for the crackpot team over there. It seems. So shout out to Denims, swag, beast mode. Respect. Let me blast off real quick because we have, talking with Giannis.
All right, I think I've been given a bad timestamp for the start of their reaction. Let's have a gander, because I think that H3 Snark clipped all this shit up and posted it on there. So we're going to do the exact same thing, okay? We are fair, we're fair, we're fair. We originally deprived Ethan Klein of the view, and now we're depriving Hassan of the view as well. Let's have a gander. All right. Why is he always wearing suits now? I don't really know. I don't know if after all of the bad press that he's received, he thinks that he's going to be able to claw some of that back by wearing suits on stream. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Hassan kind of pulls it off, though, a little bit, Sometimes, every now and again, I do like the look of a suit, I do like the look of a suit. Even when Himpleton goes in for it. He's got like a little bit of a scuffed setup sometimes, but the suit just kind of makes it, I could not fucking bear it. Trying to stream for like any amount of time wearing a fucking suit. No. Dude, it'd be unbearable. Whoop.
After mentioning Ethan decline, I mean, who gives a fuck? Yeah, by the way, the lawsuit that fucking failed, this was one of the elements. Obviously, like, you might be thinking, why the fuck do I care about this like weird ass lawsuit from a pro-Israel podcaster from a pro-Israel podcaster against like other people? And it's because he basically used the fucking lawsuit as a fleshlight for all of his other, personal opinions. Very strange. Yeah, he did a whole bunch of weird shit in that lawsuit, and it turns out a normal judge looked at it and was like, this is fucking insane.
I mean, the judge didn't even comment on all of the fucking crazy stuff that he was doing, right? Talking about the Grand Mufti of Palestine and stuff like that. But somehow, I don't know how, Diorio fans are shocked that the intentional state of malice wasn't brought up. I'm shocked that the Mufti of Palestine wasn't brought up. I thought that was going to get weighed on.
It turns out that what pops off in the minds of like weird, perverted, fake lawyers on the internet and rape tone and Asmongold circles on the internet doesn't actually stand in the fucking court of law. Yeah, great stuff. Great stuff overall. But does this matter? Of course not, because our enemies are stupid. Okay? Our enemies are fucking stupid. Okay? Just remember that. If you're wondering why these guys constantly go, oh, this lawsuit is over, and then there's like 7 million views on these YouTube videos with like some of the sweatiest fucking losers on the planet running around being like, oh my God, like this is over. What epic ownage, without even like thinking about what dangerous precedent this sets for fair use on the internet. Like Ethan Klein almost killed fair use with this.
Now would this have it? Maybe it's because I've gone back from the fucking lust thing over to Hassan. I don't hear him. Maybe I'm shocked by not hearing somebody bring it up every 5 seconds that this is a tentative ruling. Might be counting our chickens a little bit too early, I think.
This idiotic fucking attempt. Thank God the judge was like, hey, dog, your previous precedent that you set in your previous lawsuit was actually pretty reliable in this circumstance. Yeah, they cited his own fair use suit from 2016 and his fucking loss, dude. Today's feel-good story. A federal judge just handed Zionist YouTuber Ethan Klein a brutal loss in his copyright lawsuit against pro-Palestine Twitch streamer DENIMS TV. In a humiliating ruling, the judge cites a precedent that Klein himself created.
I think the way that I'm going to interpret a lot of this stuff is, like I said earlier, right? The predominant amount of coverage on this stuff has been talking about the nuke, her reaction to the nuke. And that's where people have focused their attention. So, to focus your response, talking primarily about the nuke, yeah, I think that's fair enough. I think the coverage today is going to be with that proviso, and the coverage yesterday.
In 2017, Klein won a landmark fair use case, Hosinzadeh versus Klein. After being sued for making a reaction commentary video, it became one of the most important copyright rulings in YouTube history. Creator rights advocates celebrated him. Fast forwarded to 2025. Now, the plaintiff sues several smaller streamers for doing almost exactly what he did back then, watching it, criticizing his video in an unhinged diatribe against Hassan the Hun, live with commentary throughout. Today, Judge Wesley Su cited Hosinzadeh versus Klein repeatedly to rule that DENIMS TV's live stream was transformative fair use. The case Klein won to protect himself is now protecting the pro-Palestine streamers he's suing. Klein's own complaint alleged that DENIMS used his video for the exact opposite purpose, to defend Hassan Piker rather than condemn him. The court said, exactly, different purpose means transformative. Klein...
Aren't the two claims in a single lawsuit? The judge isn't issuing two judgments based on the two claims forming one lawsuit. I think they are, right? I think they are. I think they're judging on each claim. We've now done the nuke claim, or that's in consideration at the very least, right? And then they're going to move on to talk about the countdown string.
And argued himself into losing. Is he being fleeced by his lawyers? Dude, can you imagine thinking... By the way, this is Israel mindset. Sorry, gonna say it. This is Israel mindset. It's not shocking to me that his lawyer is a West Bank settler. It's not shocking to me that Ethan Klein loves Israel, because this is Israeli mindset. You think you get to have a say in how people transform your content? Are you fucking stupid?
Why are we bringing up Israel, man?
The way Israel mindset, being spiritually, Israeli, and doing Israel mindset, here's how it works. If you have overwhelming power, if you have a lot more money to throw at a fucking problem, you can actually make people that are smaller than you, that don't have that same financial support, you can actually humiliate them or try to humiliate them when all you're doing is humiliating yourself.
Nah, actually, Hassan's base for that. That is facts. That is facts. That is facts. I was said this throughout the lawsuit, right? Yeah. CPS and Skulls was Ethan Klein's October 7th, and everything else that covers from it is eternally justified because of that fact. And that's if you ignore the fact that you lodged this stuff before the CPS and Skulls.
And it turns out there are some people, sycophants really, that will support you every step of the fucking way. Because that's what happened with Casey Tron, where he made Casey Tron release this statement and like sign off on a litany of like insane things. In a just world, all these reaction streamers should be thanking her for fighting their fight. Roach, X, and Destiny were celebrating her getting her sued, not knowing if she lost, it would be bad for them because they react to thousands of videos. Exactly. Unfortunately, like I said, a lot of our opposition is either unbelievably fucking stupid or they're just horrible monsters. Okay? Sometimes both.
No, I think that was intentionally created by Ethan, you know? I think that's why Ethan lent so hard on the intentional stated malice thing, right? Because if you don't intentionally state your malice, then you get off scot-free, right? I think that's the way that a lot of people saw it at the time. That so long as you don't say, yeah, watch this instead of watching this original video, whatever the fuck, right? So long as you don't acknowledge the fact that people who watch something through you are unlikely to go and watch it on their own, you know, you'll be fine on the other end. It just never came into... People never realized, I guess, that it's irrelevant for the law.
Every single fucking major content creator on this dumbass fucking platform that reacts to YouTube videos with regular frequency was championing this fucking lawsuit, not realizing that if this lawsuit was successful, it would have gutted React content in general. They should be kissing DENIMS' feet. They should have been fucking screeching at Ethan.
Well, let me introduce you to somebody called Tomfoolery, okay? He may be a DGGer, but I think he might be the first one to line up to kiss Denim's feet in this case.
They should have been screaming at Ethan, but no, they were too horny to fucking bully a bunch of pro-Palestine women that they don't like, that their fucking dumbass incel audiences would jerk off to the thought of dominating. And that's precisely what happened here, okay? That's what this is. A lot.
Just letting you know, by the way, that your comments that you leave in chat are shown on stream. They are shown on stream. There is a public record of what you've said as soon as the topic of kissing Denim's feet has come up. Just to remind you, just to let you know.
A lot of fucking dumbass losers on the internet were so stoked. We're so motherfucking stoked at the prospect of destroying the lives and livelihoods of a bunch of the women that they don't like. That they didn't even think about the fucking consequences. Now, will they actually address this stuff evenly? Will they address it accurately? Will they look at the situation and go, well, obviously, this was a failure, and maybe Ethan should stop, pursuing these idiotic lawsuits, wasting away, like literally withering away, and aggressively pursuing people through litigation to dump unlimited amounts of paperwork on them with the hopes that they can't actually fight back because they don't have enough money, so they'll concede. Probably not.
Yeah, from the very start, it is totally against your own ends. It's totally against your own ends. And not even talking about the legal precedent that's set there, which obviously would cut against React content, right? If you're hoping that Denims is going to lose. Also, the social precedent that YouTubers don't sue other content creators. That's been fucking gone. That is gone. It used to be the precedent a long time ago, back when I was a lad, okay? That YouTubers, if somebody's doing like a good faith reaction, you don't even DMCA them. That's been completely fucking blown to bits. Somebody's ignored the DMCA system and has gone straight in for a fucking lawsuit and everyone's cheered. It is now gone. And people can like bitch and fucking mine, bro, you think this is gonna have like wider consequences? This isn't gonna set precedent. The precedent's already set. The most critical thing that happened about a year ago. Have you ever heard of that happening before? Legal companies or law firms entering into the content creation space to say, hey, listen, we can go and search for your content for you. We can do a little bit of content detection. And if we see somebody using it, we'll just file them a fucking lawsuit. Yeah? Sound good? You down for it? That happened after the Ethan Klein court case. The idea that you'd be comfortable approaching creators and offering them something like that, and that they would accept it, it creates different incentives. It does change the rules that people play by. You can't convince me otherwise.
Because these guys don't think about anything. It's just pure reactionary nonsense. Anyway, there's more. The court walked through all 4 fair use factors. 3 favored Denim strongly. The only one favoring Klein, that the nuke is a creative work deserving protection, the judge dismissed as not terribly significant in the overall balance. Accordingly, the court finds that the nature of the subject work weighs against the finding of fair use. As set forth above, however, this factor alone is not terribly significant in overall fair use balancing. Because at the end of the day, the work was transformative. That's number one. And number two, Ethan was simply trying to sue people into submission because he didn't like what they had to say.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about it as well. It's not just the fact that somebody's suing over copyright, which already, as I say, right, that'd completely go against the precedent. It's that he's saying that he doesn't give a fuck about his legal, his IP being fucking taken. He doesn't give a fuck about the underlying legal matters in this stuff. People clown on Frogan for getting such low viewership, and it's totally fucking true. Frogan does get low viewership. So why do you care if she reacts to your content? Why are you going to spend thousands of dollars going after Frogan reacting to your content? Is it doing you any fucking damage? No! It's because of what she says. It's because of who she is. It's the circles that she fucking runs in. And it's what she represents. All of the people online who've been calling you a Zionist and is making you fucking mold for a year. That's who Frogan is.
How's that for fucking free speech? But it turns out a lot of people don't give a fuck about free speech at all, especially those who think free speech means, you know, saying slurs and being able to say slurs and have no opposition whatsoever. Yeah. Here comes the Sunbird says, I don't believe this was ever about winning the lawsuit. Where it backfired was Denims following through on taking it to a judge. Fair use is a robust enough stand to stand its ground, which is probably why Destiny and Asmongold were celebrating it. I would hope that at a certain point, yeah, if it doesn't change tomorrow, this will be the second most important court ruling on YouTube and fair use, followed only by 2017's Matt Haas / Ethan Klein.
Base Stephen A. Sarch, incredibly base Stephen A. Sarch. I misjudged, okay? I misjudged Stephen A. Sarch. We had a very, very brief spat on Twitter where I got very annoyed because I thought that he was supporting, I thought that he was supporting the non-disparagement clause that Casey Tron got put under. He said that he wasn't supporting that and that I didn't understand his tweet. I asked him to explain it, and he had me. He ghosted me. He unfortunately didn't reply. But now we're friends on Discord, so I think we've made up. I think we've made up. No, Stephen A. Sarch said some pretty base takes on this after the fact. I've come to realize.
Yeah. Ironically enough, the in-person motion for judgment hearing will be today at 2:15. Scheduling for notice in-chamber order, changing the time of the motion.
Yo, Daxter, with the 10 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Thank you very, very much. That's insanely generous. I hugely appreciate it. Thank you. 07's in chat. 07's in chat. Flood it. Thank you very much.
Ethan Klein, do the right thing. Drop everything, please. Oh my God. It's...
A-Sarch is pretty in line with Taylor Lorenz. Oh, well, okay. Be careful who you say that to, Babka. All right? Be careful who you say that to. That might make people more lenient to like him or more lenient to hate him. It depends who you're talking to. I've always been an A-Sarch supporter. Yeah, everything that I've seen from A-Sarch has been, like, relatively good. Which is why I was pretty surprised when I thought that he was supporting the Caseytron stuff. But glad to hear not. Glad to hear not.
So stupid to consistently pursue this shit and try to appeal it, please. Now that he's lost, he's going to admit he was doing it to cost Denims money to try and not look owned. At some point, we got to finally fucking say this was a ridiculous process, right? I mean, Philip DeFranco, Moist Critical, like there's going to be a point where people actually cover this stuff, right? I hope.
Uh-huh. I mean, I think we've said a lot about the tide turning over this stuff, right? The support is, or was a few weeks ago. It's a little bit harder to tell now, but the support was overwhelmingly in favor of Ethan Klein. And I do think that people are going to turn on that in time to come. But I think when people start to turn and start to change their mind, the thing that people are going to start to realize is that Ethan Klein is a neurotic, schizo, spiteful lolcow, okay? And the only difference is that Ethan Klein is a lolcow who is schizoed out at the right approved people. And Ethan Klein has got money to be able to take action, right? He molds, he seethes, he's angry, and he's got the money to be able to take action. And people cheer that shit on, right? But the problem that Ethan Klein has had is that he spent probably about the last 2 years, a little bit longer as well, seething over people saying nasty things about him on the internet. He's not been able to disconnect from it and realize, okay, people online talking shit, you got to put up with it, you got to deal with it, right? He's molded and ruminated and gone deeper and deeper and deeper into the shit. And he's come to realize, actually, I can do something. I don't have to accept that people online are going to talk shit about me. I can do something. I can spend a few $1,000s on suing these people. I can chill free speech, and then people won't be so readily able or willing to talk shit about me again. Because I've shown that I will bite back, and I'll take this shit into fucking court. And I'll ruin people over it. I'll humiliate them, in the case of Caseytron. And then I'll gag them with a non-disparagement clause, so they can't talk shit about me ever again. Right? That's what people are going to come to realize, I think. That's the character of Ethan Klein that people are going to come to appreciate. Because currently, what do people think of when they're thinking about Ethan Klein doing lawsuits? Dude, this is spite-driven, this is based. This is so cool. He's finally actually taking these people on. I've wished that somebody would deal with these guys for the longest time. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. He's like a spite-driven king. No, he's a lolcow.
Yes, there's an insane Abdul El Sayed internal poll that came out that I've been that I've seen. It's insane. Like literally insane. It's unbelievable. Anyway, on Denims showing nearly the entire video, the court said that doesn't matter when copying isn't necessary for criticism. The citation was Hosseinzadeh versus Klein. All in all, the ruling cites the literal Ethan Klein landmark fair use ruling 12 times. 12 times.
Now, I know that because of his proclivities, Hassan is probably not the best person to be pronouncing this Jewish name. Has anybody figured out how to fucking pronounce Matt Hoss's last name yet? Out of all of the coverage of this stuff, I just hear people refer to him as Matt Hoss. I tried to try and figure out before I did stream yesterday how to actually pronounce it. I just sat there looking at the fucking name. How the fuck do you pronounce this shit? Has anybody figured it out? The best that I could come up with is Hosseinzadeh. If it's German. If it's like Jewish German, right? Hosseinzadeh. But you sound like a fucking moron when you say that stuff. Hosseinzadeh. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that is how you pronounce it then. Base.
Landmark fair use ruling 12 times. 12 times.
Wait, Hosseinzadeh. What? It's an Iranian name? Fuck. Okay, never mind.
Every single fair use factor that went her way cited his own case law back to him. Can we talk? Wait.
Dude, I got the wrong fucking type of Jews, man. I got the wrong type of Jews. It's like different types of Pokemon. You've got to pronounce their names completely fucking differently.
Like, this is a landmark ruling, a game changer once again. And for the record, if you want to know how fucking psychotic Ethan and his stupid fucking lawyer are, this is a part of the fucking documents that they filed where they said it's mostly just shitting on me for some reason. It's like 300 pages, and like most of it is just being like, well, Hassan Piker is actually the Kleins are dual Israeli-American citizens. Hila was born and raised in Israel, where she served as a secretary during her mandatory conscription into the Israeli Defense Forces. While both Ethan and Hila are highly supportive of Palestinian self-determination and extremely critical of Israel and its government, the Kleins support a two-state solution as the best interim solution to the conflict. Not relevant to the fucking case at all, but put that in there. In the wake of October 7th, Hassan emerged as the modern incarnation of the Grand Mufti Haj Amin al-Husseini. Like al-Husseini, Hassan became a passionate advocate and highly charismatic leader. Why is this in the fucking documents? I covered it briefly in the beginning, and I didn't have a lot of time to fucking cover this shit extensively because this was at the peak of amidst the ongoing genocide. And since then, obviously, the situation has evolved. But it's insane to me that there are pages after pages after pages riddled with psychotic screeds such as this one.
I mean, at the time, I saw a lot of people covering this stuff and like mocking it for it because it was good fucking content for the people who were going in for this on bad stuff at the time, right? It made it more likely that they were going to cover it. And Ethan Klein does want coverage of this stuff. There's a reason why he's specifically calling out, what's his fucking name? What's up, you beautiful bastards? Who's that guy? Shit! I've completely forgotten the guy's fucking name. All I can think of is Stephen fucking Asarch. Who is it? Philly D! That's the guy that I'm thinking about. There's a reason why Ethan was calling out Philly D by name to try and get him to cover this stuff. He does want publicity around it. Part of this stuff is to change the tide about how people think about Hassan, and I guess his, creators in his orbit. That's like one of Ethan's goals with this stuff. But in retrospect, I mean, if he loses the lawsuit on that fact, it just looks insanely fucking childish, you know? Like, not only were you filing the lawsuit, you were playing around with it, you were being silly, you were so confident you were going to fucking win, you were doing these long screeds against Hassan Piker. Maybe, if you spent a little less time on r/Destiny, and a little more time reading up on copyright law, you wouldn't have had this humiliating fucking defeat. But unfortunately, you spent all your time comparing Hassan to the Grand Mufti of Palestine. That's an interesting theory, actually. Dick, is the reason why there was so much shit about Hassan in these lawsuits was because it was drafted for Hassan. Their initial goal was to sue Hassan. That's why Ethan was literally begging Hassan to watch it. That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, that could possibly be the case. I mean, here's the thing as well. Because the reason why people have doubted that, and as time's going on, I'm starting to become a little bit more amenable to the idea. The reason why I doubted it initially was, well, if Ethan begs Hassan to watch the nuke, doesn't that completely undercut the case that he might do for copyright infringement? He's literally requesting that he watch it on stream. But I guess the argument coming back is that even giving somebody permission or requesting somebody to make content about it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to, I don't know, you don't have to acquiesce to any kind of copyright infringement, right? You don't give them permission to commit a civil infraction, a crime, you know? So I could see that. I could see that. As time's going on especially, I can see that more and more.
What is this? Address this? Yeah. No, literally, this is from the actual court documents. It's not a joke. Al-Husseini meets Adolf Hitler, November 28, 1941. He's saying, I became the Grand Mufti of Palestine. In the DENIMS lawsuit, Hassan is compared to the Grand...
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Ethan only started begging Hassan to watch it after he said that he wasn't going to watch it. That is true. That is true.
Mufti of Palestine. Like Al-Husseini, Hassan uses massive platform to spread genocidal rhetoric about anyone advocating for the right of Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland, i.e. Zionists. The primary difference between Hassan... Remember, this is a copyright suit. This is a fucking DMCA suit. Why is this in the fucking DMCA suit? Is this fair use or not? And there are so many fraudulent slop tuber charlatans that looked at this and were like, this is based. Like, there.
It is a really fucking funny argument. I mean, even putting aside that it's completely irrelevant to the legal proceedings, it is really fucking funny that in the lawsuit you're trying to argue, actually, Uno reverse card, you're advocating for genocide. Actually, you're advocating for genocide. Advocating or spreading genocidal rhetoric about anyone advocating for the right of Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland, i.e. Zionists. I don't know about you, big dog. Okay? That sounds like a political position to me. Not necessarily, I don't know, like an ethnicity, but, you know, I could be wrong. Maybe I've misread the UN definition on genocide, and it does apply to people of a certain political persuasion. Who knows?
There are so...
Maybe every time in history that you've had like a power struggle, and, for example, the Bolsheviks have eliminated their political rivals. I didn't realize that was a genocide, but maybe it was.
Many fraudulent ass charlatan bitches all over the fucking commentary sphere that looked at this suit and were like, this is awesome. Everything is above board here. This is fucking fantastic. What are you talking about? It's a fucking copyright suit, not even against me. It's a copyright suit against DENIMS. This is what I mean when I say we have a crisis in stupidity. We have a crisis in illiteracy. There is a real, genuine crisis. That's so...
No! Clover, no! Clover, no! I thought genocide was just killing a ton of people. Okay, listen, we need to go back in for some more political coverage. I've been ignoring politics for a while to just cover drama slop. We need to go back in for the political coverage. No, I think that is the definition that a lot of people use when they say the word genocide, right? I think me and Queeman had a conversation maybe a year ago about Ethan Klein, about whether he's pro-Palestinian or whether he's a Zionist or not, or something like that. And we had a conversation in that and said, you know, basically I think Ethan Klein's definition for genocide is lots of people dying. And I think that is a lot of the definition that a lot of people run with. It's destroying in whole or in part a genetic group, a cultural group, an ethnic group. There's a few different ones there. But it's targeted specifically at an ethnicity. So the Holocaust, that was a genocide, right? The Rwandan genocide, that was a genocide because you're targeting a specific group of people, you know.
So many people watched this shit happen and went to like perverted, weird ass fake lawyer.
No! I just don't watch you when you cover politics usually, lol. I'm waiting for Lego content. Okay, based.
YouTube pages where they were like, well, I wear a suit and I'm giving you expert analysis. I'm a lawyer. And everyone was like, oh my God, this is actually incredible. Oh my God, this is peak lawyering. It's fucking over. It's so over. Denims is 1,000,000% done. Denims is 2,000,000% done. Hassan's friend Denims is dead.
Nice. Okay, hold on. We've got a link to the part 2. Dude, Snark Summer. It's going so fucking well, man. We're loving it. We're filling our fucking boots with this shit. Maybe, okay, we're gonna have a Snark Autumn and a Snark Winter when the judgment gets handed down about Denim's reaction to the to the countdown stream, okay? For now, we're filling our fucking boots, though. We're loving this shit.
The only reason why Casey had to concede and settle was because she didn't have enough money. Yeah, this motherfucker wanted to sue me too. At some point, someone has to literally talk to this man and be like, dog, you have kids. You have businesses. You're throwing everything by the wayside. What the fuck are you doing? You've leaned into some of the biggest weirdos on the fucking internet because...
Oh yeah, I forget that element to the drama, actually. That Hassan and Ethan were, like, quite close friends for a little while. I mean, that's why they ended up doing the show, right? That's why they ended up doing the show. And this needs to be fucking remembered. People started talking about this when Leftovers, like, fell out with each other, you know, and the show ended. All of the statements that Ethan now criticizes Hassan for, he was making the entire time. The stuff that he was saying about 9/11, the stuff that he was saying about, you know, landlords, let the red capitalist blood run out in the streets. Hassan had already said all of that stuff. It was widely publicized by the time that Ethan got in bed with him. Him now crying foul, it falls a little flat, no?
They're the last people that will offer you...
The real victim of October 7th? Friendship. That's what really died that day.
You a crumb of support. And he just doesn't listen. He doesn't listen to anything. He does not listen to anything. Like, is there no one in Ethan's corner that was like, brother, why are you doing any of this? Please stop. I mean, I said it. I said it, but of course he won't listen to me because apparently I'm the fucking Grand Mufti of Palestine from his assessment. Last year, when he told Ethan Klein to drop the lawsuits, the fake YouTube lawyer said, you don't know anything about copyright. Yeah. Hassan, please stop pretending you understand anything about copyright. You can barely read properly.
Dude, it's not looking good. It's not looking so good in retrospect. How long ago was this? 9 months ago. Hassan tells Ethan Klein to drop the lawsuits. Drop the lawsuits, Ethan. You know they're frivolous. Nothing to do with copyright. You'll win a lot more good favor. I'm sure he's not going to lay off. Seems like he's a petty tyrant. So narcissistic. No lies detected? No lies detected? This post has been fact-checked by Patriots. Hassan, please stop pretending you understand anything about copyright law. You can barely read properly. Has anybody checked in on Legal Mindset? We've done a little bit of loss coverage to check up on how he's doing now. Legal Mindset. We did this yesterday, okay? So I'm not going to belabor the point too much. Let's have a look. Has he said anything about this stuff so far? Or is he bunkering down and hoping, praying to God right now? This guy is at a Shinto shrine, praying to his ancestors in the hopes that they can overturn the current decision, that they can get this tentative ruling reversed. Anything? Ooh, Lego drama. NMP lol. Lego drama. Lego drama. Let's have a gander. Is it really just him asking potentially criminal to pass the copium tank? That's all that he said on it. I shall be coping and sneezing on my way down to Florida today. Can you pass the copium tank? Can you pass the copium tank? I need a hit. Bro.
How'd that work out for you? Legal mindset? Here's the thing. Here's the problem. Okay? These guys are fucking losers. And they're morons. But the audience demands this kind of moronic attitude. So for them, they won't get punished. Their audiences won't turn around and be like, well, honestly, you really fucked up here, right? You really fucked us up. You told us that this was actually going to be great. You told us everything was going to be fucking fine. Yeah, I retweeted. I said, how'd this work out, dipshit? It's just like, I don't think that there is going to be an actual come to Jesus moment for any of these guys. Okay? I don't think there is going to be an actual come to Jesus moment for any of these guys or their audiences. I think ultimately their audience doesn't want to know the truth. They just want to keep fucking fighting. They want to keep fighting women in general. They want to keep fighting Muslims. None of these creators have even tweeted about it. Yeah, because they're moving on. They're going to move on to the next thing. And they're wrong all the time. Like, this is what I mean. This is precisely what I'm talking about. They're always wrong, and yet their audiences don't care about the truth at all. So they just live in this fucking complete alternative reality, and I don't know how. I don't know why you would want to live there. I don't know why you would want to live in an alternative universe where things are happening in the real world, okay? Things are happening in the real world, and you're oblivious to the things that are happening in the real world, and you just choose to live in this, like, completely hallucinated alternative reality. You live in fucking Narnia, where, like, I'm going to prison any moment now, you know? I went to prison in China, like, and you would much rather live in that universe and just move on.
I think people right now have got two different paths that they can take, okay? They've got two different paths. They can... Well, okay, three actually, because they can just ignore this entirely and never talk about this shit ever again, okay? They don't have to talk about it. They don't have to talk about it. Maybe they can not mention this at all, and then when it goes down the road, if Denims loses on the countdown stream, then they can declare victory. They can try and do that, right? Or if Denims wins on that as well, they can just slowly slink away and not say anything at all. Or they can talk about it right now, as Luss unfortunately did. Total fucking misstep, okay? Total misstep. Him getting called a sweeper, him getting called retarded. The snark twirling him was apparently too great. And so he decided that he had to mention it now. And the cope from those people are going to be, this is a tentative decision. And then when it isn't a tentative decision, well, I should say, if it's not a tentative decision, then they're going to say, well, there's another case. There's another course of action, okay? Double down, double down, double down. You know, hope, put all your eggs in one basket and pray to God that Denims loses the next lawsuit. Or you can cut your losses. That's the final method, right? That's the final method. You can come out and say, hey, yeah, I misjudged this case. I've taken a look at what the judge has said. If, you know, the tentative ruling becomes an actual ruling, you know, yeah, I was probably wrong in some of my original predictions here. I trusted Ethan, possibly. Now, that's going to be difficult to sell as a lawtuber, but maybe they'll try it. You know, I got swept up. I didn't realize that Ethan was lying about this aspect or that aspect. I thought that the intentional stated malice would weigh more heavily. You know, I'm very interested in what people are going to do with this drama going forward. Because it is undoubtedly, to a discerning audience viewer, it is absolutely going to undercut these guys' credibility. So we'll just have to say, we'll just have to see in time how all of this plays out. But yeah, probably not a good day. Probably not a good day. I'm hearing reports that copium supplies are at a record low, ladies and gentlemen. I'm hearing that copium supplies are dwindling rapidly. It's becoming an incredibly scarce resource.
I genuinely don't understand it. I don't understand it at all.
Oh, or 4, you can point to the 0.5 seconds of throat clearing from months ago and pretend that you were allowing for the possibility to win all along. Yeah, but that is cope, okay? That is cope. For the people who can still manage to find a can or two of copium here or there, that's what they're going to try and sell. But unfortunately, everybody can see the plain fact that the general thrust of their coverage has been that Denims is going to lose, right? So that is only going to play with the most bought-in audience members. I don't think it's going to work for other people.
It makes no fucking sense. These guys have...
Actually, I'd be interested to go back and see what I said about the lawsuits at the time. Obviously, okay, everything that I've said, grain of salt, that's what I've said all along, right? I'm not a fucking lawyer, I'm a layman and a retard. I'm wondering if I might have been actually more correct than Loss and Legal Mindset, though. Unironically, I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to wonder whether I'm going to actually be correct in the end about this stuff. I said that Denims and Frogan is likely... they're likely, you know, going to have a difficult case. And Denims is a little bit more up in the air. I believe, if I remember, that was my take. So we'll have to see. You said, oh, okay. My top guy Hengist is coming in with a quote. You said, these are totally justified. Glory to Israel. Okay, we'll go and sweep that up. We'll go and sweep that up then. Okay, thank you for letting me know.
What's your jacket's material? I don't know. Why do you...
I appreciate the warning,
keep
Hengist.
fucking asking, dude. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Take a second off. What the hell?
Oh, also, fuck, I had the alerts muted as the fucking gifted memberships went through. Thank you, Dan Mac Photography for the 5. Big supporter of Dickers, but I don't know how Denims and Hassan have been on this long. Both their voices are terrible, with more dead air than morale. Hey. I think Queeman's your better option there. Morale gets it from Queeman at the end of the day, you know? It's like Denim's anti-Semitism. She gets it all from Hassan.
A top comment in their own sub about it commented about how much the judge cited his previous case and they permanently banned them for it. Of course they did. Of course they did. But here's the thing, like, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do with this? Because this is objectively insane. Like, this is an objectively insane thing to do. But what do you do when everyone else is insane? Right? What do you do when there is a real audience for this kind of insanity where people don't look at this and go, yeah, I think this is maybe a little bit crazy for me. I'm going to move on from this. I'm going to move on.
Wait, what do you mean? You were big on double the runtime. Okay. Nate, I know that you're not one of these people, because I know that we've had conversations about this stuff, but people have cried and bitched and moaned about that, and intentionally, I will say, obfuscated what that argument is intended to combat. So, the narrative at the time was that Denims barely reacted at all to the content nuke, okay? It was largely dead air, she largely just let it play. Not true. Not true at all, okay? In fact, she doubled the runtime. Now, what did she double the runtime with? Does she pause it in random sections and just start juggling in the corner? Or has she doubled the runtime by critiquing, commenting, giving her thoughts about it, you know, kind of transforming, some would say, the content? What do we think? What do we think?
On with my life and probably not trust.
It's obviously a transformative argument. You're obviously arguing that it's for a different purpose and intent and it changes the character of the work. And you're proving that by saying that she's doubled the runtime with those comments, right? But people intentionally obfuscate it and say, double the runtime, double the runtime.
These resources ever again. Instead of...
I think to anybody being honest, it was pretty clear what people were arguing by that point.
What they end up doing is seek out further confirmation.
Oh, fuck. Okay, you're not even disagreeing with me or trying to probe me. I see a Nate comment in chat, and that's what I immediately fucking assume. Oh, you're right. I was arguing that because it was double the runtime, I think that it's likely erring on the side of fair use. Right. Yes. You're right, actually, Nate. I was more correct than I realized. Thank you.
Bias preserve.
See, it's Snark Summer, right? Even the people who usually snark me are all coming together to say that Dickers was... Okay. I'm cool on my jets there. Again, tentative ruling. We'll have to see what happens, all right?
Idiocy. You're ignoring women? What is this? No, but for real, thanks for actually covering these lawsuits since the very beginning. It's disappointing seeing so many creators who make React content not say a peep out of fear of being called snarkers. Yeah, I mean, it's disgusting. Yeah, the OG fair use suit made Ethan Klein a hero among YouTubers and everyone on the internet. Will people acknowledge that he tried to kill his own fair use precedent? Probably not. I mean,
Yeah, dude, this is something that I've seen repeated again and again and again. And people use this to be able to argue that Ethan cares about fair use. He's the fair use king. He established fair use on YouTube. Kind of true, but it's because he got forced into that position. Right? Ethan didn't elect to be sued. He didn't choose to be sued. He got forced into that position. And thankfully, you know, he got crowdfunded so that he could support himself at the time. And he came out with favorable judgment that helped other people. But he didn't get put in that position because he championed free speech. He was forced to, unless he was going to lose, like, you know, tens of thousands of dollars.
We'll see.
Can I get a shout out? Listen, okay? Stop trying to do N-word towers in chat, and then maybe you can get a shout out. Until then, the timeouts will continue.
There were so many instances where they could have just pulled out of this, right? I think one of the really solid instances where, you know, the fan base could have maybe offered some kind of check and balance towards their favorite content creator, Ethan Klein, was when I showed in that interview, the debate, the fake debate that we had, that he had actually posted about me like 109 or 110 or 111 times or whatever the fuck it was, like 120. I can't remember the exact number. And he couldn't believe it. He could not believe it. He was like, there's no way. Yeah.
What do you think? Dude, the kilo glazing. Again and again and again. Totally deserved, by the way. Completely deserved. Fuck, and I still haven't got the alerts playing, so I'll just read it out. Thank you, Dan Mac Photography, for another 5. I'd rather sit in silence while reflecting on Vocal Fry than listen to Queeman or however you spell it. Intro need food shop song, by the way. Yeah, very true. Somebody should upload that shit to Spotify. And not as a playlist, okay? As a song.
I think someone with money should be able to abuse the court to silence their enemy's speech and...
Oh, it seems like some of the YouTubers who were pro-Ethan are now gonna leave it. I think Papa Gut is just leaving it. Wait, really? You think some H3 sphere creators are gonna fucking leave? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm not sure. This is their bread and butter. Right? They've tried to make careers out of it. Some of them possibly part-time. Some of them doing it as a hobby, I could guess. But I think a lot of these guys have probably got to the point now where they're possibly dependent on the income. Or at least you don't want to lose that social validation from having a big YouTube channel and a thriving community. I think that some of these people, it's going to be tough for them to be able to step back. I'm not sure. Papa Gut can pivot to other content, you know? In terms of the people who support Ethan Klein, Papa Gut and people like him are probably the smartest, right? Alex the Fiction totally fucked himself. Completely fucked himself. Because he hasn't built an audience that wants to watch any of his other content. He is totally hemmed in. He either continues supporting Ethan Klein, or he leaves the internet. He stops creating content. Right? Because nobody's there to listen to him talk about anything else.
Expression, because that is the standard Ethan is setting. Not a standard about transformation, not one about protecting intellectual property. It's just the standard of don't piss off Ethan Klein. And if you're not disgusted by that notion, you should be. Ethan would be.
In this country, we value free speech. And what a reaction video ultimately is free speech.
I think if you're a reactor on Twitch, if you make a good faith effort to comment, and if you make a good faith effort to promote the author, to link to them, to try to drive traffic to the original video, I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's
Yeah. You know what's ironic about that is that he didn't target any of the people who didn't do that, right? He didn't target XQC. And when people asked him, like, why the fuck wouldn't you target XQC for this? Like, he literally did that shit. He didn't even abide by that standard. He said, well, XQC agrees with me, so it's fine. And it's ironic because he also brought that up in the fucking lawsuit. One of the main reasons why he thought this was a solid fucking lawsuit was because Denims disagreed with his original assessment. You know? Cooked, legal lightning round. Like, gross, dude. Fucking gross. God damn, people are so fucking stupid.
It's fine. Fair use doesn't give...
I have said recently, legal mindset has been improving, you know? I've speculated that possibly he's been getting on some meds, he's been doing better. He stopped thinking that people are out to gang snark him to death, assassinate him in the streets. I don't know. We might be in for another lawsuit. We might be in for another live stream exactly like that, you know? The Asan fans are going to start following this guy around again through the streets of Korea. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be terrible stuff, possibly. We'll have to wait and see.
Give a shit if you watch the video.
Yo, thank you for the 500 kicks. Trucker Nate. Way more money strangely vanished from Huns for the community Fupa Fund than Frogan GoFundMe. Curious. Also, you stripped early kick dono. Did I? Okay, I'll go back and have a look at the early kick dono. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Video first or not? I didn't watch this video first.
I knew they would watch the entire video, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion.
I have to show that I've watched it before and thought, well, I have something good to add. I didn't watch your video beforehand, bro.
A long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist. They couldn't avoid the temptation.
Yeah, I don't know why he also presented this like a fucking Machiavellian plot, too. Like, he was like, ooh, you've fallen into my trap. And then all these fucking morons were like, oh, hell yeah, base, dude. You trapped these women. Ugh, I hate women. I'm glad you trapped them and destroyed them. Fucking idiots, dude. I have no goddamn respect for any of these dumb bitches. I swear to God. Look, the only way I will ever respect any of these fucking dumbasses if they turn around, kind of like Kilotonics and many others who are in the, you know, commentary sphere, turn around and say, look, bygones be bygones. We fucked up initially. We were all Destiny Orbiters. It was fucking stupid.
Wait, what? There's no way that Assad is fucking snarking Kilo halfway through the fucking segment. Base, okay.
Stupid.
Kilotonics called out for his harsh treatment of Denims in the past.
Others who are in the, you know, commentary sphere, turn around and say, look, bygones be bygones. We fucked up initially. We were all Destiny Orbiters. It was
Wait, what? I'm pretty sure that Kilo was initially a fucking Mr. Girl mod, right? I'm pretty sure that he's been anti-Destiny for a long period of time. Worked with President Sunday,
fucking
right?
stupid.
Kilotonics edited the fucking video for President Sunday that, you know, did enormous fucking damage to Destiny's career. Okay.
And you know, work to correct the goddamn record.
I'm watching it the second.
I guess, yeah, if we're saying that snarking is legal, snarking has to be legal on all the sides. And so Hassan snarking Kilo, I'm afraid I have to abide it, okay? It's by my principles. I have to abide it.
Was published.
It's speech, bro. I don't need anyone's permission to say anything.
You can't just...
Perfect vindication for not watching the fucking context puke, by the way, initially, because he was trying to trap me in that same goddamn bullshit. Imagine having to fucking deal with that nonstop, on top of dealing with the ADL, on top of dealing with a bunch of Israel advocacy organizations that are actively trying to fucking deplatform me, that I would also have to deal with a goddamn lawsuit. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Ridiculous, dude.
Say whatever you want. You can't just say, I'm in favor of genocide. You gotta watch what you say. I'm not standing by this shit anymore.
And I'm gonna call out people like Brendan, too, because this is just bad for everyone. And it's especially egregious considering the hypocrisy of the whole free speech thing that these guys apparently love so well.
Free speech? You go to free speech. Shut up, dumbass.
You're shutting down criticism and you're pretending like it's a copyright issue. It's not. It's fair use. It's protected speech.
This isn't a...
Was that Viper? Yes, dude. That was Dog Viper AU. I'm telling you, I've said this before, right? The statements that people made about Dog Viper at the time are so fucking telling for how people are interacting with this shit now. What were Dog Viper AU's main things, right? He was considering doing lawsuits for defamation. People criticized him for that, despite never even filing a lawsuit. They mocked him for thinking about filing defamation, because everybody knew that's not what YouTubers do, right? You respond using a fucking video, you respond on a live stream, enough's enough, you know? Dog Viper also was arguing hardcore that a lot of these live stream reactions were not fair use, that people deserved lawsuits over that stuff. That's what he threatened to do with Chud, right? And people defended Chud at the time. And then also, finally, Dog Viper AU said that Chud Logic was liable, morally responsible for what people who watched him, his viewers, did to Dog Viper, which is doxing on Kiwi farms. And people defended Chud on that as well. All three of the main things that Dog Viper was criticized on, all of these people have gone back on. Willie Mac Show has gone back on it, right? In particular, Willie Mac Show has gone back on it. You can find his statements from the time pretty fucking easily.
Free speech issue. This is, people are fucking getting way too comfortable slandering and saying whatever they want about people online.
Dog Viper was ahead of his time. Dog Viper got raped so that we could rape in the future, okay? It's total hack shit. It's total fucking hack shit. When somebody's on the losing side and popular sentiment is like swinging against them, all of these people will swing in to try and go after them. You know? That's just it at the end of the day. When somebody's like down and out and they're losing, people will say the most retarded things to try and get at them. And get contradicted later on when somebody else is on the fucking losing side.
Under the guise of free speech.
There's lots of videos shitting on
Willie Mac Show has no affiliation to Israel, okay? I never suggested that he did. In this stream.
me on the internet.
By the way, this guy literally calls, ironically, he's the last person who should be calling anybody a fucking pedophile, given his Reddit, his Reddit accounts that were unearthed, but he also literally calls every person that he fucking hates a pedophile all the goddamn time. Talking about slander. You want to talk about fucking defamation? I have his ass dead to rights. There is a literal article that he read about the fucking brothel that I went to in 2010 that got raided in 2016, knowing full well that the accusations by the state were wrong and that the brothel was able to successfully sue the fucking state. He knows the...
Yeah, it is a little bit of a mirror emoji point, isn't it? It is a little bit of a mirror emoji point. What is it, spiritual pedophiles?
Truth. Okay? And yet he still participates in this fucking slander over and over again. He should be feeling real happy that I don't fucking pursue this kind of shit. He got banned from Celebrity Poker for calling a woman a prostitute? Jesus Christ.
You know, I wish I could just delete them off the internet. You know?
Snark? That's a snarker! Snarker identified. Actually, Ethan said he wasn't going to go back because there was somebody at the event that he didn't like. I think he quit. He quit before they could ban him.
You know, wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be just convenient?
He's also...
Honestly, how did the Denims doubling the runtime get swept under the rug so easily? I never heard that until recently. Dude, people have been pointing this out for the longest time. Just nobody's fucking picked it up. They dismissed it, they laughed at it, they pretended it was fucking irrelevant. Obviously, okay? While it might not be technically, legally relevant, okay? It hints at more important factors, okay? It's an important metric, or it's an important point that belies the fact that, wait, really? She doubled the runtime? What was the extra runtime spent doing? Critiquing, commenting, blah, 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 right? It's an important metric that signals at the underlying fact.
So literally suing Noah Sampson as well. Again, no consequences. Well, thank God a judge actually is issuing a little bit of fucking consequences. Yeah, the brothel lies, even though he personally debunked it. Ethan Klein is smearing us on again. He says the brothel was raided for human trafficking in 2021 on leftovers. He debunked the claim himself. There was no arrest about human trafficking. All accusations were unfounded and false. Berlin had to pay 250,000 euros in damages. And Ethan Klein knows that because he fucking read it on his stream next to me, okay, in 2021. But of course, in 2024, when he wants to fucking slander, he plays fast and loose with the truth. And there are plenty of people who fucking despise me who will go along with it. It's just so gross. I just want people to be a little bit more intelligent, man. I want people to be a little bit... Is that too much to ask? Is that a crazy demand that we just, not behave this way? That we have a little bit more care and a little bit more consideration for the truth?
Do you think Hassan might have helped out Denims financially with the legal bills? I find it hard to believe that Denims was able to cover that by herself, but maybe I'm being too conspiratorial. Well, she had a big GoFundMe for a little bit of a legal war chest, right? So there's that. And then also the estimations of the cost are provided by Luss. So take that for what it's worth. I'm not actually sure how much Denims has spent on any of this stuff. I don't think she's said. We may never know. I'm actually not sure. Hassan said that if I give these people any money, you won't know. I think if you're treating it fairly, he's probably giving them fucking nothing, okay? He's probably giving them fucking nothing. There's a reason, probably why Frogan defaulted on her claims, alright? Rather than actually lodging anything back. If she's got the Hassan RB war chest behind her, I don't know why you would even worry about legal bills or, entering in some kind of defense or something. But, it's hard to say. It's hard to say, but I would doubt it personally.
It sucks. It sucks. It genuinely fucking sucks. Anyway, I'm going to talk to Giannis Varoufakis now about my...
Okay. Base. Nice. Is the beef between Hassan and Pegasus interesting enough to watch? I did think about going into that stuff. I did think about going into it. Whoops. Closed down the wrong thing. We'll have to see. Because maybe I'll give my take on it and I might change it. But I think right now, Pegasus is probably, I don't know, just being a fucking crybaby about it. That's the only thing that I could fucking go for. Lego my Lego. We will go for the Lego stuff. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise. Does Denims not make money? I mean, yeah, Denims does make a decent amount of money. Yeah? She does make a decent amount of money. I don't know, having enough like spare change lying around to be able to fund a lawsuit like that, I can understand why people think that, damn, how the fuck do you pull this shit on yourself? But, because if it's freed up, that means that it wouldn't be tied up in essential like bills and stuff, like lifestyle expenditure. It would have to be disposable income. Also, she has an OnlyFans. That is the secret ace card that nobody expected. You gonna sue somebody? You gonna sue somebody? And they've got the OnlyFans war chest? Bro, what are you doing, man? That's infinite it's infinite money glitch right there. You gonna try and sue that person? Okay, try it if you want. Okay. If we want to go in and cover the more Pegasus stuff real quick, I'm guessing, do we need to watch the original Hassan stream? I don't know if we do. Do we trust Pegasus to be fair and give a fair reaction to this stuff? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Okay. Let's go for it. I thought it was a fake one. I mean, Hassan isn't suing, right? He's stated for a long time that he doesn't sue people. However, there have been threats about reporting him to the Singapore police. But we'll see. Hassan is taking me to court from Pegasus. This guy is fucking obsessed. I saw a clip from him. I think it comes from one of these videos where he's saying that he's going to move on and stop talking so much about Hassan. He's going to move on and try and cover some other content. Yo.
You will never be a real incel. You have no autism, you have no negative canthal tilt, you have no deep-seated emotional resentment.
I'll be an incel in my soul, damn it. Thank you, Brina B, for the 10. I appreciate it, okay? Thank you very much. That's generous. Yeah, I saw a clip of More Pegasus saying that he was going to try and change tracks with his content and cover different stuff. He's like, well, I used to do variety. You know, I used to be a variety content creator, and I think I should probably return to that. Because if you just take a look at this guy's channel, Hassan, that might be the fucking fat guy from that one podcast but that is still talking about an Hassan stream. Hassan. Dan Clancy. Probably in relation to Hassan. Frogan. Hassan and his orbiters are fucked. Hassan. Dude, it's just unending coverage about one topic only.
All the rejection you get is two-faced and half-hearted. Behind your back, girls love you. Your parents are proud and happy for you. Stacy's swoon over your masculine appearance behind closed doors.
Okay, well, the previous donor left me with a warm feeling in my tummy, and that's completely undone it. But I still appreciate the $10 nonetheless. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's go in for it. Let's have a gander. Let's have a look. Has more Pegasus finally jumped the shark and gone too far with his Hassan milking? What the fuck is this? A Ligma gone wild. Why the fuck have I've literally just been tagged in this 31 seconds ago. God damn, what? At Dickers TV. What are you doing? What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Dude, I've got people gooning right now to female versions of me that they've made using Google AI.
You will never be depressed. You wrench out a fake TFW and OGF every single morning and tell yourself it's going to be miserable, but deep inside you feel the happiness creeping up like a weed.
Thank you for the self-affirmation. I will go back over that later and manifest. Thank you very much. Dude, leave cunters alone. Leave cunters alone. If I see anybody going and making AI pornography of cunters, alright, I will absolutely be reporting you to the police. I will absolutely be reporting you to police. That is still technically... Wait, is that illegal? Wait, is that... I actually don't know. If I take Hassan and turn him into a woman, and then I make pornography of female Hassan, is that a fictional character? Or am I committing a crime there? Listen. If Denims can set brand new precedent, I can set brand new precedent as well. You will be hearing from my legal team. Right, fuck it. Let's get into the segment then. Let's have a gander.
If you know like a good Singaporean lawyer, it'd be nice to try and figure out if I could pursue litigation of sorts.
Welcome back to a series so legendary. Hassan is threatening to sue me now. In today's video, Hassan has gone on a 30-minute crash out over my videos. He goes over my channel and instantly brings up race. He pulls up a video with 3K views to find anybody agreeing with him. Tragic. Instead of...
Whoa! Wait, hold on. I think I know that. I think I know that channel. I think we all know that channel, don't we? I think that might be, dude, friend of the stream, Sleepy, getting a shout out from Hassan, getting a shout out from Pegasus, Base.
K views to find anybody agreeing with him. Tragic. Instead of addressing any argument, he tries to call me chopped and tells me to make positive videos. Like him, of course.
Oh my god, wait, I've seen screenshots of this video. I am excited for this shit. Does he, during the course of this video, does he try and pull up, like, gym photos of him looking skinny fat and try and say that he's ripped and jacked?
Of course.
How can I be okay?
He then pulls up my Instagram trying to make fun of my appearance, but it instantly backfires when he finds out that I'm actually jacked. He
Now, I think that bragging about your appearance is totally fine, okay? I don't care about that at all. That is a Giga Chad trait. However, I think we need to come upon a standard definition of what jacked means. Right? We need to land upon a common definition. First off, right? Definition around the abs. Literally everybody has that. If you want morbidly obese, okay? I barely go to the fucking gym, okay? I barely go to the fucking gym. Maybe once or twice a week, and my body fat percentage is way over being considered jacked. I have that. Right? You know what I also have that Pegasus doesn't have? The top 2 abs showing. You cannot consider yourself jacked unless you've got a 6-pack, okay? That is essential for this shit. And then what have we got? Dude, where are the fucking shoulder? The boulder shoulders, bro. Where's the bump? Literally, where is the deviation? That's just a shoulder. That's just human anatomy. Oh, and he's got pretty good light as well. He has got, I think that lighting is probably pretty good to be able to show some kind of striation, and we've got nothing.
He then invites me on his stream to debate, I guess, and says he's gonna try and get a gym session with me in Singapore. Unfortunately, bro might be banned. Hassan then encourages his chat to try.
You need to think you're at least bigger than Hassan. No, you don't. No, you don't. There's been rumors circulating for years that Hassan has been on steroids, and Hassan has been in the gym for, what, the longest fucking time, okay? He says that he's been in the gym since he was a fucking kid. You don't need to be Hassan to consider yourself jacked. But you need to have something going on at least.
And get me arrested and beaten up by filing false reports to the authorities. He then starts talking about executions, saying that he definitely doesn't want that, except as chatters, of course.
Singapore has the highest rate of state-sponsored executions on the planet. Oh my God, you're about to get caned, big dog.
He tries to read the law, getting basically everything wrong, and tries desperately to find a charge of stalking or harassment, but completely forgets that he's a public figure and it doesn't apply. He finally threatens to launch a lawsuit against me to get me to stop talking about him. Fellow slop tubers like Sensitive and Rev have responded. Is Pegasus going to...
Wow, the greatest minds of YouTube are truly coming together to be able to consider whether or not this is a legitimate legal threat.
Quit making videos. Stay tuned to find out. Subscribe or you gotta deal with an international lawsuit from a giant man baby. Crazy times.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, welcome back everybody to the Legendary series. So, very interesting day. I woke up to a bunch of Hassan fans spamming me with a bunch of racist messages. And I was like, okay, what happened here? And apparently, Hassan talked about me on stream. And turns out it was like a third.
There's no fucking way that these are the people complaining about fucking racism. Please tell me. What content bracket do you think that you are in? Please tell me that you've never called Hassan a fucking roach. Please tell me you've never made a fucking roach joke about a song.
30-minute crash out where he's threatening to actually sue me.
Comedy's legal, little bro. Comedy's legal, little gup. Comedy's legal, little okay. Well, okay. We're winding it in. We're winding it in from the last one.
Apparently, he's also telling his fans to...
Little jit, right? Mexicans say that, I think. That's like Mexican lingo. Comedy's legal, little jit.
Falsely report me to the authorities to get me to stop talking about him. He also wants me to get caned, which is like physically beaten up. And then he randomly brings up executions in Singapore. Completely unrelated, obviously. Really sane individual we're dealing with here. Why would you sue your favorite channel, man?
More Pegasus made a dozen videos about you in the past few days. I love that guy. That guy is my favorite YouTuber, honestly.
Anyways, buckle up and get ready. We're gonna debunk every single thing. And if he really wants to lose millions of dollars in a lawsuit and get humiliated in court, be my guest. Right, here we go. Hassan is considering suing Pegasus and requests that Singaporean authorities look into him for stalking, cyber stalking, harassment, and defamation over his Legendary series. Claims that Pegasus caused him grave injuries and that he's terrified, which could impact a potential upcoming trip to Singapore. Okay.
And wait, Hassan has said he's terrified of more Pegasus, and we're supposed to take this as totally sincere. This is totally real. Hassan is actually... Dude, come the fuck on!
Okay, before we even start, buddy, you got banned from the UK. There's already like a precedent been set. There's like a 0% chance you can even come here after you've shown open support to 3 different terrorist orgs.
I believe what the Houthis are doing is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization. I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Yeah.
I mean, the Hassan compilation, after you've already seen it like 50 times, I just don't know how this hits for people. Legitimately don't know how this fucking hits with people. How do you watch this the 1000th fucking time? You've watched over 100 more Pegasus videos. You're a huge fan. and he pulls out the Hassan's greatest moments, and you still clap and jump up and down in front of your fucking desk and celebrate at the compilation being played again. There's no fucking way. There is no fucking way that you're still on this shit, right?
Those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they have like a zero tolerance policy for that type of stuff, so I don't really think you're getting a visa, but...
I mean, that is a good point, actually. You say that, but Templar claps every time. Templar is the kind of person that does clap every time you play that compilation. That's a very good point. Very apt observation there.
You know, you can try, I guess. Right, so he clipped his stream here into a video. More Pegasus just ruined his life, and it's like me in prison time, which is actually funny. This is like the one funny thing this video, other than, you know, threatening to sue me and get me beaten up and executed. That's like weird, but like this is actually funny. This is something I can get behind because like, okay, you're memeing, you know? Right, so he starts by going over my channel.
Like that one Pegasus guy, right? Like this one is my favorite. This one, the Pegasus guy is my favorite. There's this like Indian dude. Biggest Hassan orbiter just ruined his career. Stavros Halkias catches a stray from more Pegasus. Finally banned. Hassan's friends just abandoned him. Hassan just got confronted.
No fucking way. Wait. I thought that the numbers were fake. I thought that the numbers were like made up. I thought that it was when Nuxtaku. You know how Nuxtaku does the thing where he's like, Hassan is 897% over. I thought that that's what he was fucking doing. Bro, you've made over 300 videos about Hassan. Listen, okay? Make hay while the sun shines. Go for it, fill your fucking boots, have fun. Snorking is legal, okay? Just, there cannot be that much fucking content to make, can there?
In real life, the entire world is turning on Hassan. Almost everyone hates Hassan now. 90% hated. Hassan just got caught in 4K. Biggest Hassan orbiter just ruined his career. Stavros was literally in a movie that was nominated for an Oscar. You thought I was joking. You thought I was joking when I said like this guy only makes this video, the same video over and over again.
Okay, so obviously the title thumbnails are dramatized for the YouTube algorithm. I mean, he knows this. He's purposely being dumb about it. Also, it's not the same video. Why would anybody watch the same video over and over again? It's obvious.
I mean, I don't know. I have wondered that watching the More Pegasus channel as I've been observing it, as I've been talking about it. Who the fuck is watching this stuff?
Obviously different videos. It's news. I'm reporting on random content creators just, you know, having drama. Also, I find it interesting that he introduces me as, oh, this Indian guy. Huh. So what did you mean by that? Have you like primed your audience to be bigoted or something? Because like,
no fucking way. You're crying about him referencing your race, calling you that Indian guy. The woke riot has got to be fucking stopped. These people always collapse in on the same fucking talking points every single fucking time. There is no way.
Why would that be even relevant or something? Like, because I don't know, when you introduce Asmongold, you're not like, oh, this white guy. I mean, he did.
No, he's hitting the same talking points. Is that going to become the narrative that Hassan is racist against Indian people? I wanna do a quick search. It's not shocking to see his fans go straight for racist remarks, since he has a thing for going after Asian countries that aren't China. I mean, I have said before that unfortunately Asian countries have garnered a notorious reputation for being full of pedophiles. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anything else but racist? Nope, that's about it. Okay. Seemingly hasn't picked up. Maybe he doesn't realize quite the audience that he's talking to.
Did call India a rogue terrorist state, so maybe he has some sort of a bias. Anyways, it's funny how racist his like woke audience is. Like, look at these comments. Never seen an Indian more.
I didn't even know that comment that Hassan made. This guy's gone through Hassan's content and to catalog all of the statements that he's made about India. Not seething, by the way. Not molding, by the way. This is the based GigaChad A-logger, totally taking down Hassan, mocking him at every route. How could he say that about the nation state of India? How dare he?
Obsessed of Hassan than the actual shit that lay on.
What the fuck? Dude, we're hitting the SJW trifecta. go in and look at comments on Hassan videos that have got a single like.
The street. Oh my god! Like, what is wrong with you, dude? So then he pulls up a video with like 3K views. Buddy is on the 18th page of Google to find somebody that agrees with him.
And they do get views. Like there is a market for this. Hassan just had an insane meltdown.
How is being racist woke? I'm not saying that it's being woke, okay? A, could be dark woke, okay? But B, I mean, the idea that you're going through to find individual comments that presumably some of somebody's fans are making, and then trying to throw that back on them, and acting as though, well, you must be racist. Look at what your fan left me. Hassan is a fucking huge creator. I'm sure that if he shit talks more Pegasus, some people are going to go and say some fucking crazy stuff. I thought we learnt this in 2016. No, and now we've abandoned all those fucking principles.
Hassan's downfall is incredible. Hassan's friends are canceling him now. Female Hassan actually lost his mind. Sleepy explains why More Pegasus is the worst content creator on YouTube right now while reacting to his video on Hassan Piker's UK ban.
Oh, brother, this drama queen. Fascism is here. Oh.
I love this guy. It's so funny because he has nothing redeemable about him, but the pure animus that drives a lot of dudes that look like him, I guess, on the internet, that spend every waking moment on the internet, the animus that they feel towards me is enough. They're like, I don't even want, I will watch the same video over and over again. Is Chop City.
Oh my god, it's the rise of fascism. But
are you gonna say anything about that?
Bro, why are you just leaving this in? Why are you just fucking leaving this in? Hassan's just shit talking you, bro. Like, cut this up a little bit better at the very least, no?
Or are you just gonna repeat what he said in a mocking tone?
Hey, are you kidding me? What happened, Hassan? Are you gonna be swinging from the gallows again? It's funny because somehow you survived the first time.
You know, you can make positive videos. They also go, fairly viral. He's kind of mimicking your expression and facial hair. Okay, that's disrespectful to me. That's messed up.
Wow, Hassan, always addressing the arguments immediately. By that, I mean instantly going to personal attacks, calling me...
What the fuck is the argument you're fucking making? Literally, what is the argument you're making? You're going and making some non-sequitur point about, are you going to be swinging from the gallows? Why don't you actually engage with this discussion about fascism? It's so fucking easy to do. Literally, 2 seconds. Boom. You're saying this is fascism. The United States and the UK are unified on this one point to support Israel. It's literal fascism. It's not. The UK actually recognize the state of Palestine. I can do it for you in 2 fucking seconds. That's how you make the argument against Hassan.
He chopped, and I love how the...
But Pegasus doesn't. Pegasus can't. He just like, repeat what Hassan says in, like, a mocking tone. There is no critical engagement to be found in a More Pegasus video.
Chatter's instantly like, wait, he looks like you. Which is like, bro, this is such high school shit. 35-year-old man, a decade older than me, acting like this. Buddy, it's time to start a family or something. What are you doing? Anyways, he does end up glazing me later.
You can't be the one to make that fucking argument. What are you talking about? Buddy. Go start a family or something, bro. Like, what do you want me to fucking say? You can't be the one to fucking make that joke, can you?
Because he actually physically cannot make fun of me. But obviously, if you watch that video, you would know that I was poking fun at the fact that Hassan is always dramatizing a situation that, oh, he's going to be executed, swinging from the gallows. He's going to be put in concentration camps, none of which actually happened to him. And he's obviously a drama queen, which is objectively true.
See you in the goddamn concentration camps. All right, buddy? We're all going there. If you don't lock the in. When I swing from the gallows, I won't be there alone. You will be there. They'll put you up there too.
Also, this guy talking about make positive videos. Look.
You are just like 60 IQ, I think. If you hear somebody online say like a statement like that, when I'm swinging from the gallows, you'll be swinging too, just you wait. And you don't think that he's being jovial, making a joke, being hyperbolic for the purpose of shock humor? No? Okay, never mind. You think he's being sincere. Nice. It's just such gutter tier fucking trash.
Look at you, man. You gotta be rage baiting. Hassan, the light of positivity.
Yes! Yes! Yes, that's exactly what he's doing. More Pegasus starts to realize the son might be joking in that instance.
I hate my life. I hate streaming. I hate socialism. If one more dumb fuck in my chat says, please sue, I'm just going to end it. I'm going to end it all. I'm going to end my life. Okay.
So then a chatter points out that their friend is actually a fan of me.
My friend loves more Pegasus and thinks he's smart. Help, please. What? It's actually kind of, I'm fascinated by people. I'm fascinated by people who sincerely watch this fucking slop, the garbanzo slop that these guys put out, and they're like, this guy's peak content, dude. Sorry to report, but your chatter, your friend is a fucking dumbass. like your friend might be more redeemable if he was at least like watching Daily Wire or fucking Matt Walsh, because at least like there's something to hold on to there where you could just be like, well, here's why your worldview is wrong. This guy doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I don't have.
Dude, he's even doing the zoom-ins. He's even doing the zoom-ins, but Hassan cooks him.
Here's why your worldview is wrong. This guy doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
Dude, just like leave it be. Just leave it be. Are you doing the zoom in and I'm supposed to go, damn, how could he say that about you? Hassan is actually an intellectual. I'll say that at the very least he tries to be, okay? But it's much better than more Pegasus. Like, they're just in different fucking fields, obviously, right? Even I disagree with Hassan, right? I don't even agree with his political takes sometimes, a lot of the time, right? But that you've got to know that you're outmatched.
I don't have anything. I mean, I'm way more entertaining than you, in my opinion, all right? And yes, I guess I'm not political like you. That's what he's referring to, right? I don't have like a political side, or that's because I don't care. I'm like just talking about YouTube drama and news. You happen to be a
oh, then present it. Don't say it, just do it. Don't talk about politics, which he does wade into, by the way. All of the people who were hating on Hassan 24/7, every day, day in, day out, they are talking about politics. The problem is that these retards don't realize they're talking about politics. And so they wade in it to, with none of the understanding, make some retarded statements that they don't realize are a political statement. And then they wander off and question why they're getting so much hate over it. No, you are making political statements every single time.
Politically brain-rotted individual that sees politics where it's not even there, which is just like extremely annoying. The fact is, like, I don't want to be miserable. I'm not like American and super into these politics or whatever. I think it rots your brain. I mean, just look at you, man. You're like a prime case study. Also, shout out to the friend of that person, the only person with common sense. Right, so then his chatters are like desperately trying to give him material to make fun of me. So they pull up my Instagram trying to dunk on me, and it completely backfires.
Why he got the... Wait, what is this him? Oh my god. This is my goat? This is my goat? Oh, he's on a fucking journey. He's on a journey of self-improvement. Know thyself. Road to Greek god. Singapore. He is in Singapore. And he is actually... Okay, respect. Debunking the no pants allegations. Okay, Pegasus. Okay, Pegasus, you win this round. I'm proud of you. Okay?
Oh my god, bro. You know he's so mad. He's like...
Is somebody going to break it to him? Is somebody going to tell him that Hassan was being nice? He's talking down to you, bro. He's condescending you. Look up, okay? He's not actually being nice. Please, somebody tell this guy.
Oh my god, I'm gonna pull up this guy's Instagram. I'm gonna make all my fans shit on him and send him these messages because I'm a 35-year-old high school bully. Oh, he's probably ugly as shit. You know, my unwashed ops. And then he opens it. He's like, oh wait.
There is something deeply psychological going on with this guy. I mean, it's a fucking meme that Hassan's community tries to perpetuate, right? That all the people who hate Hassan just see him as like a base Giga Chad, gorgeous, you know, kind of like a pinnacle of masculinity or something. Dude, you don't need to fucking feed into it that fucking hard. He's like a high school bully. Bro, you're the guy making over 300 videos about the guy. He commented on your appearance one time and now he's the high school bully. There is something deeply psychological going on there. 100%. It's harkening back. It's harkening back to a different time in this guy's life, being talked to by Hassan like this.
Oh, wait. Oh wait, he's jacked. Oh my god. This is like that one SpongeBob episode. Oh no, he's hot. Listen, I'll admit it. I'm a little chopped right now. I'm like 9 months into a bulk. I don't really care too much. I'm inflamed. My hair is a mess. My beard's a mess. Like, I'm not in a fashion show here, all right? I'm not trying to impress Mr. Diddy Piker. Who gives a fuck what?
Bro, you're posting it to Instagram. What is the purpose of that? What is the purpose of that?
This guy thinks. But you know what? Since he...
I mean, during a bulk, I would expect you to look big, right? You're kind of like built up. Your muscles are going to show even fucking better, right? You're not going to have the striation and the muscle effect. You're not going to look toned, right? But you're going to look fucking hench. You're going to look fucking built up and big. And unfortunately, you just look skinny fat.
Insists on jacking it to me. 10K likes on this video, and towards the end of the year, I'll get shredded, I'll looks max, and I'll Maga-san. All right, I'll get my Giga Chad jawline back. I'll groom. I'll visit a freaking stylist. I'll get my contacts or some shit. Cut to 0% body fat. Get those veins, abs, and I'll Mog him. All right, Tubby's gonna.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Midgematic. You might have picked up on a detail there that I didn't. Yeah, Judgmental Kazi. Did this guy say that he's been bulking for 9 months? Huh? This guy... No. No. I didn't even pick up on that detail. Is that what he said? Yes. No. Dude, if Pegasus has been bulking for 9 months, Stavros has been bulking for most of his fucking life, okay? It's just a bulk. Please, okay? I promise you. I promise you. It's just a bulk. Copium, copium, copium. 9 months. Fuck me.
A crash out. Anyways, hopefully by the time I'm 35 years old, I hope to actually, start a family and live a peaceful life rather than argue with people 10 years younger than me like a miserable loser, dude. Oh my god. Right, so then he invites me on his stream.
300 videos. 200K average views. That's 60 million views. That's some good money. Yeah, this motherfucker's made so much money. Bro, legit making his own One Piece series. How many hours do you think he puts into editing the videos? He has logged 250 hours of footage just talking about me. If he's putting in like 2 hours per video, let's say, and that's like a conservative guesstimate here, 2 hours of editing per video. How many hours until it's called love? Singaporean Gramsci. More Pegasus. I'm a big fan of yours. I would like to invite you to the broadcast. I think we need to make it happen. You are a fascinating specimen.
Okay, as much as I would love to destroy Hassan live on stream and farm him for more content, I don't negotiate with terrorist supporters. I don't think there's like a...
If you don't want to debate, say that's not your wheelhouse and fucking move on. I'm not a serious guy. I don't really talk about these topics, but I don't do that, bro.
Productive conversation to be had there. And, I appreciate it. You acknowledge that I work hard. I make good videos. I'm actually not the one putting in majority of the editing, though. I do have an editor who helps me out. Shout out to him for being the GOAT. But yeah, I do actually get to enjoy life, unlike Mr. Diddy here, who's basically stuck on stream all day, and in his off time is clearly watching SlopTube videos. So then he says that he's going...
I mean, the crazy thing is, Hassan is inviting you on. Hassan is not a very good debater at all. You've been talking about this guy for, what, over a fucking year. It has been hundreds of hours of footage of you talking about him. And you've got no points that you think you could rate the guy on? Really? That'd be like a fucking capstone. That'd be like a huge monument to the legendary series of the fucking drama slop. No? That'd be fucking amazing.
Going to visit Singapore, which, dude, I'd love to see you try and get a visa, dog.
When I visit Singapore, which will eventually happen, okay, we can go and work out together at a gym. This has to be meant.
I don't know how Hassan does this for like 10 to 12 hours a day. That's pretty stuck online. That is incredibly stuck online. That is incredibly stuck online. Yeah. I don't think... And listen, nobody in this is getting off the terminally online allegations. Not me, not Hassan, not Pegasus, all right? Everyone's a fucking loser.
Mental illness, right? Like, there's no other way to look at it. But I do appreciate you going on a journey of self-improvement. That's very cool. More Pegasus just finished on Hassan. This is another one of those channels, right? This is like another one of those drama channels. Massive Ludwig drama. Hassan just made a huge mistake. This Asmongold drama is getting weird. Stable Ronaldo.
I will say, okay, out of all of the like daily drama slot people who are currently big, I think that WestJet is probably the best. All right, people are gonna disagree with me for that. All right, he is undoubtedly the best of a bad bunch.
Situation is embarrassing.
He was the best of a bad bunch when it came to the dog shit coverage that was running around about Tectone. More Pegasus is dog shit. Sensitive Society is dog shit. You know?
At least he's more versatile, it seems. Like, he actually covers, like, other shit, too. He hates BB No Money.
Diesel Patches is better? No. Yeah, Diesel Patches is way better.
Idiot, it calls him. Pokimane he hates, of course. Both West and Pegasus.
He doesn't. He streams, like, 6 to 7 hours tops. The 10 hours thing is bullshit. Really? Hassan used to do crazy fucking long streams. No? Hassan RV Twitch. Let's have a gander. How long are these VODs looking?
Is it anti-progressive force?
right.
You're an anti-progressive force.
The sun was shifting already to the Republican Party.
Sure.
Okay, nice. How do you feel about Sleepy's videos lately? Kind of feeling sloppy from the other side. It's daily drama commentary, right? If you're expecting documentaries, you're watching the wrong fucking videos, right? It's like, I don't know, bro. You're like picking up a bag of crisps at the fucking gas station and saying, ugh, they're greasy. Oh, these are high. This is high carb. This is like slop nothing fast food. Yeah, it's daily commentary. You're getting in the wrong market if you want something better. I mean, that's just the truth. I doubt Sleepy would even fucking disagree. Sleepy is a cut above the rest, though. Okay, all videos. No, this isn't fucking, like, 6 hours, man. What's his average gonna be? Does some 4 here, does some 5. He did a 10, he did a 12. Okay, there's a little bit more variety. Okay, saying 10 to 12 hours is probably erroneous. Average, if I had to pin it, probably around 7, right? Yeah.
Hello!
Whoops!
This is Love the Juicer. We are tapping the glass way too hard. I mean, this is fascinating, no?
Yo, shout out to the boy WestJet making an appearance on the Diddy Piker stream.
We have standards on our side. We do, right? If you take a look at the moral claims that Sleepy's going to make, the arguments that he's going to make, they are going to be principled, right? Against copyright lawsuits, against, unnecessary kind of lawfare, stuff like that, doxing, right? On all of those things, on the principles, Sleepy's going to pass all of that shit, right? But this is just the game that we're fucking in. If you're complaining about drama videos being slop when it's daily commentary, it is what it is. It comes with the territory.
I'm truly a privilege. Also, sure, Hassan, I agree. Let's get a gym session in Singapore together. Oh no. Will Twitch streamer Hassan Piker be able to enter Singapore? He was recently banned from the UK. It is highly unlikely that Hassan would be allowed to enter Singapore, as the country enforces some of the world's strictest borders and legal framework.
There's no fucking way. Literally, all you have to do to be able to not look like a total fucking moron, okay? Especially if you're doing prepared content. Just click on the link, right? Right there. You can see it. Right where I'm pointing. There, right? Just take a look at the link that the AI is pointing to and read from there. It might even have the exact same fucking shit. You can make the argument yourself, all right? You look 10 times smarter. I promise you, you'll look 10 times fucking smarter.
Frameworks regarding national security, public order.
I'm not even arguing about the quality of the fucking video, because the quality is going to be the exact fucking same, right? But at least own the fucking argument if you're going to make it.
In inflammatory speech. How likely is Hassan to be banned from Singapore? It is almost 100% certainty that Hassan would be barred if he applied for a visa. Maintains a strict zero-tolerance framework regarding secularism, foreign interference, and racial or religious harmony. Piker's rhetorical history violates Singapore's core national safety red lines in 3 distinct ways. Reasons for a probable entry ban, precedent of UK ban. His presence was not conducive to the public good. Authorities routinely scrutinize whether an individual has been denied entry, deported, or banned by other sovereign nations. Interesting. Zero tolerance for terrorist sympathy. Oh, no. He's cooked on that. Piker has faced severe backlash for controversial remarks regarding Hamas, explicitly stating on a podcast he would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. Singapore classifies Hamas as a terrorist organization. Ay, Hassan. Takes an uncompromising stance against foreign figures who voice support or rationalization for prescribed terror groups. This guy was on his high horse this entire stream, being like, I'm going to read the laws in front of you. Buddy, did you read this shit? Strict racial and religious harmony laws. Piker's history of highly inflammatory political commentary surrounding the Israel-Hamas conflict would flag him as a major risk to the delicate social cohesion. Looks like...
And this is all based off what? Hassan saying that he's going to come and, like, work out at the gym with you? Okay.
Like, the gym session will have to wait, Hassan. I was so excited. To lift some weights with my buddy Hassan, but unlucky, man. So then
Dude, it's like an offhanded comment about Hassan joking about going to the gym with him. All right.
Hassan chatter brings up how they're brainwashing.
That's not true. What? I'm not going to try and weigh in on Singaporean law. I think that if I had to guess, literally, again, okay, pinch of salt, but if I had to guess, I would bet that Hassan might be banned from Singapore. I don't know.
Their kid because they dared to watch my videos.
Funny story about Pegasus check logs. I'm not kidding. My 14-year-old was watching that dude until I put a stop to it. I did a 2-hour presentation on how that's slop and fake, how to learn that's accurate info. He's going to put this in a video, just so you know. Hasanabi wine mom.
Got that right. Now you're finally catching on. Also, shout out to that 14-year-old for literally having more common sense than his mom. So he was watching my videos and you're trying to brainwash him with a 2-hour presentation on how Hassan is actually in the right. I really wonder.
Is that what was said? I mean, dude, don't complain when Hassan mischaracterizes you for a joke and then mischaracterize him to make a serious fucking point.
Or like, how did you actually debunk anything I said? Because it's just not.
Dude. How dare you teach your child about media literacy? How dare you? How dare you teach your child about media literacy? I've got drama slop to make, baby. That's going to seriously cut into my bottom line. Just so fucking retarded. Dickers, like, the reason Hassan got banned from the UK was because he was going for work to speak at unis. I don't know if that was the reason. Because here's the thing with the Hassan stuff, right? People are trying to point to statements that Hassan made a year ago to try and give, that as the reason why Hassan got banned from the UK. Personally, in my opinion, I don't think that's necessarily why. The social climate might be slightly different. I could see that potentially from where it was a year ago. Possibly. In my opinion, I think the strongest argument for Hassan getting banned is the statements that he made about Palestine action. Because that was over the last year. And he was able to come last time. So, what's the difference now? It might be the social climate. Otherwise, statements have changed. Which of that is it? It's a toss-up, in my opinion.
Not possible. It's public information. Bro, Hassan.
Sorry, correction. He's banned on means for travel. Sorry. He's banned on means for work, not for travel, I believe. Interesting. I mean, his visa got denied. If he applies purely for travel, will he be able to come? I actually don't know.
John fans gotta be like the most nutty people, dude. Heaven forbid your child thinks for themselves, man. Oh my god. Anyway, speaking of deranged fans.
He was banned from the UK to balance out the fact that we just banned a ton of right-wingers weeks before the event. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I don't know if the Home Office works on a soul for the soul, soul for a soul basis. So I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. It might be social context. They've tightened the restrictions up on people from other countries. Specifically, probably, if I had to guess, America, coming in and talking about politics. There's also going to be other things where the UK government is trying to clamp down on anti-Semitism. As a little bit of a token, given the fact that we have moved geopolitically on Israel-Palestine, right? Criticizing Israel more so. Recognizing the state of Palestine. So that's changed in terms of the government's position. They've got incentives to do things as like a certain kind of way. They give a lot of W's to people concerned about Israel on the culture war stuff and then take a different tack politically. There's several things there. I don't think the Home Office is going to comment on it extensively. So anybody saying definitively the reason that he got banned from the UK, I think a lot of those people are probably cooked, you know?
His chatters then start recommending that people harass me.
Dickers, please, how much longer is this fucking slop? Oh, the stream? The stream is going on for another 3 hours, mate. This, dude, he's just about to start talking about getting more Pegasus caned. You don't want to watch that?
And basically spam false reports to the authorities, trying to get me arrested, beaten, and some of them want me executed. Very reasonable people here.
You should report that person to the authorities in Singapore. They have extremely strict laws against cyber harassment and spreading misinfo on the internet. Wait. What do you mean? What you are doing right now will feed them for months? You should just have some orbiter make a video about them and then watch that video? I don't have orbiters. Chatter, that's not how this works. I don't do this, drama shit. The law? Intentionally causing harassment, alarm, or distress. Singapore statutes online. An individual or entity must not, with intent, cause harassment, alarm, or distress to another person called in the section the target person by any means, use any threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior, make any threatening, abusive, or insulting communication, or publish any identity information of the target person or a related person of the target person. Oh my God, they're going to cane his ass. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're going to cane his ass. Oh my God, you're about to get caned, big dog. Oh my God. Because Singapore does not fuck around.
Right, so Hassan and his fans are just creaming themselves at this because they want me to be like brutally beaten up for like criticizing him. And yeah, I did talk to a lawyer and literally none of this shit applies. He's
No! He spoke to a lawyer. Dude, stop. More Pegasus got so fucking pressed by that joke that he's contacting legal teams to be able to defend himself criminally. Dude, shut the fuck up. Hassan's talking about caning your fucking ass and saying that he's terrified by your videos. Obviously a fucking joke. What was my take coming into this stuff initially? I said this is exact same about what happened between me and Tommy C, you know? I make a joke about how fucking strict defamation laws are in Germany, and him posturing about it is retarded. And then Tommy C thinks that I'm fucking threatening him. Dude, it's literally 1-to-1.
He's a public figure. This guy is quite literally creating...
Wait, what? UK is moved from Israel so much that US planes attack Iran from UK air bases. That's not technically true. You might quibble about the definition there, but the UK, the US is purely taking defensive actions from UK military bases. So like intercepting and, stuff like that. You just lucky that Iranian rockets, you just luck that Iranian rockets can't reach UK, bro. Thank you, Alexander. I appreciate it. I will forever thank God that Iranian rockets aren't rich. Thank you.
Fan fiction and jerking himself off. Here we go. Analyze the creator of More Pegasus and his commentary against Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. He's made
No! You're asking ChatGPT to analyze your videos. That's not something it can fucking do. What are you talking about?
300 videos on him. Considering he lives in Singapore, is he violating any laws regarding harassment? No, More Pegasus is highly unlikely to be violating any harassment laws because...
Grok, can you take a look at my foot? Grok, can you use public CCTV to analyze my foot? I think I might have foot fungus.
His videos constitute transformative public interest commentary on a prominent public figure rather than targeted personal abuse or doxing required for legal action. Wow, almost like he's just been circle jerking this complete fan fiction. Under the Protection from Harassment Act, standard internet commentary and criticism are legally protected as long as they don't cross into specific criminal thresholds. Analysis of Pegasus versus Hassan. Legal context. They are strictly reactions to public live streams and public controversies. Wow, who would have thought that commenting on public clips is actually allowed? Why POHA doesn't apply to his commentary. Lack of direct target intention. For POHA to apply, an individual must use threatening, abusive, or insulting words with specific intent to cause the person harassment, alarm, or distress. Pegasus uploads standard YouTube videos to his own channel for a broad public audience rather than spamming Hassan's private inbox, tagging him directly to incite real-world harm, or sending threatening messages. And you know the funny thing is, his fans are sending me threatening messages. The public figure defense, Hassan is a massive...
You don't think Hassan gets threatening messages from people who make anti-Hassan content? You are retarded. You are so fucking retarded. Do these people just think before they fucking say any of this stuff? I mean, Nor Pegasus is not expecting Hassan to respond to any of this stuff, so why would he even, like, put thought into it, I guess? It's just, think for 2 seconds about what being an online figure, like, carries with it, right? When you talk about somebody, it's more than likely, especially this fucking size, bro, that somebody's gonna go and leave a nasty comment for Hassan.
Public figure and political.
I would probably estimate that Hassan on the daily gets some kind of what's the phrase, right? Non-credible, of course, non-credible, but some kind of death threat, like in his fucking Twitter inbox or sent to his email.
Commentator. Under POHA, a court requires whether a person's behavior was reasonable given the context. Critiquing, mocking, or analyzing a media personality's public output is legally recognized as fair comment and standard political social expression. Oh my god, do not show this to Hassan fans. They are about to have a fucking meltdown when they realize that the person more likely to actually be caned or executed or whatever the fuck you're saying is probably the terrorist supporter who...
Have you considered the fact that he's not in Singapore?
Is probably not even going to be able to come here, rather than the guy commenting on public clips. Then we got the stalking he brings up, watching a streamer's publicly broadcasted Twitch streams from across the globe.
Okay, we're just gonna skip this. I mean, does this guy just read Grok for the entire thing? We need a better caliber of Hassan hater. We absolutely fucking do. We absolutely do. Spends, what, 10 minutes reading an output of Grok, saying, no, the joke that Hassan made about reporting you to the police is not going to work. Nice. I'm glad to see it.
If I had to pull up the fucking AI, I might have to pull up a lawyer on my channel to explain to this moron that this is going to be a complete waste of time and energy. But hey, if you want to actually lose millions of dollars, go ahead, pal. Honestly, go ahead. You are going to lose. I'm telling you right now. By the way, also, like, filing a bunch of false reports is a crime in itself. So if you're going to be doing this, just be prepared to go to jail yourself. Anyway, so then he randomly starts talking about executions. Dude, what?
Dude, what the fuck? What are the Singaporean police gonna fucking do? Even if he did that, literally, what are they gonna do? They're gonna send, like, the I don't know, the Singaporean intelligence agency over to Hassan Piker's house, bust in there like fucking Rainbow Six Siege and arrest him, take him back to Singapore for trial and cane his ass? I don't think so. Unlikely.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, 1 second he's like, hey, I really love your channel. Let's go to the gym together. Oh my god, you're jacked. Oh my god, you're jacked, bro. Now he's talking about executions.
Yes. Oh, Singapore has the highest rate of state-sponsored executions on the planet. Singapore death penalty rate. Despite the decline, a large percentage of the public are supportive of the use of the death penalty, with more than 80% of Singaporeans believing in it. Wait, don't get the guy killed? I don't think there's a death penalty for this. And also that I would not be in favor of. Are you fucking insane?
Yes, they are. They are insane. Look at your chat. We got Mountain Griddle here. Get Pegasus executed Lamau. Bro, what sort of unhinged lunatics am I dealing with? You unironically want me...
You're dude, if we go back through this comment section, do we not think we're going to get people talking about getting Hassan Piker executed? Joking about getting Mossad to take the guy out? He's going to have fucking Shahed drones from the Israeli military going to take him out? Really? Or what about people talking about Hassan being executed for treason? What do we think about that? Dude, come on now.
Me executed because I played Hassan's own clips? Are you kidding?
We're almost there. I think we're like an 80% of a legal mindset. Any day now, okay, these videos are going to devolve into more Pegasus talking about leaves falling on his house. And that's being evidence of Hassan Piker fans coming to kill him in real life.
Me? Dude, I'm so glad I don't live in America, because imagine running into these clowns. So then this moron compares writing personal threatening letters towards an individual to commenting on a public individual in a YouTube video. You can't be serious.
X and Y are coworkers at the workplace. X loudly and graphically describes to the other coworkers X's desire for a sexual relationship with Y in an insulting manner. X knows that Y is within earshot and intends to cause Y distress. Y is distressed. X is guilty of an offense under this section. X writes a letter containing threatening words, or maybe a YouTube video. A lot of slander. I don't know what the legal case is for slander.
What slander? What is the slander? This entire 30-minute rant, he has not pointed out one thing that I said was wrong. This is all just complete fan fiction. Also, can't believe I need to explain this, but writing personal threatening letters is very different from a public YouTube video for entertainment. Making videos is not cyber stalking or harassment or any of the shit you think it is, especially not my channel. And I just want you to see the dichotomy. Like, this guy is completely unhinged. He's encouraging his fan base to go and falsely report me to the authorities. And meanwhile,
what? He's explicitly not. Somebody says, go and get Pegasus executed. And he says, no, I'm not in favor of that. Okay? Plagiarism? Ding? Sorry, slander? We meet in the slander. Nice.
I'm here saying never go to Hassan's stream, never comment on his videos, never go to him IRL, stay away.
He's trying to beg the Hassan Piker fans not to report him to the Singaporean government.
From him, keep all comments to my comment section, disavow all harassment completely, and he's trying to get me falsely beaten up. Right, so then...
It's just so fucking ridiculous. Literally living in fear. Living in fear of his own government taking action against him because of Hassan heads.
He says he wants to sue me.
Reach out to me. If you know like a good Singaporean lawyer, something like that, it'd be nice to try and figure out.
Dude, what did I say at the start of the fucking video? This guy is in the mindset of when he was in high school, getting bullied, and now he just sees Hassan as that person. He's trying to get me beat up. He's trying to get me beat up.
If I could pursue litigation of sorts. Bro, Singapore is one city and they killed 17 people in a year via their justice system? Yes. You are giving him content for 7 years, my guy? I kind of feel like I'm not giving him content here. I kind of feel like this might be. I don't know if I'm giving him content for 7 years or if he's going to prison for 7 years. Unless he films the process of him getting caned.
There's no way he did the Diddy Piker laugh, bruh. I just love how he's so delusional. He actually thinks he's going to be winning a lawsuit against me. Bro, listen up. If you want to waste millions of dollars, years of your life, humiliate yourself in court, and potentially go to like Discovery, you want to litigate Doctober 7 in court and everything, I assure you, you will just not be winning in any of this. And it will be so catastrophic to your career, which you value so much. You want to be this, respected political commentator. And if you go through with this lawsuit, I mean, buddy, your career is cooked. I mean,
I can't take any more of the fucking autism. All right, we've gone in there 27 minutes. Okay, I think that's about all that we're going to be fucking doing. This is embarrassing. This is so fucking embarrassing. The aura loss. I can't think of the last time that something like this happened. This is total fucking lolcow shit. This is what happens when somebody who is constantly A-logging, constantly jumping on the popular fucking bandwagon, going after somebody that they know will never respond, and then endlessly making content about them, can't even take it when somebody throws a few jokes back, throws a few jabs back, actually responds to them, when they finally get what you would expect that you would want, right? The person you've been shit-talking for the longest time, recognizing you, giving you a little bit more content. They're trying to get me beat up. It is. It's just embarrassing. There's no two ways about it. There is literally no two ways about it. You know? Okay. Oh my god, I've got the fucking Hassan Piker fans in my chat right now. The UK letting bases on their soil. Well, it's I don't think it's their soil. I think it's on other people's soil, right? It's bases in foreign countries that the UK owns the base, the UK government does. But I don't know if they own the soil. Could be wrong. The UK letting bases on their soil be used for defensive purposes only is highly questionable. No information on how those decisions are made, no proof they are, and they arm and fuel big bombers. Okay. Maybe you can say that it's like somewhat questionable. I'm just saying that people saying that they're using it to attack them. That's not quite true. The UK has said that they're using it for defensive purposes only. You know? I don't know. You'd have to see. We'd have to see. I think that Starmer's position that he's taken on this stuff is largely about international law. And so he doesn't want to be one of the countries that are attacking Iran right now because I think it's an illegal war. We'd have to say. I mean, some people have commented on the fact that even if it's being used for defensive purposes, you still are making yourself a party to the conflict, right? So the difference between are you shooting the rockets at them, are you taking down their rockets, you're still participating in the warfare, right? So it's kind of, is it that much of a distinction? Personally, I think it's a meaningful distinction, but, you know, hey ho. Yeah. Okay. Let's get on to the Lego drama. Let's move on to some of the drama slop from the Lego situation. And I have to say, alright, I've been saying a lot how nobody wants to make a video actually going through Ben's claims and critiquing him as a figure. Nobody wants to pay him the attention that he desperately deserves, alright? However, there is one man who is unafraid to cut against the grain, to point out what nobody else will, to go on his own, stand against the currents of drama, okay, and finally say what needs to be said. And that man is Scott Schaefer. Let's go. Now, I've watched Scott Schaefer's videos before, right? I've spoken about, for example, some of the stuff that he did about Caleb Hammer. I said personally that I agreed with a lot of the things that he was saying, but he just navigated it in the worst way possible. Like, he's striking his blows, but they're not hitting the hardest, and he's not going for the neck well enough a lot of the time, you know? So I've had criticisms from that standpoint, right? A little bit mixed, little bit of a mixed opinion about him, okay? But the enemy of my enemy, that's what we call a friend. That's what we call a true friend. The truth about Reckless Ben and the Lego scandal. I lied. Let's go.
YouTuber Reckless Ben's Lego series has done a great job exposing not only the corruption of a company known as Bricks and Minifig, but also the corruption of an entire city's police force in American Forks, Utah. Unfortunately, after doing some digging, it seems like Ben got a lot of his information wrong and seems to have straight up lied to his audience about winning a court case against the store that stole the Legos in the first place. On top of all of that, Ben's very reckless approach to vigilante justice led to him committing a bunch of serious crimes in his first video that will most likely end up with him spending years behind bars and will probably hurt the family's chance of getting their stolen Legos returned. Now, I talked about this briefly on...
Oh my god! Yes! That's what I've been saying! That's what I've been saying. Oh my god. Okay. We love Scott Schaefer. We absolutely love Scott Schaefer. Everything else is forgiven. We're forgiving him for this, okay? Also, Inside Out, thank you so much for the brand new emote. Hold on. Hold up. Dude, we've got a fucking emote for even the Lego slop. Let's go! Okay. I might put that in... Do I put that in Kick Chat? I'll put it in YouTube chat as well if I can.
Twitter before I decided to make this video, and most people there had herd mentality and didn't want to hear the full story, so they all just called me a bootlicker or that I was a secret Mormon defending the corrupt cops. So before we get started, I want to make it clear that I am not Mormon, and nowhere in this video will I be defending the evil Bricks and Minifig Corporation that is clearly run by the real-life version of Dr. Robotnik. Nor will I be defending the police that clearly harassed Ben in his second video from American Forks, Utah. That whole police force needs to be investigated. Now, Ben's first video covers the story of a man that took his elderly father's 200K Lego collection to a Bricks and Minifig store in Oregon and entered into an agreement with the store owners that they would sell the collection on consignment for the man. A few months later, the store owners sold the business because they were moving out of the country, and the new owners of the store that the corporation had found for them refused to honor the original owner's deal with the man.
Scott Schaefer's raping you right now? Listen, okay? We are brothers in arms against Ben. We can have some disagreements about different things along the way, right? We'll have to see. The main thing is, I think that Ben is a liar, and I think the way that he represents a lot of the stuff in his YouTube video is, I'll say, less than credible. He just straight up lies about certain aspects of it. So his telling of events and the way that he presents it is highly questionable, okay? I'll say that at the very least. Scott Schaefer eventually will be fully red-pilled. He'll come to realize that Ben is lying about everything, okay? But we'll see.
And just took the Legos as their own. That was the intro to Ben's video, and the rest is Ben coming up with different ways to try and get the store owners to give back the Legos to the son of the elderly man. Over the course of the video, Ben commits a bunch of crimes that he tells his audience are legal loopholes, but in reality are not. We'll talk about that in a bit, but every good movie has a climax at the end, and Ben's video ends with his team purchasing the man's Legos, split among the 10 of them, and then filing 10 lawsuits in small claims court against the Bricks and Minifig store that stole the man's Legos. That store never responded to the lawsuit, and Ben wins by default, so he goes to the store to collect his winnings, only to find that the store permanently shut down to avoid having to pay him.
Bricks and Minifigs hasn't responded to a single court case we submitted against them. So I called the court to see what the next steps were.
You can move forward with a motion for default judgment.
Yes, since Bricks and Minifigs didn't respond, looks like we win by default. Congratulations, you won the court case. Dang it! Oh. I couldn't believe it. Literally one day after we filed motion for default judgment, they permanently closed down the store. At first, it did feel kind of cool that our plan worked so well, it completely shut them down.
Now, unfortunately, that's all untrue. And I'm not really sure if Ben is maliciously lying to his audience to make a better story, or if he's just not smart enough to know he didn't win the lawsuits. I was able to pull up the cases in the Oregon online record search, and all of Ben's cases from the video were dismissed by the judge, and Ben did not win any by default, as he claims.
Wait, what?
In the video. Ben does have a new claim he created in March against Bricks and Minifig store owner Joshua Johnson, but that's not the case he mentioned in the video, and it's set to go to trial later this month. The cases he claims in the video he won were all dismissed, and digging into the paperwork, it's clear that Ben had no idea what he was doing. In the documents, we can see that Ben tried to sue an LLC known as L2 Bricks LLC. Unfortunately for Ben, this was the former owner of the store's LLC, and we can see it was dissolved in 2018 after a failure to renew. When the new owners took over the store,
in 2018? What? Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my fucking god. No, Ben has said again and again and again that he won by default. That the judge, weighed in his favor. It's just sort of lying about that as well. I know that that's been contested by Bricks and Minifigs. The problem is with this drama right now is that Bricks and Minifigs are seen as the evil corpo who lies about everything. They're pulling the strings with the police. They've got them in their pockets. And Ben is telling the truth about everything. He's the righteous champion, taking these guys down. So when those guys come into conflict and they disagree on a factual matter, everybody assumes that Ben is correct, when he's just a total retard.
They formed a new business known as Salem Barker Bricks Incorporated. Ben wasn't aware of this apparently, and sued the defunct LLC from 2018. Now, to make matters worse, in the video, we see Ben serve the paperwork to the store's employees. Specifically, one gets served to a young lady named Calendonia, who appeared earlier in the video when Ben tricked her into following him into the woods to, according to him, brainwash her into helping him.
Here's your legal paperwork.
You have been served.
The first lawsuit has officially been served.
Now, aside from suing the wrong company in the lawsuit, it's also not legal to serve store employees if you are suing a business. This is done because employees are not registered agents of a business, and it just wouldn't make any sense to serve them. If I wanted to sue Walmart, I can't just walk into a store and hand the lawsuit papers to the 80-year-old greeter. That just wouldn't make any sense. Ben didn't know this, so he never served the registered agents of the new company, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway, since he was suing the wrong company to begin with. Now,
also, you can't serve papers yourself, which I don't know if Ben has, not realized, or he does this, fake service for the purpose of his videos. You can't serve papers yourself. They need a process server.
This is the reason why the company never responded to Ben's lawsuit, because they simply didn't need to, since he didn't correctly serve them. Ben eventually called the county clerk, and she looked up that they hadn't responded, and told him he can go ahead with filing for default judgment.
Okay, so I don't see that there's been a response from anybody in the case. Since they didn't respond, you can move forward with a motion for default judgment.
Okay.
Now, the county clerk Ben talked to had no idea what the case was. She just saw they hadn't responded, which is why she told him he could go ahead and do that. However, once Ben filed for default judgment, the judge looked at the case and saw the errors and quickly denied Ben's default judgment claim. I found the form Ben filled out, and you can see it has a red line through it with red letters at the top stating that denied proof of service to someone called Calendonia without any information as to their authority to accept serve on behalf of Defendant LLC. Now after that, Ben tried again, and the judge left a comment about the improper filing of Ben, trying to serve Caledonia back in February of 2025, which was before the case even existed. At this point, the judge thought this lawsuit was a joke and dismissed the whole thing on April 7th. If Ben...
Wait, bro, what? So this shit was denied all the way back in February, long before the videos ever came out, and he's still trying to claim to this day that he's won the lawsuit, and that they have, like, refused to play.
...had won any money or a default judgment, that final April 7th entry would explicitly...
Wait, what? Dick, as I said in Discord today, Ben did a recent video that Harmful was covering. He admitted he sued the wrong people, and he didn't get lawyers to Content Brain. Wait, what? Okay, there's a follow-up video. There is a follow-up video to this, where Scott says that Ben admitted to lying, so we'll take a look at that later. The question, I guess, that should stick out in your mind, or the question that I'm wondering, is, did Ben honestly think that he'd won this, and not look at any of the responses that was given to him months ago, or is Ben just sincerely retarded about this stuff, and he's gone around claiming that he's won, thinking that nobody's going to look into it? I don't know. I'm kind of weighing towards the first, but maybe that's my bias, okay?
...read general judgment, default, or money award. Instead, the final binding judgment of the court is a dismissal. All of Ben's cases face the same fate, and were all dismissed. Now, I tried to share this on Twitter, but people don't like to hear the truth, and everyone called me a bunch of horrible names. Now, the real question is...
Wait, really?
But people don't like to hear the truth.
Why did Reckless Ben make the claim that he won in small claims court? Won a small claims court victory against the Bricks and Minifig store, when in reality, the cases were dismissed. 2 of the cases, he didn't even file the paperwork correctly and served the wrong people. The judge dismissed those cases. Yeah, this won't win you any friends. Now go get you paying from a corrupt Mormons. Huh? Oh, now go get you pay from the corrupt Mormons and police officers and sit down, be quiet, and watch reality pass by.
And everyone called me a bunch of horrible names. Now the real question is if Ben intentionally lied.
Is this the new Dogpack 404? Many people are wondering. Many people are wondering. Is this the new Mama Max, for instance?
To his audience to make for a better ending to the video.
Because here's the thing, for example. So Dogpack had a huge tide change because people weren't really sure about Mr. Beast, but they were always stalwart defenders of Mr. Beast because he was somewhat well-liked within the YouTube community, right? Evil Lego Corpo, nobody gives a fuck about. And in this case, it looks as though his critiques were actually correct. In the same way that Mama Max was correct that pedophiles are bad, okay? The critique here is that he's, like, going into retarded lengths to be able to try and get back at them. He's fucking up the case by intermingling who owns what assets, right? So now Ben has to be part of whatever, like, mediated negotiation happens. And he's also fucking up by possibly ended himself up in prison, but we'll have to see about that.
Or if he's just not smart enough to know all his cases were dismissed. I lean on the side of this being an intentional lie. Ben would have undoubtedly gotten the paperwork from the judge telling him the cases were dismissed, and that took place all the way back on April 7th, which was a month and a half before his video went live. Even Ben's own subreddit has discovered all his cases were dismissed, but for some reason they don't seem to think that's a big deal, that the climax of the video was made up. Now, when Ben went to the store to collect his winnings, the store had been closed, and Ben claims this was because they didn't want to have to pay him his money. The real reason they closed was because of constant harassment by Ben and his friends.
What was the reason behind...
Oh yeah, by the way, that girl that got taken into the woods for a brainwashing session, and the girl that he served when he gave the papers, yeah, that girl got fired, by the way. Yeah, that girl got fired, because Ben roped her into the video that he was making, and she gave away information trusting Ben that she shouldn't have given away. She ended up getting the sack. She got fired from that job. Yeah, just an important detail that people might want to know, I guess.
Your store closing this month.
It's all worth it in the end, though, right? It's all worth it in the end to take down the heckin' evil Lego Corpo that's stolen $200,000. Or is it $100,000? Or, wait, so some was sold and some... Okay, 50,000? I'm not sure anymore.
Harassment and vandalism. Yeah. Okay. So
before the store closed. Yeah, before the store closed. She even called into Ben's live stream to talk about it, because he tried to keep on calling her. And she's like, please leave me alone. I love that job. I enjoyed working there. And now I don't work there anymore because of you. Keep me out of this.
On your own accord, you guys should.
On my own accord, yes.
Okay.
So Ben's whole climatic ending about winning the case and going to the store to make them pay seems like it was made up strictly to get a bunch of views. Now, aside from the made-up lawsuit win, I also want to talk about the many times that Ben openly commits crimes in the video and tells his audience that he discovered some sort of loophole that makes what he's doing legal and a 4D chess move, when in reality it's not. The best example of that takes place around the 1 hour mark of the video. Ben had been told by the store that he was not allowed on premise and would be arrested if he came back. But then, Ben reveals his secret 4D chess move. He had secretly gotten the store manager, Amanda, to sign a contract that prevents him from being kicked out of the store or being arrested.
I made a contract with Amanda that says I, Ben Schneider, should not be trespassed, and all of these legal words, for any circumstance whatsoever, and for literally any reason. They cannot trespass me. But this only really works as a get out of jail free card if I can get Amanda to sign it.
Hi, sorry, I got a delivery.
Dioria's Discord is really mad at you for not 100% siding against Ben. No, I know. Listen, my own chat is fucking mad at me. Okay? A lot of people disagree with my takes about Ben during this fucking drama. And about my takes about the police. We will see, okay? In the fullness of time, all this is going to play out. I'm predicting the tides are going to turn, and then people will say things for how they are. And they will come back to me. They will fill in the apology form. Eventually, okay? We trust, we believe, we pray.
Can I get a signature?
Wait, really? The criminal lawyer guy was shitting on Ben also? Jacob, ship that shit over to me right now!
For some reason, Amanda just started signing our contract without even reading it.
Thank you.
Now, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen on YouTube. It's a Looney...
I'm trying to remember the guy's name from his fucking jingle. It's Nate Bridges, the criminal guy. Wait, what the fuck? Bruce Rivers, that's the one.
Tunes level of stupidity. If you had
What did I say? Chris Ridges. Yeah, okay, Bruce Rivers, nice.
told me there was an episode where the Wile E. Coyote tried to trick the Roadrunner this way, I would believe you, but in real life, that's not how it works at all. Ben claims that in the US we have a duty to read a contract law, and since she didn't read it, the contract is valid.
In America, we have a duty to read contracts law, which states that you have to read a contract before you sign it. And if you forget to read it or you just choose not to read it, it's your fault and you still have to do everything the contract says.
Ben...
Yeah, I assumed that in the original video, this was just Ben making a joke. Like, there's no way that anybody thought that that shit would actually hold up in court, right? But, I don't know. I'm on the fence now. I don't know. I'm not sure. With everything else that I've seen from Ben, if maybe I think that he actually does believe this is going to hold up in court somehow.
Is 100% incorrect, and is showing the perfect example of the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is a cognitive bias where people with limited knowledge or competence in a specific area greatly overestimate their own skills. Ben Googled a few articles about legally binding contracts and decided he had uncovered some master-level 4D chess move no one had found before. Unfortunately, he was wrong. If what Ben says is true, then anyone can fake being a delivery driver and walk up to someone's home and have them sign for a package, but in reality, it's a title deed transfer form, and now you own their home. This isn't legal and would never hold up in court. In fact, Ben committed a civil fraud known as fraud in the factum, which can...
Wait, what? Wait, what he did was illegal. I thought that he just wouldn't hold up in court. This shit's illegal?
Completely voids a contract because you tricked someone into signing a document without them realizing it was a contract at all. But criminally, this falls directly under Oregon's forgery laws. If a prosecutor decided to charge him, he is caught on camera committing an open and shut offense. If they...
No way. Wait, really? The charges are stacking up. The years behind bars are adding up. Dude, this guy's getting out of jail when he's fucking 80.
Anybody want to film some prank videos, guys? Anybody want to film some prank videos?
Charged him with forgery in the second degree, a misdemeanor. He'd face...
It's also illegal to pretend to be a mail service, isn't it? Yeah, I was taking a look at some of that stuff because somebody mentioned it with him sending a fake UPS guy. I'm not sure how that'd fall back on Ben, but so far as I understand, yeah, that is technically illegal. Will they get served for it? Listen, I'm not making any claims that anybody's actually going to end up in court over this stuff, all right? But whether it's illegal or not, I guess we can take that with a pinch of salt.
Up to a year behind bars, but if they pushed for forgery in the first degree, which is a Class C felony for fabricating a commercial contract with fake financial penalties, he would be facing up to 5 years in state prison. I really am blown away no one is calling out this blatant illegal act he pulled. The only clip I found of someone realizing it was illegal was streamer PayMoneyWubby, who immediately called his lawyer, and the lawyer confirmed the streamer's suspicions.
I made a contract that says I, Ben Schneider, should not be trespassed for any circumstance whatsoever.
Well, that's not how that works. So I got her to sign it without knowing, and then I went and committed crimes, but you already signed it.
Can I get a signature?
This is so f***ing illegal. Not illegal? That is literally fraudulent. What do you mean? People in chat are saying that's not illegal. That is super f***ing illegal. Anything you want to share about the video?
The initial impression is that these guys are not doing any service by doing this.
There are a couple of other small crimes he commits, like criminal trespassing. When he entered the store...
Don't hear about that, do you, though? You don't hear about that. For some reason, nobody wants to pick up that Ben is also a fucking retard who's going to land himself in a jail cell over the stuff that he's doing. Totally fucks up the case. Completely fucks up the case as well.
Or after being told he can't come back, that was trespassing. Despite his...
And this is the kind of sentiment that you will get from some people as soon as you criticize Ben.
What are you saying, bro? What are you talking about, bro? That's literally legal. That's literally legal.
With no fucking idea about what people are talking about. Just instantly assuming that what he's doing is totally above board. This guy, by his own fucking metrics, by his own word, will say, consult a lawyer? Bro, I don't talk to a fucking lawyer before I do this shit. Yeah, HBO wanted me to do a show for them, by the way, but yeah, I kept on committing crimes, and so they said they couldn't publish it. And people are still on this guy's side. People are still assuming. No, Ben's like an innocent angel, actually. No, Ben's totally innocent. It must be the police that are corrupt. And the district attorney. And the police administration. And basically everybody. It goes to the top, okay? It's the Epstein class.
His bogus claim that Amanda had signed the contract that allowed him to be there. This particular punishment wouldn't be excessive, but he could face about 30 days in jail for each trespassing occurrence. Next, there is the criminal mischief that Ben and his team commit in the video. He covers up the sign of their store with signs saying, "We steal from old people." Because his video directly documents him measuring the sign, printing custom text to mimic their font, and modifying their store signage without permission, a conviction is an open and shut case. A realistic sentence for this kind of high-profile property manipulation would be 10 to 30 days in jail. Now, those are the crimes he commits in his first video, but he also committed a bunch of inappropriate acts against the company that he will 100% be sued for in civil court as well. One of Ben's plans to piss off the store to give back the Legos was incorporating a business explicitly named "We Steal from Old People" and slapped the trademark name Bricks and Minifig right under it as their official company slogan. After that, he started selling matching merchandise right outside their store, and Ben again thought he had discovered a 4D chess move that was completely legal.
Yeah, I mean, I said this at the time when I first started reacting to it, right? That's not the measure. You can try and be cute and do stuff around that. These gay little legal loopholes are just not going to work, right? They're not going to work at all. They're just not going to work. It's whether the average consumer, a reasonable person, might be confused by you adopting that person's, like, merchandise or their kind of, like, their je ne sais quoi, I guess. Their house style. Their aesthetics.
We're setting up a Bricks and Minifigs We Steal from Old People company booth right outside of their entrance.
If anyone wants to walk into the Bricks and Minifig store, they have to get through me and my merch.
We got some We Steal from People barf bags because honestly what they're doing in this store is so gross, it's probably going to make all the customers throw up.
Unfortunately, Ben was, again, 100% incorrect. You can't blatantly rip off another company with the intent to deceive customers into thinking they are related or the same brand. If I created an LLC named "Our Burgers Are Made with Human Meat" and put the tagline "McDonald's" underneath like Ben did, do you know what would happen? McDonald's would sue the McShits right out of me. This is blatant trademark infringement as well, since Bricks and Minifig is a federally registered trademark. Under the Federal Lanham Act, it is highly illegal to use someone else's registered trademark in commerce if it creates a likelihood of confusion or intentionally tarnishes the brand. It's also blatant defamation as well. Now, some might claim it was just a parody, but it ceases to be protected as a parody the split second it is used to execute a deceptive commercial trade practice that destroys a business's revenues through false statements of fact. By setting up a physical retail operation on their property line, intercepting paying customers, handing out barf bags, and broadcasting to the public that this specific physical store directly steals life-saving...
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Yeah.
Impersonation is bad. Crying face emoji.
Thank you, very real Soul Skippity, for the $2. I hugely appreciate it. Dude, Soul's never getting his fucking channel name back. That shit is gone.
Savings of the elderly, he crossed from free speech into defamation. Finally, at the end of the video, after Ben's false claim about winning the
Dick, you mean a judge who studied law for years isn't going to say, well, you outsmarted me in a loophole, you're good. Yeah, I know, I don't know. I mean, it's all up in the air how this is going to go for him legally, right?
case against the store, he puts up a giant banner that makes the claim that the store lost the court case.
I guess someone driving by happened to take a picture of the sign we put up and posted it on social media. We started going absolutely viral.
Oh, yeah, is that going to count as defamation? I'm trying to think now, actually. I'm trying to think. With the fact that Ben should have known, right, that he didn't win the lawsuit. It got dismissed. Is that going to count against an actual malice standard?
The entire world has now seen this crime that Bricks and Minifigs has committed.
Again, this would be defamation since the store did not lose any court cases. If Bricks and Minifigs were to sue Ben for defamation for all of this, it's going to be an open and shut case for them after Ben has gotten so much wrong. I'm sure.
Dude, this guy is so fucked. This guy is so fucked. Every day that goes past, I'm learning new legal machinations for how this guy's asshole is going to be totally bludgeoned.
A lot of people will dislike this video since they just want to see Ben as a great guy.
True.
Who's trying to get this old man his life savings back. But it seems clear to me that Ben doesn't care about the truth and really will do and say anything to get a viral video. His severe lack of understanding the laws will undoubtedly get him some amount of jail time, and all of this could have been avoided if he had just consulted a lawyer before making these unhinged videos.
Get a lawyer.
I'm down. But my theory has always been if I do something so just like weird and like messed up that something like a lawyer would never recommend, the other side will never see it coming. If they never see it coming, they won't know how to respond. If they can't respond, then now I'm on top.
Let's work with that, okay? Let's apply that. Now, I wonder, did the victims of Bill Cosby ever predict a rape? Did they know what was hitting them? They literally did not know what was hitting them because they were unconscious. Now, were they able to successfully sue Bill Cosby? I don't know. I might need a fact check on that. We might have to test this guy's legal understanding. Who could say? Who could possibly fucking say, this guy wants to get sued? I've never seen somebody with a fucking humiliation fetish legal style, I guess. This guy's legal Boblax.
You're the lawyer.
Yeah.
Once all the dust settles, I think it's going to be clear to Ben it wasn't worth it. If his video had been made with accurate information and no laws broken, he could have helped the family and not ended up facing multiple years behind bars and most likely crippling debt after Bricks and Minifig easily ruins him in civil court. If you would like to help the family that lost their savings, I'll have a link below to the GoFundMe so you can do that. Let me know what you think about this whole story in the comments as well.
Why are you comparing Ben to Bill Cosby? Because Bill Cosby lost in civil court, and Ben will probably also lose in civil court. But we'll have to see, okay? Pinch of salt. I reached out to Ben for comment about why he claimed he won the cases by default, but he never did. He never responded to me. Ooh, June 1st. June 1st he reached out and never responded. Okay, but as people have noticed, okay, there is a part 2 to this video. So let's go Naviganda. Apparently, Ben decides that, hey, listen, I'm going to do a video responding to people's criticism, answering their questions, totally out of the blue. He just came to his mind. He thought that he'd go and do that. So let's have a gander at what he had to say. At the end of the day, the video was funny. Yes, absolutely, okay? In the exact same way that Johnny Somali made some really fucking funny content, okay? It is very fucking funny what he was doing. You might say there's a little bit of schadenfreude in it, okay? You might say that it's like a sick, perverted, guilty pleasure. At the end of the day, some of that shit was pretty fucking funny, you know? When the gay man wearing a dress at that convention walked up to the quartering and smacked him in the fucking mouth, and then he cried about a crossdresser beating him up and saying that he was in fear for his life, that was insanely fucking funny. So much so, I'm laughing about it years later, okay? But it did also happen to be illegal. Sometimes crime is funny, okay?
A few days ago,
How can you say that Bill Cosby is anywhere near as bad as Reckless Ben? I know, these guys are on totally different playing fields, okay? Reckless Ben is racking up more charges, okay? That's actually a good point. If the amount of civil infractions are an indication of how bad somebody is, Reckless Ben may be far worse than Bill Cosby.
I put out a video proving that Reckless Ben's video was full of fake information, and thousands of people left hateful comments claiming I was an idiot, a bootlicker, or that Bricks and Minifigs paid me to make this hit piece. But it turns out every single one of them now has to eat their words, because Reckless Ben himself has now admitted that I was right and he was wrong. It sure feels good to be vindicated against the brain-dead mob of the internet. This whole Lego saga really has turned into a lynch mob that is not capable of basic reasoning skills, and when you point out the truth to them, that Ben is wrong, they can't accept that their preconceived worldview is crumbling around them.
Oh my god. Scott, we are brothers in arms, my man. We are brothers in arms.
Earlier today, Reckless Ben uploaded a video to his second channel, Ben Schneider, titled Answering Your Questions, where he talks about the biggest questions people have about the case. I'll have a link below.
Yo, Nate, thank you for the 500 kicks. To the celebrity Boozy, NG for our joint, for once. Victory Marathon Relay Race, we can take as this continues. Thank you for the 500 kicks.
Below to the full video if you want to watch it, but around the 4-minute mark, he gets to the main point of my video, where I talked about how he never won any lawsuits against the store by default, like he claimed in the video, and that all his cases were dismissed by the judge. In my first video, I even offered a $1,000 reward to prove me wrong, and not a single person was able to do so. Ben admits I was right about it, but let's break down exactly how he got it wrong piece by piece. First, I said that Ben sued the wrong LLC. He sued the LLC of a former owner of the store that had gone out of business in 2018, named L2 Bricks LLC. The company that he needed to sue was Salem Baker Bricks, which was the corporation set up by Brandon Best.
I don't even know if that's true. So here's the thing. So Ben has fucked it up like in two different ways. So what he should have sold, what he should have sued was Salem Bricks, right? Which is the new business that was created by the new owners. What he instead did was sued an old business owned by the old owners, but he sued an even older one that was defunct even at the time of the transfer, right? And so he's supposed to sue the current business, but he sued the great-granddad of the business.
Watch Reckless Ben admit that I was right.
A lot of people on the internet went out and started looking up the court records, and they saw that I sued a company called L2 Bricks LLC when the company I should have sued was Baker Bricks LLC. There was no LLC for this address. I mean, there was like Bricks L2 LLC that ended in 2024 when corporate took over the store, but then they didn't add a new LLC after that. And I was like, what the heck? So I called up the court, and the court told me, oh, I guess there's no LLC for this company. If that's the case, then you just sue the previous LLC and the whole court thing will still work.
Unfortunately for Ben, he did a poor job of investigating what was the correct business entity that was actually at that location. The Bricks and Minifig location in question actually has two addresses because it expanded some years ago. The front entrance and the side entrance is another address. That's the one we see later in his first video when he is outside the side entrance trying to sell his We Steal From Old People merch. That location is where Brandon Best set up his corporation that owned that Bricks and Minifigs, known as Salem Baker Bricks.
Dude, Ben is straight up admitting to defamation here. Well, I think the defamation claim was always going to be there, right? Because Ben is saying now, oh, I just recently learned that I sued the wrong business. Maybe he recently learned that, okay? But he is known for months at this point that he didn't win those court cases, right? And he's just lied about it to the public.
In Ben's video, he admits that all his cases were dismissed, and then Crystal, the former owner of the store, explains to him about the second address for the store and why he was wrong.
A couple weeks later, I get a notice in the mail that says that my court case has been dismissed. And I'm like, what the heck? I got on a call with Crystal. So it said at the River Road address, I put in the address and it said L2 Bricks LLC was an LLC there, but it ended in like...
That would have been the LLC from Matt Bauman, who was the previous franchise owner. Because the store itself is associated with two different addresses. Because it's two different buildings that they cut down the wall in between. and put two buildings together.
Ben also displays some incorrect information in this response as well. The L2 Bricks LLC that he claims closed in 2024 actually shut down all the way back in 2018, and a simple Oregon business search would have shown him this information. If he would have done that earlier, there would have been zero chance that he would have confused an LLC that shut down 8 years ago as the company that was owned by Brandon and Joshua. Ben also tries to play it off like Brandon and Joshua outsmarted him and the court system, but this simply isn't true. Once Ben filed for default judgment, the judge did a simple record search and saw that this case had served the wrong people and dismissed the case. I showed that record with the note from the judge in my first video. Later in the video, Ben tries to play this off as no big deal and that Bricks and Minifig used some crazy loophole to get out of the lawsuit, but that's not true at all. They were...
Wait, what? Is that true? No way, hold up. That's actually true. He put this on his second channel. No fucking way, man. There's no fucking way. Ben Schneider, he put this show on his second channel. Reckless Ben. Dude, so when all the footage gets released, his response to the police, him getting arrested for a bunch of Legos, and I believe also, yeah, the live streams that he did. Those are all on the main channel. They get to go on the main channel. But when he's answering about the fact that he has just straight up fucking lied about this shit, okay? Don't let him twist it in any fucking way. He has just straight up lied about it. That goes on the second channel. Interesting. Interesting.
Never in a lawsuit with Ben to begin with. Now, again, I don't know if this is manipulation or stupidity, but for Ben to try and spin it as them getting out of the lawsuit when he never actually correctly sued them is 100% untrue.
I guess it just like fooled the court system, I guess, and it also fooled me. So they outsmarted me, I guess, is what it was. Bricks and Minifigs used some crazy loophole and they outsmarted me. They found a way.
This guy lies all the fucking time. It's actually fucking obscene. Dude, because it's hard to tell. Because Ben will get things wrong in his favor, and it's hard to tell if he's retarded, or if he's using motivated reasoning, or if he's just lying. This, from my perspective, this is a clear-cut instance, if there ever was, that Ben is straight up lying. He knows that he sued the wrong business. There is no legal loophole being used here to be able to trick the court into thinking that it's the wrong fucking business. He fucked up, and he has known that he's fucked up for months at this point, because presumably he's looked at his fucking court case and seen that it got denied. In fact, he literally just accepted that it actually was denied. It was never found in his favor, but he lied about it in his YouTube videos because it makes a better fucking bit of content. Hence the comparisons to Mama Max. Hence the comparisons to the Dog Pack 404. This guy is a total fucking fraud.
Way to get out of my lawsuit, but it doesn't matter.
So Ben
unban Will so he can take the L. Dude, I never banned Will. I actually felt bad for Will after the fact, okay? I never timed him out. I never did nothing.
Has never won any lawsuit against Bricks and Minifigs by default.
I mean, realistically, okay, I realized basically immediately after Will said, sue me, ban me if you want. I'm not coming back. I was like, okay. The guy's just excited for me to watch this extra little bit of content. He doesn't mean to be annoying. I felt bad immediately. Will, if you're out there, Will is me. I apologize, okay? Will, come home. Will, come home. Will, come home.
Entire climax to the end of his first video is entirely made up and a masterclass in manipulation. The store never shut down because they were scared of having to pay the default judgment to Ben. They shut down because of the constant harassment from Ben's actions against the store. After he claimed he won the case, he put up a sign showing the store lost a case against them, which went viral and ruined their reputation even further.
I guess someone driving by happened to take a picture of the sign we put up and posted it on social media. And pretty much immediately, we started going absolutely viral.
I mean, the nugget at the end of the day is that, Bricks and Minifigs might be able to sue Ben, and with that extra cash lying around, they might be able to pay the guy back for his fucking Lego figures. So in the end, I guess Ben did a good thing, right? By being such a retard and getting sued.
The entire world has now seen this crime that Bricks and Minifigs has committed.
I really am blown away.
Dude, oh my God, it hits so different when you realize that what he's doing is probably, well, almost certainly some kind of defamation. The entire world has seen this. The entire world has seen it, and it's ruined their reputation. Why are you recognizing this? Why are you saying this in a public YouTube video that is going to be used to fuck you? You realize. Dude, look at how many people saw this untrue statement that I made, and look how bad it's been for them. Yeah, okay. Open, shut. Guess who's going to be filing a default judgment now, buddy?
Away how much this story has turned into a brain-dead lynch mob online. My first video has thousands of comments saying I'm wrong, and saying things like lawyer YouTube channels like Leonard French have already confirmed Ben won all of the cases by default.
10 judgments, $100,000 in face value, filed and served lawfully, defendant didn't appear, defaults entered, and the
Dude, I need to go and watch this Leonard French guy. I need to go and watch this Leonard French guy. I've heard so many people say that his videos are like really fucking good on
cover
this.
the vid after this. It is gold. Also, your reading of the celebratory booze-in for our victory relay marathon Dono was so bad. Slanderous.
Thank you, Nate, for the $5. I hugely appreciate it. Hold on, let me go and read it again. Dickers, to the celebratory boozing for our joint, for once, victory marathon relay race we can take as this continues. Thank you. I appreciate it. I read it correctly this time,
day
right?
After the default judgments were filed, Bricks and Minifigs permanently closed the Kaiser store. That sequence is the most damning fact in this entire dispute. A defendant who declines to appear in 10 separate actions and who closes the business the day after the default judgment enters is a defendant who chose the procedural posture they ended up in. They were not victims of legal sophistry. They had the opportunity to litigate the conversion claim on the merits in front of a judge in a forum with limited discovery and modest stakes. And they chose not to.
Turns out the lawyer was wrong and I was correct. 99% of people who are making videos about this story have done no actual research of their own and are—
Wait, what? Wait, the Leonard French guy was wrong. Dude, that was a horrible pause Andy on my part. Okay. Dude, Scott Schaefer W. Enormous Scott Schaefer W.
are simply parroting what others have said about the case. If you actually take time to look deeply into Ben's videos, they are full of very blatant errors.
Dude, is this my genetic dad? Dude. Me and Scott Schaefer have got to be fucking related some way, somehow, man.
Recently, a new one was uncovered from his second video with the police. Ben claims he was stopped and his car was searched for 2 hours for drugs, but it turns out that the body cam footage shows that the car was only searched for 26 minutes. Why lie about an additional hour and a half of the police searching your car that never happened?
Vehicle will be searched. Okay. I'm gonna have you stick by with my sergeant.
After 2 hours of searching the car, obviously they found no drugs.
So, you didn't find
the longer...
Dude, oh my fucking god. It felt like 2 hours. Listen, in Ben's lived experience, okay, that 20 minutes felt like 2 hours. You've got to understand, okay? Give him a little bit of charity, man. You're being so uncharitable here. You're almost certainly a Mormon. How much did they pay you, bro? You're in the pocket of Big Lego right now. I can tell. I need to go back and watch his video again, because people have told me some of the timestamps that he provides, literally shown on screen, show so much of the fucking story. Apparently, you know, during the opening, when he goes in and asks the woman, Linda, I think it is, about the case and tries to get her perspective on it, and he gets trespassed the first time. Yeah, apparently that goes on for almost half an hour, and he cuts out why she says that he's getting trespassed, or what he says to her to get her to say that he's being trespassed. There's like 20 minutes that are cut, 20 seconds that are cut, before she eventually says, okay, leave the store, you're getting trespassed. And he's there for fucking ages. But, you know, more things to look into as we unspin the web of lies.
Ben's videos are out there, more and more inconsistencies will eventually be uncovered. It's clear to me
somebody should make a critical edition of his video that highlights stuff like this. Yes.
That this entire series was incredibly manipulative from the start as to how things have been framed by Ben. He should have never made this response video and admitted that he was wrong about him not winning the cases by default. This is now more evidence for Bricks and Minifig, who have now sued him. They have an open and shut case now. Ben claims in his video that has millions of views that he won 10 cases against Bricks and Minifigs because they never responded to his cases, and now has admitted that is all untrue.
Yes, since Bricks and Minifigs didn't respond, it looks like we win by default.
Congratulations, you won the court case.
Wait, what? They really thought it was fake.
Yeah.
We did it!
Hey, that's fucking crazy, dude. No way.
Yes!
Yeah. Well, I think now it's time to go all the way back to Bricks and Minifigs and collect our money.
I understand that people want to see Ben as some sort of Robin Hood doing good deeds, but it's become very clear that his entire narrative has been incredibly manipulative from the start. Let me know in the comments below what you think about all this, and how it will affect his defamation lawsuit he now has against him from Bricks and Minifigs. After this newest video, I think he's 100% cooked, but let me know what you think down below.
What are we thinking, guys? Do we think people are going to be honest, receptive, maybe even thank Scott for bringing this to light, exposing a fraud?
Well, actually,
Type of energy going on here. I think what ruined their reputation was them stealing the Legos. Actually. Contrarian final boss, second phase. You got big mall security guard that thinks he's a cop vibes. This dude definitely asked the teacher for homework. Imagine this being your take after everything that happened. Okay, so Ben isn't the sharpest knife in the drawer, but this doesn't change the fact that Bricks and Minifigs and their cohort are scumbags. True? True? Literally unobjected. Who's even denying that fact? This guy is completely leaving out the part where the CEO and the owner told police that Ben threatened to kill the irrelevant. Boycotting Minifig's company is the only thing I'll remember from this. In today's news, Reckless Ben was reckless. Hearted. Type of dude that thinks he's a super hero for reporting people to the authorities for feeding homeless people without a permit? This guy's making bank off this fucking content and off you retards who are buying into the narrative that he's spinning. But yeah, keep on thinking that he's feeding the fucking homeless. Retard. Speaking of people that are buying into the fucking hype. What's this I see? What's this I see? Huh? What's this I see on my front page? I don't want to click it. I don't. Listen, I don't want to click it, okay? I don't want to watch what Beckett's saying right now. Maybe we'll do it as a dono goal. We'll go and A-log some of Beckett's takes, okay? But, okay? I'm not going to watch it right now. I don't think I could take it. I honestly... My heckin' mental, bro. My heckin' mental won't be able to take it. Oh, you're testing dual streaming? Yeah, I've got my AI to go and run the more successful channel, where I give the fake, gay, lying, dishonest takes, okay? Only the most fair takes here on this channel. Oh, you have to go against your dad? Do it? Listen, okay. Beckett is good, okay? I trust, I appreciate Beckett allowing me to, like, call in and disagree with him. Every time that he has a take that I disagree with, I don't want to be the type of guy that always wants to call in, though, okay? I don't want to abuse that charity that I get given. But, you know, so. I might send Beckett a message, though. Okay? I'll get him back in line. I'll give him the marching orders. I'll tell him what to say. The angles to take. Especially if when he goes live, I lose, like, what, 20 viewers? Something like that. I need to make sure that those 20 viewers are keeping with the program. You know? Oh my fucking god. Prove you want Beckett Chud Light? What are you talking about? Dude, I like disagree with so many people with these fucking takes. I don't know about other people's coverage. I'm sure that other people have covered it in a reasonable, fair way. I don't want to pretend as though I'm the only person who's going up against this stuff. It's just funny to present it that way sometimes, okay? But it does seem, okay? The weight of the tides right now are overwhelmingly in Ben's side. Just look at Scott Schaefer's fucking video if you want to see that, okay? The comment section there. You know? Literally proving that Ben is lying directly in his fucking video. And the comment section is filled with people going,
You're a fucking loser, though. You're a loser.
Mormons? My Mormon conspiracy? Bro. These people are fucking retards. It's so fucking painful. No. Wait. Don't do it, KinoFlex, please! KinoFlex! Don't do it again! While Ben messed up in saying that he won the lawsuit when he didn't, messed up, okay. He's still completely in the moral... It's completely in the right morally. And should be praised for bringing attention to shady practices. It wouldn't be the first drama. Okay, I'm not gonna fucking do it to him. Listen, I agree with KinoFlex in the second part, okay? If you want to give Ben praise for raising awareness about the issue, he is still doing a GoFundMe to be able to get the guy some compensation. That's all good, okay? We like that about it. But we need to, I think, exercise a little bit more of a critical perspective on some of the stuff. He did not mess up, right? He lied. He lied. Several times in this. Provably lied. Right? Maybe some of the stuff you can say is like, oh, obvious jokes. Maybe some of the stuff you can say is just in there for narration. Personally, I don't know if I buy the collarbone cope. But other people certainly do. And it's not something that I necessarily want to, you know, it's not something that I'd go to war on, you know? It could go either way. It depends how you read Ben as a character, in my opinion. No, you know. Yeah. Okay. Fab. Did we go and watch the original video, actually?
Now, I tried to share this.
Oh, wait, really? Yo! Wait! You've got Nate the lawyer hopping on this stuff as well. I've just seen. Part 3. Reckless Ben sued the wrong company and lost. No. He sued the wrong company, lost, and lied about it, okay? And lied about it. That needs to be fucking... That needs to be in there as well. That needs to be in there as well. But hey-ho. If people don't want to go quite as far, alright? That's maybe understandable, but not forgivable. What am I fucking saying at this point? Okay. Let's head back and go and have a look at what else Ben said. Because I wonder if he admitted to more...
So bricks and minifigs...
Should we call them factual discrepancies? Let's go and have a gander.
In this video, I'll be trying to answer some of the top questions the internet has about this whole Lego thing that's been going on.
If CoffeeZilla exposes Ben, then others will follow. Here's the lineup right now for where stuff's going to come, okay? Legal has said that he is going to make a video about Ben, and he's going to make a video about his legal situation. That might change things a little bit. People might realize that Ben is pretty fucked up for the position that he's in. But in terms of going through meticulously and looking at the lies that have gone on, I don't think Legal is going to do that. What's CoffeeZilla going to do? I'm not totally sure. He seems far more interested about the theft of the Legos, right? Which is fair enough, but once you've got past that, on to bigger fish. You know what I mean?
The number one question I've been asked is, why didn't you just get a lawyer?
Why not just get a lawyer that you like and just go get a fucking restraining order? A TRO to, an injunction to prevent them from doing anything with the Legos. I mean, now you basically have lured this queen of Legos that you've...
Wait, what do you mean before this part? I've literally gone back to the beginning of the video now.
Crowd into the fucking woods and doing all this crazy shit.
Depends of how much what Legal wants to talk about is obscured by liars. Yeah, I mean, Legal does try and keep it kind of... He doesn't want to rock the boat too much, is my read, at the very least, when he weighs in on this kind of stuff. It's like, well, this side's saying that, this side's saying this. Unless you've actually got, like, the fact of the matter right there, I don't know if Legal is going to say too much about it, so... I don't think that it's going to be as excoriating as I would probably want, but, you know, time will tell. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, first off, when I made this video, I didn't have nearly enough money for a lawyer. Basically, my entire YouTube career has just been demonetized. My last video got taken.
Wait, why?
Basically, my entire YouTube
copyright. Okay.
Career has just been demonetized. My last video got taken down, incorrectly taken down. Shadow ban me. YouTube keeps taking down all my videos.
They removed 3 of my.
Dude, copyright strikes. YouTube is trying to silence me, guys. No way he's one of these people. No fucking way he's one of these people.
Right now, I'm 100% censored. Basically, my entire YouTube career, I've been demonetized, and my videos just get taken down for no reason.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Because YouTube wants to support bad guys. Please don't say it.
Because I'm always going up against like powerful corporations.
He said the line. He said the thing. He said the thing. Oh, God, give me fucking strength. I am praying to the Mormon God right now. I am praying to the Mormon God. Heavenly Father, please give me the strength to be able to squash your enemies.
I've only ever been able to afford like rent and basic food, and like that's it pretty much. So
yeah, it's almost like YouTube should pick a side, you know? It's almost like YouTube should pick a side. Are they going to choose thieves? Or are you going to choose the innocent old men of the world?
Oh, getting a lawyer for this video was not really an option. And if I just got a lawyer, I wouldn't be able to show how corrupt this company is because the lawyers would have just talked it out. Basically, the whole point of my channel is kind of just like showing how these...
No, this guy is such a fucking moron, bro. If you get a lawyer, it doesn't mean that you are going to sue minifigs or whatever the fuck. You're talking about a lawyer for legal advice about your potentially criminal conduct is what Bruce Rivers, the criminal guy, or the criminal lawyer, is talking about in that, right? It's not about suing them and going into mediation. That's not what he's fucking talking about. This guy's so retarded.
These big corrupt companies can just take advantage of the small guy. And once you get lawyers involved, you don't really get to see that as much, I guess. Basically, I wanted this whole Lego video to be from the perspective of just some average person that a company's bullying without any resources. And can this average person stand up to a corporation without a lawyer? You know, like, can we be creative and somehow...
Yeah, you can be creative, you know? You can be creative. Dude, some of the crimes in here, I didn't even realize were crimes.
How stand up to this corporation, you know, to incentivize maybe a lot of people watching that don't have lawyers. Can we incentivize those people to go out and maybe stand up to the big guy, you know, if you're in school?
Yeah, like your fans on Instagram that you send to people's residential properties where they live with their kids. Sending them because you know you've got trespassed and you can't go there yourself. Yeah, like getting other people involved.
Cool, like someone's bullying you, like maybe stand up to the bully. Like you have more power than you think, you know? And I think just getting a lawyer involved would have like basically thrown that whole message in the garbage. So that's why I didn't really get a lawyer. The next one, why did you talk to the police? When I first got to the detective room, I was under the assumption that they were going to...
It's just like this guy can't take the L or like recognize that he's made a huge fucking mistake. Yo, Core God with the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I hugely appreciate that. Thank you. Like, this guy can't take the L and realize that he's fucked up. The lawyer is not to sue bricks and minifigs. The lawyer is there to give you legal advice to not commit crimes.
Throw me in jail for maybe a month without bail for all these crimes that I just didn't commit. Like, they thought I was the one that stole the Legos. Like, they thought we had heroin in our car. Like, they thought all this stuff was untrue. And if I don't say anything, then I'm automatically screwed, is what they made it seem like.
Wait, hold on. What crime is Ben not mentioning there? What crime does Ben never mention when he's talking about the police's complaints? What crime does he always leave out?
Without bail for all these crimes that I just didn't commit. Like, they thought I was the one that stole the Legos. Like, they thought we had
not being charged for that.
Heroin in our car. Like,
not being charged for that.
They thought all this stuff was untrue.
Being charged for criminal stalking. That's what he's being charged for. The police arrested him and booked him, got an arraignment, and he had a bail hearing for criminal stalking. but he never brings that up. He'll never mention it at all. And when he goes on the H3 podcast, he'll say, what did I get arrested for? We still don't know. We've still got no idea. You've had several legal hearings about this fact. How do you not know? He does know. He doesn't want to say. And he wants to obscure the fact that he sent other people to this guy's house so that he can get away with this shit and not get a negative PR result.
And if I don't say anything,
Rojo remixes with the one gifty. Thank you very much.
Then I'm automatically screwed, is what they made it seem like.
Do you wish to speak with me?
I'm assuming if I say no, that I go to jail.
I wonder if on this, about talking to the police, if even here he'll take the L and realize that that wasn't a pragmatic thing to do in his own self-interest.
I mean, I can't. I have to ask you some questions. I'm just confused with.
I want to share my side. Yeah, I think there's a lot of like lies going around. I can clear stuff up.
But if I talk and show them that it's all misunderstanding, then I can get let free. So I basically gave like an hour and a half long spiel, and they couldn't find anything really that I was doing that was illegal except for the GoFundMe. And they're like, yeah, you made this GoFundMe. And I personally thought that a GoFundMe was a safe, legal way to raise money for a family. But I guess it turns out not in the state of Utah. But also it kind of goes back to the...
This guy's just a lawyer. This guy's just a liar. Like, that's... okay.
Previous statement where it was like, I want to show the injustice of the police department. You know, like, I'll sacrifice, like, me going to jail if it gets to show the world, like, look at what the police are trying to do. You know what I mean? If I would have just stayed quiet, then where's the story in that? Like, what are we exposing now? You know, it's like nothing would have happened. So it's like, if I talk to the police and they find some crazy reason to throw me in jail, now I get to be like, hey, look how corrupt our police department is. Maybe we can change something. And so...
Wait, no fucking way. There's no way. He's actually, like, spelling out the fucking, like, the thought process.
Nothing would have happened. So it's like, if I talk to the police and they find some crazy reason to throw me in jail, now I get to be like, hey, look how corrupt our police department is. Maybe...
So he's saying any reason that the police would have had to arrest him at all, any charge that they landed on him, that's what he was going to go for. The police department being corrupt. How transparent do you need to be with this stuff until people start fucking recognizing?
We can change something.
This guy is spinning a fucking yarn. This guy's feeding you a fucking tale, and people are gobbling it up at large right now.
And so that was kind of my thought process.
Dude, Nate was right. I regret ever doubting Nate on this. I thought this was going to be total nonsense since we watched the Scott Schaefer stuff. This is good.
But... yeah, on to the next question. So Bricks and Minifigs is suing me because they said my entire documentary is just full of lies. And then when I ask them like what the lies are, the one thing they always point to is that I sued a fake LLC and this whole lawsuit was completely fake. A lot of people on the internet went...
Is that what they're charging you over? Or is it you saying publicly that you won the lawsuit and that's what shut down their store? Is the lie about suing the wrong LLC? Or is it over something more reasonable that you're leaving out because you want to self-sweep and lie to your audience, give them a false impression?
Went out and started looking up the court records, and they saw that I sued a company called L2 Bricks LLC when the company I should have sued was Baker Bricks LLC.
I don't think it's over suing the wrong company, is it? Don't fucking cite Moist Critical. This guy's a fucking retard. He both sides every story and rides the fucking waves of the popular narrative at the time. What Ben is being sued for is lying about the fact that he won. He didn't win.
Well as some of like the claims he made about the small claims court default judgment victory, things like that. All of that is what's now being thrown into a bit of disarray. I'm curious to see Ben's response to it, to give his side of things on that conversation now.
So after we got the 10 people that were down to sue Bricks and Minifigs, I looked up what LLC we should sue them for. And when I looked them up on the Oregon Business Registry website, there was no LLC for this address. I mean, there was like Bricks L2 LLC that ended in 2024 when corporate took over the store, but then they didn't add a new LLC after that. And I was like, what the heck? So I called up the court and the court told me, oh, I guess there's no LLC for this company. If that's the case, then you just sue the previous LLC and the whole court thing will still work. So basically, if I sue that LLC, then since that was the last LLC at that address, then I will technically be suing that company that's operating out of that address since that was the last LLC that was there. So this whole thing happens. We sue, they never don't answer. We get motion for default judgment.
Since they didn't respond, you can move forward with a motion for default judgment.
At this point, I'm like, dude, this is the exact same thing that happened to me in the last video in my Lucifer Valentine documentary. I basically take this person who's like torturing all these people and I take him to small claims court. He was too afraid to show up and I won motion for default judgment and it was 6. So I'm like,
how much do you want to bet that what he's saying about his previous cases or videos are just total fucking bullshit as well? How much do you want to bet this guy's been a total fucking spin doctor the entire time?
Dang, this is just the exact same thing that happened in the last video. So I call my friends. I'm like, dude,
how did he not figure out that an active business would have an active LLC? I mean, I don't know. Maybe the franchisor just signed with, Brian, whatever his face is, and Joshua personally. Maybe that's who they signed with.
Dude, we won the court case. Let's go.
Despite the fact that they're talking about the entire time, no, it's not the old business who's liable. It's the new business. Despite every stage in this, they're talking about a new LLC being formed. Apparently, Ben just assumes they own all of this stuff personally. They don't own a business.
Collect our money, and basically Brian called me and he's like, dude, I hear that Bricks and Minifigs, someone said that they're packing up all their inventory. You might want to go up soon because if you don't go up soon, they might close down their store. So Lydia actually called the store and to see if they were planning on closing, basically pretending to be a parent, being like, hey, my kid's birthday is in 3 days. Can we do a...
Is it too much credit to think he did this on purpose to get the default spin? I mean, what did I say when I first reacted to it, okay? This is just a story of Dentno. Everybody in this story is retarded. Whatever strategy you're reading into it is probably just not there, okay? I don't think Ben is that kind of operator.
A birthday party here, just to make sure that the store wasn't closing.
Hi, how are you? I'm thinking about booking a children's birthday on March 19th. I was wondering if I could reserve that date.
On March 19th, the Thursday?
Yeah.
So that was the fake birthday comment left? No. I'm not going to buy into that. There's no evidence of that.
Okay, and what time?
I'm thinking about around 4 p.m. I just want to make sure the date is available.
We can do 3 to 4:30.
3 to 4:30. Okay. I just want to make sure because somebody said that you guys might be closing.
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, okay, cool. I just want to make sure the date is available.
Dang.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they're not closing. So I called back Brian, and he still really made it seem like they are actually getting ready to close down this store. The plan was I wanted to fly out all of my friends. I got 10 Speedos, and we were all going to walk in Speedos holding piggy banks. It was the most epic ending ever I had planned. It was going to be sick, but I had to go up there just by myself, I guess. And
wait, what? You're going to go into a place that you know that kids free... Okay, right. I'm not even going to touch that. I'm not even going to touch the morality of walking into a store designed to sell children's toys, 10 men wearing nothing but Speedos. I'm not even going to delve into that fucking depth, okay?
And I was like, at least I'll just get footage of them, I don't know what I was going to do. I was gonna be hey, we're filing motion for default judgment,
Is this guy trying to speed run? Committing every type of legal infraction possible. He's going civil. He's going criminal. He's going sex crimes, I guess.
How can we settle this? Just type of thing. Just kind of trying to get some ending for the video because...
That's a joke, okay? For the people who are going to cry about that later on when they watch the VOD, that was a joke.
At this point, the video was an hour and a half long. I'm like, I just need to come up with some type of clip to end this. And so I go up there, and then the store's permanently closed. And, well, it said temporarily closed on the window, but then we talked to the people at Tan Republic next to us, and they're like, oh, no, they permanently closed down the store. I'm like, okay, sick. So literally the next day, I go from Oregon to Utah, and I'm like, I'm just going to talk to Josh to see why he closed down the store, and maybe sue him again personally, And so I did the whole thing where I'm like, hey, we sued you guys, we won, you guys closed down the store to avoid paying us. And so basically we filmed the whole Utah thing where we get raided, all this crazy stuff happens. A couple weeks later, I get a notice in the mail that says that my court case has been dismissed. And I'm like, what the heck? I guess it's just because of...
Wait, what? I want to make sure that I heard that correctly.
Court case has been dismissed.
So when this guy's been running around, even recently, saying that he won the lawsuit, and he's not sure why they said that he lost, that was a bold-faced lie. the entire time that was a bold-faced lie. Hold on. I need to go back to some of the stuff that I watched previously. Because this guy directly says, when he speaks to the ginger bloke, that, no, I don't know why they're saying that it was lost. I got a default judgment on that stuff. I got a default judgment. Hold on. Original live stream with the CEO. That's what I want to go for.
Gotcha. All right, Eamon, thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Let's just search the transcript here for defaults. Why is it gone full screen? Why is this still full screen? Okay. Nice. Didn't want to click on the channel. Wanted to click on the transcript.
And us together made the decision.
Okay. Transcript. Boom, boom, boom. Default. Oh my god! Okay, let's go. Let's go. All right. Let's go.
A reckless bet about small claims court. He said that they don't win and show no proof, that you didn't win and didn't show any proof or case number. Can you ask Ben to show proof or case number? And if you did that on your video, I apologize.
Sorry, I was talking to Victor. Can you repeat that question one more
Okay.
time?
Yeah, we got a super in here from Markeel, I believe. I'm sorry if I'm butchering pronunciation. Small claims court. CEO said that you guys didn't win and you didn't show any proof or case number. Can you prove that you won those court cases?
So we did. He's correct. We did not win the court case. We filed motion for default judgment because they didn't respond. And so the day after we filed motion for default judgment, they closed the store down.
Okay. So that explains that.
Really? That's interesting. That's interesting. And so you were going to win the default judgment, right? Which you claimed in your video, apparently. And the only reason why you didn't win because they closed down the store.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's going to be receipt time soon enough, and there's a couple things I just keep circling back to, like a safety blanket, but like, I just can't wait to see it play out. What's your involvement going to be on this going forward, by the way? You're going to continue covering?
Okay, let's carry on.
And the cases were dismissed, not ruled default judgment. What's your take on that?
Okay.
I don't know. I called the court and they said they were doing default judgment and I filed the motion for it. So I can show that.
Dude, bold-faced lie in 4K, even more fucking explicit.
Not ruled default judgment. What's your take on that?
I don't know. I called the court and they said they were doing default judgment and I filed the motion for it. So I can show that. But yeah, I worked with the court. I said, hey, what LLC do we sue? And the court helped us fill out all the paperwork and then we sued them. They said, hey, they haven't responded. You can get motion. I have it in the video. You can watch the video of me talking to the court and like it's in the video.
So the question he's being asked are these cases dismissed? The answer, apparently now,
Utah thing where we get raided, all this crazy stuff happens. A couple weeks later, I get a notice in the mail that says that my court case has been dismissed. And I'm like,
and then when he's asked it on a live stream on the 30th of May, he said that that's not true. That he actually won the default judgment. And I don't know, you can look up the case number. No. They didn't respond. We got a default judgment against them. I don't know why people are saying it's dismissed. And then now that you've got people like Scott Schaefer and others who are looking into the court case and are saying, no, actually, you've lied about this the entire time. It was dismissed. Now he's making this video a day after Scott Schaefer's video and saying, you're right, I was lying the entire time. It was dismissed. Without ever actually acknowledging that he lied to begin with. I've laid that out pretty clearly, right? I don't think there's no extra details to include with that. There's no way to be able to get out of that lie. Right? We agree. That is like dead to rights. Interesting.
Like, what the heck? I guess it's just because of, like, they closed down the stores. That's why it got dismissed, So now it's like fast forward, like present day. And I got on a call with Crystal and she told me that basically what happened is, I guess Bricks and Minifigs had an addition added on, I guess, which So like the store was small and then they like added a new room. And so they put their LLC in this like new addition space, which I guess technically is like a separate address, but it's not listed on Google or anything that's like a separate address.
So then Josh and Brandon made Bricks L2 LLC?
I don't remember what the name of it was, but if you go on to the, I just looked the other day, if you go on to the Oregon Secretary of State website, you can
So it said
type in.
So it said at the River Road address, I put in the address and it said L2 Bricks LLC was an LLC there, but it ended in like 2024 or something like that.
It explains why the Utah cops thought that the lawsuits were bullshit. It could do, possibly. Maybe. I have to think about that a little bit more. I'm not sure about that. I'd lean towards that not being the case, but, you know, who knows. If he sent previous lawsuits before that were dismissed because he sued the wrong thing, and he's got a history of trying to get people to think that he's lying and he's playing tricks, right? I could believe that 100%.
Okay, so that would have been the LLC from Matt Bauman, who was the previous franchise owner.
So him,
I took screenshots of Brandon's current LLC that's listed at that address.
Oh, really? Do you think you sent that to me?
And I can send that to you.
Oh,
it
nice.
It also depends on what actual address you put in, because the store itself is associated with 2 different addresses.
Really? Oh. Maybe that's why it's so hard to find it then.
Because it's 2 different buildings that they cut down the wall in between and put 2 buildings together.
Oh.
So I guess it just like fooled the court system, I guess, and it also fooled me. So they outsmarted me, I guess, is what it was. Bricks and Minifigs used some crazy loophole and they outsmarted me. They found a way to get out of my lawsuit, but it doesn't matter because I'm like, I can just sue you guys again personally. And so we actually did end up getting Josh served. I already went to mediation with them and it's about to go to small claims court, and I'm about to fight for my $10,000. So everyone that's saying the court case is fake, they just found some loophole to get out of it, I guess.
They found some loophole. You sued the wrong person. It got dismissed. And you've known that it's been dismissed for almost 4 months at this point. And you lied about it. You've lied about it the entire time.
And they I will admit, they outsmarted me on this one. And I'm fine with admitting that.
Listen, guys, okay? I was trying to sue them in good faith. I was trying to be fair throughout the entire process. But they outmaneuvered me. They outsmarted me. They went back in time 2 years before and lodged it with a different address that I, for some reason, didn't realize it was across 2 addresses. I couldn't have possibly known, guys.
But ultimately, like, it's not like, and now they're trying to use that as proof that the second lawsuit was fake, which, I mean, the police even verified it with the court. It's not fake.
No, dude, okay.
And yeah, so just because it didn't work the first time, I was like, okay, if at first you don't succeed, try again. We'll just do them with the second lawsuit, you know? And now, but personally this time, and I don't think they're going to get out of this one. We'll see. But that is the answer to that. So next question is, what will the GoFundMe money be used for? So originally I set the goal.
Yo, also, I want to thank Nate for the $2. Apologies for missing your dono. I'll turn the alerts back on. Can't spell Speedo without pedo. Okay, very nice. Very nice. Thank you for the 2.
At $120,000 because according to my knowledge, that's still how much money Brian is owed from his collections that have not been now, but personally this time. And I don't think they're going to get out of this one. We'll see. But that is the answer to that. So next question is, what will the GoFundMe money be used for? So originally I set the goal at $120,000 because according to my knowledge, that's still how much money Brian is owed from his collections that have not been paid for. I think like just...
I mean, he just spent the entire video lying and saying that they are owed $200,000. But, you know, for the purpose of content, inflating the value, listen, I'm fair, okay? Let it not be say that I'm not reasonable. I think that's fine. I don't really care about that too much.
Just a few hours after I posted part...
I don't think so, anyway. Might have to think about on that a little more. Right now, I'm going to say I don't really care about that too much.
2, we hit that goal. And I personally thought that GoFundMe just like ended. Like once you hit the goal, like we hit our goal, you know, like people can't donate anymore, but people kept donating. So I called Brian. I'm like, shoot, like, do we end this? Like, what do we do? And Brian's like, dude, we just got served a lawsuit. And I'm so happy. Like he was so happy. Like he finally got made whole. And that moment lasted for like an hour. And then he gets served this lawsuit and he's like, however, our attorney's fees, it's looking like it's going to be like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars just to pay for like to be able to defend ourselves against a lawsuit. So I was like, okay, let's keep the GoFundMe going. Let's put all the money in a legal trust and the money can go to Brian's attorney's fees. But anyways, all that money is Brian's money. I'm not taking any of that money. It all goes to Brian. And
wait, why the fuck is Brian being sued? Brian is being sued by Bricks and Minifigs. I'm unaware of that, if that's the case. Maybe he's saying that he's been served. I'll choose to believe him at face value.
Yeah, I think now we're almost like $400,000. It's literally insane. But Brian's still worried that like he's going to get screwed over, which sucks because it's like not only did Bricks and Minifigs steal from Brian, now they're going to sue him on top of that. So it's like, what the heck? Like, and then just to answer some of the lawsuits I'm in, I mean, this is kind of some episode 3 spoilers, but I got my first stalking charge when I tried to serve Josh papers. I got...
Oh, okay. First mention we've got of that. Nice.
My second stalking charge when I made the GoFundMe. Bricks and Minifigs is suing me for the videos I made about them. Eamon said I was going to burn down the Bricks and Minifigs building and shoot everyone inside, so I got a extra extortion charge for that one. So yeah,
or is it for saying you're going to do things the easy way or the hard way?
I'm in a lot of charges, but that's what Patreon's for. So subscribe to my Patreon if you want to help with my attorney's fees, and you'll get to see episode 3 early if you join my Patreon. The next question is where...
Dude, so the first time that he's actually honest about the charges that he's facing, it's on his second channel at the very end of the video when he's doing a shill to be able to get people to pay him money. So... when he's complaining about Bricks and Minifigs and how dishonest they are, and the police are corrupt, they're frivolous charges, they're not going to stick, I didn't do anything, it's totally fine. And now when he's shilling for it, these are very real, pressing concerns that I'm going to need to fight against, please give me money. And now he's open about what he's being charged over. Nice.
Where am I right now? I got multiple police looking for me in multiple different cities. They can't find me, but...
Because did you see the old owners took some Legos home and forgot about them for months? I was aware of that. I believe, if memory serves, it was a Boba Fett figurine that was worth thousands of dollars, right? Yeah.
I'll just tell you guys, I'm at We Steal From Old People's headquarters, and you can visit us at www.westealfromoldpeople.com. Yep, I'm at corporate. This is the corporate office building. It's pretty sick.
Okay. There we go. Nice. Yeah, forgot. That's a little bit dubious, but the Crystal Woman is going to get no scrutiny because apparently she's in direct contact with Ben. He says there's a 5% chance that she might be in the wrong with all of this. But the way that he sells it is that there's a 5% chance that she's been lying and conspiring the entire time. And no, she's just got an interest to lie about this stuff, right? Gets her off scot-free. She gets a tasty little paycheck from GoFundMe. Gets to be able to fundraise off the back of it. Nice. And then she gets a little bit of payback against the people who stole her business from her. Right? Anyway. There we go. That's that. There we are. Franchise owner number 1 is the second worst actor. Oh, you mean the Crystal Woman? Possibly. And most contractually culpable. Listen, I'm not sure about that. I'm legit not sure about the contractual culpability on anybody's part. Watched the legal video. Didn't really seem to clear any of that up for me. So despite the fact that I'm incredibly critical of her, right? Still, kind of, fair coverage, being reasonable, okay? Despite what people say, yeah, I'm not necessarily certain that she's the one who'd be legally culpable for that. But I'm just not sure, right? I think that it would be the current store owners who would be culpable for whatever consignment goods are still there and haven't been returned, right? I've been pretty consistent about that fact. I think they are dragging their feet because it serves them for the current state of affairs to be there, right? No lawsuit at their door. They have thousands of dollars of Legos. They don't have to go back. They sell them, make a nice little profit. on goods that they've never had to pay for. Right? Yeah. Okay, I'll rephrase. The clearest contractual connection. Yeah, but what does that actually indicate? You know, what does that indicate? It seems like, based on the language of the contract, that they might not have been able to make the consignment agreement. But that would be like a liability to the corporation, I think. Not necessarily anything necessarily relevant here. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's been a discrepancy as well between whether they even are liable, whether they're allowed to do this stuff. I think the clearest explanation that seems the most reasonable for the through line, the perspective from the CEO, I think, is that they're able to do consignment services, not consignment product. He said that verbatim, okay? And so I think what I think they're talking about is that they can sell on consignment, right? But they can't in-house the product. They can't have that within their stores. Apparently, their kind of their POS, their point of sale system, and their inventory management just isn't set up for that. And so apparently, you're not allowed to do consignment product within stores. But yeah, that seems to be the most clear interpretation. But I'm not going to stake a hard claim on it. But, yeah, that'd be all. Listen, okay. Today's been busy for me. So unfortunately, I'm gonna end an hour early. Okay. I'm not going to send you guys into Beckett, because that would be a hate raid, but if you want to go there on your own accord, okay? I like Beckett, friend of the channel, okay? Friend of the channel. We appreciate him. Beckett's a good guy, right? Beckett's a good guy. I will be back tomorrow. We will go through even more of this stuff. Oh, it's either Beckett or Queeman. Fuck it. Listen. Dude, I don't want to do a fucking hate raid. I don't want to annoy Beckett by covering the Lego stuff from a completely different angle. Okay. Because I think that by this time, Queeman has probably raided over to Kick. So, yeah. Listen. Be happy. Be joyful. Okay? Be fine. Don't go in there and be annoying. Okay? If you go in there and annoy the fuck out of Beckett, right? There might be moderation taken over here. Okay? So be chill. Be fine. Be cool. Alright? I'm going to send you guys over to Beckett for more Lego content. Okay? Just be chill, okay? Just be chill. Pinky promise me, please, okay? Have fun. Chat to you guys later. Gonna send you guys over. See you soon.